Sleeping while having multiple skills active or activating was an odd sensation. It had discovered a while ago that it could do so, but it just hadn't crossed its mind whatsoever to actually use this strange skill interaction. Back when it was climbing up the shaft, it just wanted to sleep, and it wasn't in the best mental state, nearly delirious. It hadn't even been using restful awareness for many of its naps, feeling like its head was stuffed full of acrid dust. Then, after another couple close brushes with death, it ended up in a cage surrounded by humans, and it was in no mood to reveal or draw attention to itself more than it already had. In short, it was trying to get out of the tunnels, then getting captured and nearly dying like 7 times in a row, while juggling the far too numerous possibilities of its own flexible biology, so it had its own excuses as to why it hadn't dedicated much thought into how the symbols functioned. It once again felt stupid, however, which was a mild prickle to its pride. Maybe it should be focusing even more on intelligence. Regardless, it had a broken bar, not a theory, but an untested realization. As it sunk into the warm embrace of sleep, it used and kept activating as many skills as it could while it slept. No, actually, it didn't just use them, it pushed them to their limit. It kept mana conversion at maximum power, sucking mana out of its environment and funneling it into Echoes of Oblivion, pushing way more mana than was needed into the skill. It activated Blood Rush the moment it came off cooldown. It tugged its own limbs around to further level up Restful Awareness. It clumsily made a broken bar noise, meaningless sounds with Logotexnia, confident, Echoes of Oblivion, would eat the sounds up before they traveled the tunnels. Judging by the pings on the back of its mind as it slept for nearly 2 days straight, its theory was correct, and it was on the verge of slamming its head into a wall for not doing this sooner. The amount of levels it got during a 2-day period of basically doing nothing was ridiculous. Echoes of Oblivion has leveled up, level 8 a level 15. Blood Rush has leveled up, level 8 a level 14. Logotexnia has leveled up, level 6 a level 14. Restful Awareness has leveled up, level 26 a level 32. Mana Conversion has leveled up, level 4 a level 13. Seeing the levels go up, but without knowing what those numbers represented, was rather moot. That visual improvement didn't mean anything, so it began to prod and push, trying to figure out how they improved not only its recent level ups, but those it had gained from the fight as well. Most of them were rather self-explanatory, like tough skin, making its skin act more like thick, treated leather when struck rather than thin skin, at least with its current level. Some of the more opaque ones took a bit of mental trickery to figure out. Echoes of Oblivion had gotten a little easier to use, but considering how used to it the wolf was, that was not particularly noticeable. It felt like flicking a switch. By now, what would have been noticeable, had it bothered attempting it, was that its range had increased significantly. The range at which it could push out these broken bar puffy, all-consuming darkness, was not mere inches, but feet. The skill refused to tell it a number, or even a vague impression. It was more like it just helped the wolf control the darkness outwards. It would take a bit of practice, but it could quite literally cover itself in a cloud of darkness if it wanted. Any kind of melee combat would be impossible for whoever was trying it. They would just lose their senses and get shredded to ribbons without even knowing where their opponent was. If it practiced control, it could pretend its form was multiple times larger than it really was, which would have been very useful back when it was leaving the lift. Moving on, Blood Rush. Leveling up just made the boost it got from the skill more potent with every level, without impacting anything else. The same went for Maddened Frenzy. The level ups in Sonic Blast were a bit more impactful. Control, speed, and efficiency. The distinction between power and efficiency was very important. How quickly it could gather a blast, how well it could control it, and the efficiency of its mana when gathering up air and propelling it. It didn't make its blasts stronger or louder directly, but indirectly, through helping the wolf be more efficient. It would likely reach a level where the efficiency was near perfect, and then that progress would plateau completely, but it had no idea at what level that would come. The concept was a bit complicated, but our broken bar somewhat understood it. Tremor sense had a sort of far broken bar dual purpose and improvement. It seemed to be adding exactly 10 feet of vibrational sense to its natural senses per level, which was negligible with what the wolf was currently operating with, but the real benefit came from the added detail the skill added to its vibrational senses. Whereas normally, it should have been feeling rough, hazy guesses, like knowing there was a gap in the stone 60 feet to its left, some kind of pipe 20 feet below. The skill instead intercepted that vague information and sharpened it, added detail, before feeding it to the wolf. The vague gap in the stone turned into a room, the muffled idea of something in the corner turned into a pulley box it could almost feel the inner mechanisms of. Because this applied to the nearly 400 feet of distance it could feel while barely paying attention, the value of such a low-level skill was immediately apparent. Looking back on all this, it made sense. Before it got the skill, everything was hazy and vague with the vibrational senses, which was normal, because that's how antennae worked. It was an organ that was never meant to be long-range nor accurate. It came from a cockroach. The wolf just hadn't noticed that incongruence until now. It had just assumed it was some kind of natural progression, just it getting used to its own new senses. With that simple realization, tremor sense became one of its most treasured skills. It moved on to the next one, its least liked skill thus far. After a few minutes, it realized that it was also the one skill that had improved most drastically compared to its first level. Danger sense. All the levels truly did was increase its detection range. But when its starting range seemed to have been barely 2 feet, it had been more of a nuisance than an assistance back when it was getting chased, constantly pinging in its head of danger that it could already see and was already in the process of dodging. Now, its range was about 8 feet. It wasn't great at math, but at level 4, it could assume that each level up added 2 feet to the range. If an attack was coming, and it hadn't seen, heard or felt it coming, this could be the final line of defense to prevent it from getting stabbed by another pointy flying stick or needle. And a broken bar, that was about it. It didn't really have anything else to do. It figured its skills out, its changes were just about finished. The urge to go back to resting mindlessly was tempting, but it went into Devourer instead. It wasn't really sure what it was here for. Usually it identified problems and found solutions to them. Now, it just wanted to broken bar do more. Do better, just more. Earlier, it was just relieved to be alive and free. Now that it had had plenty of time to relax and calm down, it was more upset at the fact that it was happy about being able to run away. It had resolved to stop running, hadn't it? Yet, it was still all it could really do. It had to do more. It didn't know exactly what the feeling was. There was something of an uneasy, emotionless sort of panic in the back of its mind that wasn't entirely new. It was always there, begging the wolf to think and think and think and overthink until it passed out. What was new was that there was a vague idea of change, something has to change, an insistent scrape at the back of its mind. It felt something similar many times, but never so strong nor insistent. It could usually ignore it. But 2 days of suddenly doing nothing but sleeping had brought the notion to the utter forefront of its mind. Coupled with the umpteenth time it had almost died a broken bar. It knew, in the back of its mind, it was still restricting itself. There were still some loose threads holding on to something it thought it had discarded, some background thought in its mind that made it push less than it might have to. It had just changed itself a lot, that cautionary remnant would say. It could take a bit of time to familiarize itself with its new changes, the cautionary remnant would say, of a time before it was fighting for its life constantly, a sentimental piece that didn't even want to change its own pause because it would be changing its form too much. There was no time, no essence, the remnant would use as an excuse, and for once, the wolf grabbed onto that subconscious thought, and crushed it. There was no time? There was nothing but time. What could come here? What could find it here before the wolf did first? Nothing could ambush it. Nothing could kill it, not in these decrepit little sewer tunnels. It could feel a half-dozen exits the humans didn't even know about, at the edge of its perception, all leading back to the outside world, a couple 100 feet below. It could escape any time it wished. It would just take a bit of time. There was no essence. Its attention turned to the dozens of humans it could feel, patrolling, searching, chalking up the walls with little sticks so they wouldn't get lost. Its lazy mental glare focused on the few hundred rodents the humans left behind as they searched, the other few hundred that hadn't noticed them to rush to their death yet. There was essence everywhere. It turned to the pouch of slime in its back, putting into perspective the amount of space and weight that added to its body. The things it prevented the wolf from putting there. Out of some sort of sentimentality. The human was dead, burned, boiled, melted, eaten and vaporized. She was gone. It didn't matter if even the logical part of itself told it that there was still a decent chance she was alive. It knew that this wasn't about what was true, because truth didn't matter. This was about the wolf getting over its feelings, and focusing on being alive to feel the damn things in the first place. No, not just alive. That was complacent. It wanted to thrive. It wanted to be the hunter, rather than the prey. It was sick of running, so it repeated the mantra to itself, over and over, until it began to convince itself the human was dead, gone, and the pouch of slime on its back would never be needed again. What would it use it for? Holding heads. Judging by the lift incident, it could get more whenever it felt like it. Pragmatism. It needed pragmatism, not sentimentality. It turned towards Devourer, with a determination that it hadn't felt yet. Ideas did not waft and waver, they stuck to its mind and sunk their hooks in. It got rid of the slime glands in its back, removed the slime veins entirely. It added a branching vertebrae to its upper back, and added another to a broken bar. No, it was no tail. Just a tentacle that came out of its upper back, almost vertically, a couple inches below its neck-high. It was made of equal parts bone, muscle, and thick, rope-like tendons. There was no fur. The last vertebrae was extended into a 10-inch long, hardened blade that moved past the flesh and skin to stand proud in the air. It used the cat's spinal structure to make the thing as flexible as it could. It added a network of intertwining flesh that snaked around the base and through its back muscles to latch onto ribs and spine, adding strength and structure to its motions. It nestled the tail into the back pouch, which it severely reduced the width of, and increased the length, just to hide the extra appendage better. This look also made its back look wider vertically, paradoxically making it look more like a canine, while also shielding its spine. Any whisper of doubt that crept in, the wolf crushed it. It had gained a pressure system, hadn't it? It had been trying and failing to find ways to use its paralyzing poison, hadn't it? There was nothing bad about just blindly adding more firepower, literal and not, to its body. The remnant of its cautious self hesitated, and the wolf pushed it away, crumpled it into a ball and stomped it into the back of its mind. It took the pressure system that it had used for its liquid fire, and reduced its size to what the small thruckling had been using. It copied this system 9 times, and for 6 of these copies, it changed the inner chemical to something thinner than water, but equally harmless. It planted those 6 copies at the base of its new tentacle, surrounding the base, half burrowed into the surrounding, significantly smaller pouch, and ran the tubes up the sides of the tentacle. It replaced the normal launching sac muscles with several layers of thick braided ones, just for added force, after doing the same to the launch sacs responsible for its mouth fire. It borrowed the structure of the 2 fangs it had hidden in the tip of its 2 tails, enlarged them, several times over. It straightened them, melted the joints, turning them to thin, straight hollow spikes made of brown-black chitin, with catch grooves on the bottom, extending outwards. It even added some small, hooked barbs, so they couldn't easily be removed. It used the nerve structure of the slime veins to make a thin film of nerves and fat that lined the inside of the spikes, one that would automatically contract without the presence of the nerves in its tail to keep the films dilated, causing them to push whatever liquid it placed inside them out of the thin hole at the tips the moment they were disconnected. With the spike structure done, it placed them around the top of its tail in 2 layers. 3 4-inch long spikes that began 4 inches below the bone blade, and crested upwards to end where the skin ended and the blade began, then added the other 3 in between the gaps of the first, just a couple inches below. In the tentacle, it built small glands that would pump the hollow insides of the spikes with its paralytic poison from the side, enough in each of them to kill a human several times over, and built a small, separate network of muscles that would be able to tug the spikes around in whatever direction it wished, for aiming purposes, creating odd bumps in its tentacle. It hooked the spikes up to a valve system like the one it had in its lower chest for the liquid fire, but made of cartilage and muscle for the most part, allowing the wolf to launch the spikes, or thorns, with a small, effortless contraction and a spew of harmless liquid. For the other 3 launching systems it had not changed, which still spit flame. It nestled them at the bottom of its ribcage where intestines used to take up space, a long time ago, and ran the exit tubes around the ribcage and out of its back, through the base of the tentacle and all the way up to just under the spikes, ending them in 3 equally spaced, reddish holes which it could clench open or shut. The result was a tentacle whose tip was covered in 6 venomous spikes, and 3 exit points for liquid fire. Now that it had this system, why stop there? It added more glands in its stomach, more pressure systems. 10 of them, nestled amongst the auxiliary brains and other various glands, snug but not tight. It was amazing how much it could fit into its abdomen, and still have it just over half full and almost skinny looking compared to the rest of its frame. It ran the flamethrower systems up to its arms, 2 ending at its shoulders, 2 ending at its forearms, and 6 going backwards to its actual tails, 3 for each. It copied the spines and muscle structures, and overlaid them atop what was already there, adding 3 maneuverable spikes to each forearm, shoulder, and tail. It wouldn't be able to launch the ones on its upper body individually, as each triplet of spikes was connected to the same system, but it didn't matter. It wanted firepower, something to kill with, not something it could use to run. Out of the corner of its proverbial eye, it saw a small pouch of its teeth, nestled into the top of its gut, in the process of turning into armor plates. Without allowing itself to form doubtful thoughts, it took 4 of the 16 future plates, and told them to shift into 12-inch long spikes, thin, sharp, long and covered in triangular, jagged protrusions that would shred and widen any wound it made with them. It quickly double-checked to make sure all its inner teeth were set to be blunt, and resolved to watch carefully for the spike-shaped ones, to make sure they wouldn't put pressure on things they shouldn't. 4 months, the skill said. It didn't care, it accepted, regardless of the ridiculous time frame. Then again, it used to take the skill 10 days to give it human eyes. Now, such a change would barely take a day. Fixing its whole body was a work of a dozen hours, even if it was on the brink of death. In 2 months, Devourer might say it would only take a week to shift its teeth. Prodding the skill provided no rebuttal. Good. More. It wanted more. More change. It took the shock-absorbing scar tissue of the spearhead shark, scrutinized it. Why had it thought there was no use for this? It built a wide, abdomen-shaped strip of it, and shoved it under its skin, snug against its abdominals. It wasn't like it used its abdomen to curl all that much. Its structure wasn't like a human's, and its abdomen was full of useful things now. What else? Where else? Skull. Blunt impact. Obvious. Why hadn't it thought of that? That emotionless panic, that scraping whisper of change, change you have to change now. It gradually receded, turned into ideas and open concepts. It took a thin film of the scar-absorbing tissue, and removed any and all fat that was around its skull, replacing it with a little less than half an inch of the bouncy tissue instead, making sure to keep the tissue disconnected from both the muscles below and the skin above, but held firmly in place by surrounding pressure. What else? It wanted more. It thought of other crazy ideas, ideas it had discarded, old ideas. Once, what felt like months ago, it wished it still had human arms, just to be able to fiddle with their annoying devices and ladders and the like. Why not? It had room. It could make room. It took the structure of a human shoulder, severely lengthened the arms. It removed all fat and a lot of muscle, replacing bulk with tight, wiry networks of interlacing flesh, replacing normal muscle with braided one, and put these shoulders right under its pectoral muscles, to the side and a little further down to not interfere with its main arms. The shoulder structure was surprisingly easy to graft in, just weaving the muscles between its obliques and attaching them to its ribs, the scapula being draped over the side of its ribcage like a thin piece of armor. The shoulder joint simply shoved against one of the ribs and stuck onto its surface, a mass of cartilage. It added another 2 more curving bones at the bottom of its ribcage, and extended lateral muscles down to attach to them, around its sides, just to add pulling power to the arms, to be able to use them to lunge forward even further and faster if it had to. The finished look was like it had swallowed an elongated human and it was trying to burrow out of its torso. Just to not have the arms stick out from the rest of its body, it covered them in a rough, thin layer of fur, and made the skin dark gray, the nails black and humanoid, but very thick and slightly sharp, just in case. Now, it looked like it had just added some parts of shoulders and back muscles under its already existing ones. They didn't even take up much room. It should still be able to use its main arms in all the usual ways. The new arms were broken bar perfect. They had multi-jointed fingers, not like its own, which were short and stumpy, barely usable for anything other than running, scratching and climbing. Dexterous, light but powerful, not like its main arms, but good enough. Then it paused. There was no such thing as a good enough. It had room. It still had room. 2 more flamethrower systems, nestled under its new, rather thin and short ribs, which ran through the underside of the secondary arms. The launch tubes curled around the wrist to back of the hands, and split into 4 exit points, placed at each knuckle. It didn't want precision. It wanted brute force and destruction. It had more than enough precision. Its abdomen and gut in general were about 3/4 filled up by now, and it resisted the urge to fill up the last quarter of space with more liquid fire. For the last touch, it made sure the tendons of the arms were as thick as it could reasonably make them, and went to remove the by now useless fangs under its bottom jaw. Had it even gotten to use them once? It didn't think it had, and they made resting its head on its paws awkward, so it removed them without much thought. The venom glands connected to them as well. It added 2 more flamethrower systems in its tails, the exit points nestled right next to the venom fangs. It might burn the fang and fur a little when it shot, but so what? It was just fire. It had felt worse. It had felt its insides melting as a pup barely able to reach a human's shins. A little fire was nothing, despite its stupid instincts insisting it's dangerous. A little more change. It vaguely remembered how annoying it was to constantly have to chew and cut and bite to eat, how time-consuming it was. So it took its esophagus, and just a broken bar widened it significantly, all the way down to its stomach. If that meant its vocals would get deeper too because of the windpipe and vocal cords being shifted round, it wouldn't complain either. After confirming that change to a broken bar, it felt a broken bar, calm. No, satisfied. It had reached a point where no matter how much it pushed itself, it just couldn't find more ideas it could feasibly add to its body without bloating itself and making certain ways of fighting inefficient. That mild sort of frenzy that kept whining and pleading for change was no longer there. Sated. Without a hint of second thoughts nor regret, it briefly checked over its work, did some small corrections and minor structural improvements in the way the muscles were woven, and sank back into thoughtless rest, idly activating skills as they came and went. It knew it barely had any essence left. It knew its passive essence consumption had almost tripled with the amount of glands and organs it had added, its increased size. It knew the nutrients its body needed to not only maintain itself, but grow, were in the realm of at least 3/4 of an entire human body per day. It just didn't care. Essence was everywhere, and it had nothing but time right now. Another day and a half was spent with it going from hiding spot to hiding spot and napping the hours away, not even bothering to test anything before everything was done. It was barely making any progress through the tunnels, but doing very much the opposite with its body, so it was satisfied. Besides, the humans were seemingly starting to give up, the search parties lessening more and more, so it was in absolutely no hurry. It woke up for the umpteenth time with a lazy yawn. 4 days of strolling around sewage tunnels and finding little hidey holes to sleep in was surprisingly fun and relaxing. It asked the symbols for updates. Echoes of oblivion, has leveled up. Level 15A. Level 20, Blood Rush, has leveled up. Level 14A. Level 17, Logotexnia, has leveled up. Level 14A. Level 16, Restful Awareness, has leveled up. Level 32A. Level 36, Mana Conversion, has leveled up. Level 13A. Level 16. Why hadn't it been doing this before? It felt like strangling its old self with its tails. Both of them. Just a broken bar. 3 levels. With a grumble of annoyance, it shuffled out of the tight vent pipe it had burrowed into, and quickly confirmed there was nothing nearby but rushing wastewater. With a small puff of darkness on its legs and paws, it landed soundlessly on the mossy cobbles underfoot, and straightened, stretching. Not that it even got stiff anymore, not really, but it still felt nice after being confined in a tight tube of iron. All of its changes were done, and its essence storage was nearly empty, the drain only off-put by the wolf idly snacking on whatever rodent it could find. It had to get food soon. First, testing its new tools. It turned to the left, and opened its mouth wide, clenching a pair of muscles in its gut. The pressure built, and then, it tugged another muscle, the one for the inner valve, and pried it open. 2 twin streams of liquid fire traveled a clean 30 feet in a completely straight line before even beginning to curve down to the stone below, and it was around 40 feet away that the liquid finally met mossy brick, pooling and thickening in a rapidly expanding, slimy puddle that dripped into the trash waters below. That felt easy to use. And it was very beautiful, it noted. It really liked flames. Its mouth should be getting burned from how the liquid instantly lit on fire while still contained within its jaws, but the most it felt was a building, irritating heat. It loved endurance. A broken bar. It kept the stream going, until it began to run out of liquid, which came after 3 seconds or so. As the liquid ran out and the pressure lessened, it felt the stream lax before abruptly cutting off, and its tongue burned from a stray drop or two that hadn't joined the pressurized stream. It grimaced as it clicked its mouth shut, suffocating the fire before rubbing the thick liquid into the roof of its mouth and then mixing it with spit, sloshing its tongue around, feeling it dissolve. It tasted really bad. It opened its jaws again, and let out a relieved exhale when its mouth didn't light on fire. Next thing to make sure worked: try a broken bar. Well, the secondary arms worked exactly like they should be, and it had gotten to know that very well when they'd grown long enough to drag on the ground as it walked, which was really annoying. Finding a comfortable way to rest or suspend its secondary arms took a while, until it had managed to sort of fold them over each other and across the bottom of its chest, and tuck the hands into the armpits, its forearms snug against its ribs. That, combined with their light weight and rough fur, provided enough friction to let the wolf let them rest without having them dangle and drag down on the floor. It had tested them a bit, and discovered them to be broken bar about a third as strong as its main arms, which made sense. They were missing a lot of supportive structure and muscle mass, but the fingers were perfectly dexterous. Only thing it hadn't checked was their reach. It unfolded them, feeling its wrists and knuckles hit the ground as it brought them out from under its main arms and between them. Then it extended them out, as far as it could. It knew they were about 4 feet long, far longer than actual human arms, but it hadn't extended them so far. 2.5 or so feet away from its snout, they stopped. That didn't sound like a lot, but it was further than its main arms could reach by quite a lot. It was still rather odd to have 4 arms. It turned them over, palm up, and brought them close, tilting its head as it examined the skeletal seeming limbs. Fingers wriggled, wiggled, closed and opened. So odd. It folded them back around the bottom of its chest, out of sight, and moved on to the next thing. It burrowed the tentacle out of the back pouch, extending it towards the ceiling, and stared at it with the eye it had on the base of its neck, wriggling it back and forth, admiring the black-brown spikes that almost gleamed in the firelight, the black skin making the appendage look oddly stout and hard, the pure white, straight bone blade jutting out of the tip adding even more contrast. In short, it looked brutal. 5 feet of wriggly murder. It looked like something the wolf itself would see on another creature, and immediately decide to keep its distance. It twitched the muscles around each spike, and found the process to be a lot harder than it had thought. Some spikes turned to the side, some up, some down, and it took a solid 5 minutes for the wolf to feel confident in what it was doing. It did note that the display was immensely disturbing and intimidating, and for once, it found an odd sort of sadistic joy in the thought of making humans stare at it with enough fear to soil themselves, running away before they'd even fired a bolt. It was still preening over how it had handled the lift. Yes, it brought the tentacle low and turned to the opposite wall of the tunnel, lifting a spike to jut perpendicularly out from the limb. It aimed that singular spike with as much care as it could manage, slowly, and began squeezing. It kept the pressure up, until it felt those muscles begin to cramp, and then finally used a different group of them to peel back the hardened cartilage over the grooves, keeping the spikes embedded in its tail. The millisecond the cartilage had slipped off the grooves, with a strange sound like a sharp, short whistle combined with grinding sandpaper and a violent burst of fluid, the spikier broken bar disappeared. At the same time the sharp crack of stone echoed down the tunnel, its tentacle rocking back a couple inches from the unexpected recoil. It blinked, turning its head to stare at its tentacle with at least 4 incredulous eyes, spread over its side. The eyes on its right side focused on the wall, and stared uncomprehendingly at the black, dripping thorn embedded an entire inch into solid stone. The stone cracked around it with a little spider web pattern that extended about 3 inches from the center. Its tentacle fell limp, tip on the ground as the wolf turned its full attention on the thorn, squinting at it, tilting its head left to right. That a broken bar. That didn't make sense. That shouldn't even happen, even if the wolf had the force necessary to do it. Which it thought it did, because a multi-layered sack of braided flesh squeezing something smaller than a human's fist until the muscles began to cramp was a lot of pressure. But even if it could throw them with such force, its spikes were made of chitin. No matter how incredibly hard it squeezed the launch sack, it should have just bounced off. Maybe dug into the stone enough to stay in place by the tip, or just outright shattered, considering the speeds involved. It shouldn't have cracked stone. They weren't light, but they weren't that heavy. They weren't soft, but chitin could bend. It was not harder than a broken bar rock. A broken bar. It remembered its A survivor trait for a moment. Every time that trait upgraded, it had felt a very noticeable improvement on how tough it was. And considering the number had risen to 3 out of 5, maybe the improvement got even steeper as it leveled up. That speculation was centered on the ridiculous idea that maybe endurance applied to its projectiles. It dove into the rushing waters below, and with energetic paddling, made its way to the other side of the tunnel in 4 short seconds, clambering up with scraping claws, taking a brief second to shake the water out of its fur. It went up to the thorn, tilted its head, and gripped it between its crusher teeth, yanking it out of the wall. Then, it tried to crush it with as much force as it could muster. It squished, a little. It barely noticed it. And that was it. It knew that it was more than strong enough to crush a thin hollow spike into nothing but chitin chunks. Stone too, if it tried a bit harder. It extended the right secondary arm around and up, and the wolf grabbed the spike out of its mouth with its fingers, holding it up for inspection, twisting it around contemplatively as it tilted its head, feeling the spike's texture on the naked black skin that covered the underside of its fingers. The symbols made no sense. That was not a part of its body. Maybe the hardness would fade? If it didn't, would the humans be able to grab its spikes and use them like weapons? That wasn't an actual concern, but more of just a broken bar. Where did the symbols draw the line between what was and wasn't its body? It didn't make sense. As with most things that didn't make sense, the wolf decided to leave it for later, or never. With a flick of its wrist to toss the spike into the waters, it folded the human arm back out of sight. It turned its head down to stare at the 3 spikes laying flat and a little diagonally on its right forearm, tips aimed at the ground. They were something it could use as armor, weapon, and projectile. It flexed the extra muscles it had put around its arm. The spikes came to life, wriggling, for something sharp inches of slowly wavering chitin. Just for show, it wriggled the antennae it had spread throughout its forearm too. The sight was uniquely disquieting, even to itself. It took aim at the opposite wall again by putting its forearm parallel to its chest, took a short second to amp up the pressure, and shot. Same result as the first. 3 spikes, embedded into the stone a solid inch each. Disbelief and joy were an odd mixture, but the wolf found itself to be liking it. How could it complain about something like the symbols helping it too much? It extended its secondary arms out from the side, under its main ones, took aim at the wall with its knuckles. The liquid fire that spewed out was not so much of an accurate stream as much as it was a wild, vaguely rectangular spray, droplets and mist breaking off from each other and almost detonating. Rapid ignition was surprisingly loud, a short, bassy whoom sort of sound echoing down the tunnel. With 4 shared exit points, the spray also only lasted a little more than a second, and the range was barely 10 feet. Trade-offs. It wasn't disappointed at all as it stared at the giant stretch of brick merrily being charred just 5 feet away. For when it couldn't afford precision and needed to just make whatever was in front of it cook, this was perfect. It could increase the capacity later when its essence storage wasn't practically empty. Folding its secondary arms out of sight again, it took aim with the tentacle, down the left side of the walkway it was on, and found the range to be the same as the flamethrowers in its mouth, albeit less of a twin stream and more of a triangle-shaped spew, the streams hitting each other and spraying wildly after the 30-foot mark. 2 seconds before emptying. The exits to the tubes were a little wider than it thought. The entire tunnel smelled of smoke by now, and was extremely well lit by the giant stretches of burning liquid squirted about, and so, it kept itself vigilant for wandering humans. None within 200 feet. None approaching. Its tails were next. They had by far the most accurate, tight stream of fire, the longest range at 50 feet, and the longest fire time, at 6 seconds. It had taken care to make the exit point as small as possible, so that made sense. The spike shots were the same as all its other shots, without any delineation. It was much harder to aim the ones on its shoulders, but it could manage, somewhat. They did work great for intimidation, as well. It did realize that aiming these spikes would take a bit of practice in general, but it would have time for that. The extra eyes certainly helped it aim, what with the added perspective they gave it. The last test it wished to try a broken bar. It activated Echoes of Oblivion, like it had been doing for hours and hours of sleep, and just like before, it didn't let the skill be. It pushed mana into it, as much as it could drain from its own cells. For a moment, a familiar fog embraced it, like a comforting blanket. Then the next moment, the blanket expanded, turning into a genuine, roiling cloud, a little over 3 feet in each direction, shaped almost like a squashed sphere around its body. Of course, with the wall and ground and its legs touching it, that just meant it was sitting in a roughly 7-something foot wide and tall sphere of void black fog. Enough to conceal its movements, make the enemy guess what they were even fighting. It extended its secondary arms forward, and the fog roiled forward to match them. It swished its tails, each almost as thick as a human's arm, and the fog did the same. Using the skill this way did consume a surprisingly large amount of mana though. It tried to push even more mana into the skill, but the skill so far broken bar ejected it. It was like it refused to let the wolf extend the cloud further distance than its level allowed the wolf to. That was odd, but it couldn't complain about the ability to completely conceal its form, even when in plain sight. It wouldn't be able to cover a room or anything like that, not anytime soon. But it didn't need to. It felt its tails begin to furiously wag, joyful and hopeful, and it quickly located the most jittery, isolated search group within its range. With a black hole in its stomach, an empty pit in its soul, and self-satisfaction wriggling in its chest, it howled. Echoes of Oblivion devoured its declaration of a hunt. With a long exhale of impatience, it focused on the search group under the pipe it was resting within, waiting for them to walk out of the tight corridor they were shuffling through and out into the brick lip that surrounded the bizarre cycling room. As it did so, it thought about how being able to feel almost 400 feet in all directions without even paying much attention or putting any effort in, from a mixture of its vibrational senses and tremor sense, it was a broken bar. It was an awareness so immeasurably comforting that it filled the wolf with this sense of bone-deep safety. It would always know if someone was coming, where they were coming from, how heavy and tall they were, read their stance to know if they were coming after it or just wondering. It felt like an omniscient creature. Almost. The three humans, clad in coverings and basically vibrating with nervousness, jabbered and hiss-barked at each other as they tensely walked in a line on the thin, grumbling brickwork, eyes twitching amongst the ominous ruins to their right. The wolf didn't pay much attention to them, despite the strangeness of seeing something much like a mangled temple made of bricks sitting in the middle of a sump, its grumbling remnants half-filled and being worn away by chemicals and waste. 300 feet to its left, in parallel pipes and through at least 3 walls, it felt 2 groups talking to each other through their mechanical talk pads. Below, 3 confident and well-armored humans walked with practiced, meaningless stealth through the grumbling innards of a control room, likely trying to find ways to cut off its escape paths into as few places as possible, funnel it into a predictable path. They couldn't set traps down here, but they could try to corral it into predictable spots when it inevitably went through the sewers and came out on the other side, and that would be where it assumed they'd set the actual traps. Or so it assumed, because the best moment to strike was always when one's guard was down. They wouldn't succeed. It waited until the 3 humans were almost right below it, and activated Echoes of Oblivion, feeling the skill's soft, coiled fingers wrap around it in a comforting, eddying motion. It grabbed onto the lip of the pipe and carved out a large, triangular piece of heavy iron. Then it handed it to one of its tails, and whipped it away with all its strength at the stone ruins, the massive metal fan whirring away at the center under the waters. It crouched, head tilted down to stare at the humans, reveling in the idle waft of fear it could pick out from underneath the cloying scent of aging trash water, while the eye in the base of its neck stared at the flying piece of iron. A moment later, it slammed into stone with enough force to echo in the room 10 times over, and one of the humans, the middle one, squeaked, pulling a sharp blade. A sword, it suddenly knew. Pulling a sword out, and blindly aiming it towards the hazy outlines of the forgotten building, arm shaking, with their backs to the wolf, right below it, sitting on a 3-foot-wide piece of grumbling brick walkway while just 3 feet below them waste waters trickled away. They had no chance. It could just tilt its forearm down, and, assuming they didn't have a lot of points in endurance, put a spike through the top of their heads. It might take less than a second to kill them all. They smelled and felt like a broken bar. The humans in the lift. Their morale was horrid. 2 were frozen. The third in the middle looked and smelled ready to faint. It could probably kill them all instantly, but it didn't want to do that. It wanted something more than just essence out of this encounter. Besides, the humans hunting it seemed to put more worth into quantity rather than quality, and that it was just fine by the wolf. More essence for itself. Devourer never stopped being hungry, and by extension, neither did the wolf, no matter how good it usually was at suppressing it. Now, without even essence in storage, it felt hollow, cold and empty, unsure. It hated the feeling. Still, it kept its patience somewhat. It hooked its nails into the iron pipe, swung its body down, and stared at them through the gap between its legs as it hung in place. Then it dropped, legs curled to its stomach and arms wide. It waited until it was only a foot or 2 above the quivering human in the middle before it whipped its tails to coil around the necks of the 2 men on either side of him. Before any of them could react, its legs unwound like a spring, and slammed into the scared man's skull with a gut-wrenching crack that caved in his skull, instantly knocking him out. His forward-leaning posture made him jerk and crumple down like a folding piece of paper, right where the wolf was trying to land, and the wolf had to hurriedly jerk its feet up again, mid-fall, to land on his back, surprised by how easily its weight and strength did such damage. Damn it! It hadn't even meant to do that. It shouldn't have aimed for the soft spot of the skull. It didn't waste time with the other 2. The moment its legs landed on the middleman's body and its hands hit the floor, it tightened its tails, one far more than the other. The left one's windpipe was crushed instantly with a fleshy crunch and a gurgling sound, his hands fisting in its fur and trying to peel its tail off. With surprising strength and ferocity, his lantern hitting the ground and starting to flicker, damaged. Which was not the plan. because that was the tail it hadn't been tightening at full strength. The one to its right, a stockier, bigger human, let out a choked gag, jerked and swung his sword at the wolf's tail with as much speed as he could muster, and the wolf mourned the loss of a couple dozen hairs as it watched the sword bounce off and leave the human's grip from resistance he was likely not expecting, tumbling into the waters. That swing was either really weak or its fur was made of iron by now, because it barely felt anything. It sincerely hoped for the latter. It was also rather surprised that this human hadn't met the same fate as his kin, especially with how much effort the wolf had put into snapping his neck. It felt like it was trying to crack a support beam in twain. It didn't mean to crush the fragile one's windpipe, it had just underestimated its own strength, but the one on its right at least had some decent points into endurance, it seemed. Which was good, because it needed at least one of them alive, and the unconscious one. The dent in his head was a little too deep for the wolf to have much hope of coherence from him. Even if he did wake up, it jerked the fragile one back, ignoring his frantic, surprisingly painful struggles, and dragged him off the brick lip that lined this bizarre chamber before dunking him into the water. It stepped off the unconscious human, kicking his body to the side, flush against the wall. Then it turned off, echoes of oblivion, as it calmly trotted up to the edge of the brickwork and curled up, hands stacked atop each other under its snout as it stared at the fragile human's struggling form beneath the water, felt the gentle thumps of his fists beating at its tail as it held him down. Judging by the speed of said thumps, that was where he'd put most of his attribute points, assuming he had access to them, which it still wasn't sure about. The tough one continued to struggle, and the wolf let him exhaust himself, tugging him closer or away from itself whenever he tried to advance or do anything but pluck hair out of its tail, tightening its tail whenever he tried to scream or call for help. That tough one, he had common sense. What good would speed or strength do if he'd gotten his neck snapped before he could even react? If he had common sense, maybe he would be easier to communicate with too. It felt quite lucky. It opened the eye on its left hip, staring blankly at the tough human, and it smelled his fierce spike suddenly. It filled the air, the scent faint but bittersweet. The eye roved over him to land on a familiar metallic device, and the tentacle in its back dug itself out of its pouch before whipping forward. The human jerked and stiffened even further as the speaking tablet clattered to the floor, his hip coverings cut and frayed along the string that held the blocky thing up. It curled its tentacle into a spiral, bone blade pointing straight at the device, before spearing forward and through it, bone tip embedded into stone. With a violent flick, the wolf threw it into the waters, just for good measure. Its attention returned to its temporary toy, still struggling under the murk. The fragile human was already dead, really, what with his crushed windpipe, and his struggle only making him exhaust himself quicker. But the wolf was not in a merciful mood. So, just to mess with him further, it began jerking him around randomly, pushing down then pulling up and randomly going left or right, preventing him from mustering his wits or any sense of balance as he flailed about desperately. The human lasted about 20 seconds before he went limp, and the wolf twisted its tail until it felt a satisfying pop-crack reverberate through its flesh as his neck snapped. Just in case. That done, it dragged his corpse out of the water, dumping it by its side before vigorously shaking the appendage to get rid of the water soaking the fur in a sort of twitchy wagging motion. That was a broken bar cathartic. It felt good. It felt fun. It knew that playing with its food was fun. It had learned it a long time ago, from the rodents back in the pit when it had gotten bored of killing them or eating the dead ones. It just hadn't quite realized how incredibly fun it was, when it genuinely hated its prey too. Because yes, it had gone past just being upset at the humans trying to capture it when certain realizations came to it as it prowled through the tunnels and thought of recent events. Not only had they almost gotten it killed or captured a dozen times by now in just the past week, refusing to just leave it alone, the reasoning it suspected for their actions was infuriating. It had debated lighting one of them on fire as it choked them to muffle or choke out their screams, but it didn't feel like burning its tail fur by trying that, and it liked its food uncooked and fresh, preferably. More painful for the human trash that thought they could control it, but too much of an annoyance for the wolf to bother. If this whole hunt was about the humans eating it, it wouldn't even think twice about it. That's the way things worked. It was natural, normal. Why would it hate something just trying to eat and survive? That was literally the wolf itself, until recently. No, it hated them because they didn't have any interest in that. Much like the rats, psychotic little things they were. The rats were frenzied, mindless nuisances. The humans a broken bar, or rather, these humans a broken bar. It had reviewed the chaotic mess of a fight it had gone through almost a week ago, and it slowly became apparent that very few of the attacks launched at it were lethal in any way. Ropes, nets, paralytic poison, which its immune system had grown a little better at combating. As a side note, then light nets connected to arrows. They were trying to capture it alive, which ruled out the possibility of them wanting revenge, or trying to extinguish a threat as a result of it killing their kin, like that female down by the burning rivers. They either somehow didn't know or didn't care. From what little it knew, and ruling that possibility out, it had to assume they wanted it leashed and commanded like those of its kin it had seen, dragged by a leash. It, and only it couldn't fathom any of them going to such lengths for a regular canine. And the only thing unique about the wolf was that it was not a regular canine. It all clicked. Which meant, they knew it was a wolf, or at least knew of how potentially powerful it could be, and thus wanted it as a broken bar, a tool, weapon, or some broken bar subservient of some kind. A pet. The word came to mind suddenly, and it felt its lips curl into a soundless snarl as its fur bristled across its back. And that reason, the reason the humans were hunting it with such fervor and numbers, that pissed it off a lot more than if they'd just been trying to fill their stomachs. As if he had some kind of second wind, the human planted his feet to the ground, and abruptly yanked back with all his strength and body weight, actually moving the wolf a little. It tilted its tail, a light twist and jerk, and in the blink of an eye, 3 thin, barbed spikes were pressing into the human's neck, just shy of breaking skin. Its low warning growl mixed with the human's heaving breaths as he froze, slowly lifting his hands off the tail, holding them up by his side, palms open and empty, his fear churning into that bitter scent of terror. Its chest still burned with low, seething contempt as it dragged the tougher human's body to its knees behind it, letting its tail slacken enough for the red-faced man to gasp in heaving breaths without worrying about self-impalement, his wide, terrified eyes nailed to its waving tentacle. It opened the eye on its left hip to stare at him, and the human skin turned almost bone-white as his eyes jerked to it, tentacle momentarily forgotten. His hands began to shake. It felt a surge of satisfaction at this situation. It felt so nice, to be feared for once. Just to add to it, it slowly undulated the tentacle's spikes in the air as it got up and turned to face him. It flattened the tentacle against its back again, wiggling it back into its sheath, out of sight. Its second tail wrapped around the neck of the human it had killed, dragging his dripping corpse to sit next to itself, half of it on top of his unconscious kin's body. Its secondary arms unwound and extended to the sides, and the human let out an inarticulate whimper-sob kind of sound at the sight, leaning back as much as the spikes on his neck would allow. With a twist, it folded the spikes flat against its tail again, not wanting its captive to accidentally or purposefully kill himself, then tightened the tail again and sat down on its haunches, face to face. The size difference was significantly smaller than it was used to. It was nice to be getting bigger. The human was on its knees, but still. It formed a fist with its left secondary hand, before extending the pointer finger to point at the dead human's head. He eared. It snarled with minimal assistance from Logitech's, and the human's eyes widened significantly, looking like they were about to pop out of their sockets. It looked almost painful. Then, it twined its fingers around the corpse's head fur, pulling its slack face off the floor. It pointed at the hair itself with its right hand pointer finger, and used Logitech's to imbue a vaguely inquisitive feeling into its following chuff. It was obvious. It was a sound that sounded questioning. So the human should know it was asking a question. It was easy. Www what? The human squeaked out. Or not, because that was not what the what sound meant. It wasn't sure what it meant, beyond being used for questions, but it didn't mean that Emery Eel would say a what all the time, but never to bring attention to her head fur. It growled, making him flinch and grimace. It shook the head for emphasis, dragging the corpse forward, then raising it a little more, and used its right hand finger to poke at the hair directly. It chuffed again, questioning. The human swallowed audibly, once, twice. Head? He eked out. It used to have a lot more patience than this. As it was, it simply let out a short snarl of frustration, letting its teeth show, ignoring the human's sob whimper, and slammed the head down into the bricks below with a muted crunch as its face flattened. It caught itself, and took a deep breath to calm down, then leaned back a little, waiting for the human's eyes to open again. After 4 seconds of silence, they did, the human timidly staring at its main hands that still sat on the floor, and so it pointed at the corpse's back with its humanoid arm, again. Chew-est. It chuff-hiss-whined. It pointed at the human's legs. Lee-eeg-it growl-whined. It pointed back to the head. The human was still just staring at its main arms like he was about to pass out, uncomprehending, not lifting his eyes beyond glancing at whatever the wolf was pointing at. No eye contact. A show of submission, which was good, but not what the wolf was looking for. It snarled. Then, it grabbed the corpse by its head fur again, and used its other hand's pointer finger to very specifically tap at the strands it was holding the body up by. It let out the same questioning chuff. Hair? The man warbled out through the tears in his eyes, his rough voice not well suited to the tones, and the wolf tilted its head at the new sound, dissecting it. A broken bar air. It growl-wheeze snarled. The human jerked his head up and down frantically, some weird gesture it couldn't parse the meaning of. The eyes on its right side opened, and stared at the ruins. There were plenty of things here to point to and learn the name of, and this human had eyes, unlike Emery Eel. Time to see how much knowledge it could wring out of him before turning him into essence. 3 hours and a lot of frustration later, it couldn't say it was entirely disappointed. It knew from their devourer skill that there were differences in what humans called a forearm and a wrist, so it knew what to look for. It just didn't know the sounds the humans used for specific body places yet. That was mostly where they stumbled upon frustration. The stupid human was stupid, and it took another half hour to even get him to understand what it was trying to learn. It could say with relative confidence that it could make any sound that referred to most of the human parts by now, with quite a bit of specificity. It learned how humans called those glass lamps they held, lanterns, which was oddly pleasing to say. Their coverings had multiple names to refer to them with, again, for no reason. Upper thing was a shirt, lower was a pants. It learned that the human didn't know what to call it, making pleading gibberish and making sad yipping noises whenever it would point at itself questioningly. It wasn't sure if that meant they didn't know it was a wolf, or if they didn't know what a wolf was, and thus had no sound for it. That's when it began running into difficulties, because human body parts were easy and specific. Environment, apparently, was not. Pointing at the floor made the human give it a dozen different sounds for it, like a floor, rock, stone, bricks, ground, please let me go please, and a bunch of other annoying sounds, all depending on how displeased the wolf looked, as if he was just trying to appease it but didn't know what exactly it wanted. Even though what it wanted was rather clear and simple, that was roughly when it gave up and decapitated him. It made sure to eat every tiny piece of the group and kick their clothes and equipment off to be carried by the sump waters, then went on the hunt for another team. Still, it learned plenty. Maybe the next group would be less annoyingly stupid. It can't be that hard to just give the same damn answer twice in a row when it points at something. It was wrong. The next group was not much better. It learned how they called their blades, their belts and buckles, their foot coverings, their metal speaking device. The Acom's tablet. Its thoughts were getting all muddied by it using the human sounds in its own head when thinking of stuff now. It was endlessly annoying to have its thoughts start shifting from a broken bar thinking in images and concepts and objects, to sounds. Why did the humans do this to themselves? It was so much harder to think this way, so much noisier, in a weird way. So bizarre. Still, It wished to understand human speech. If not to use it to communicate with them, then at least so it could extract information from them and figure out why they were such complete, nonsensical, suicidal creatures. Maybe ask them questions about the symbols. What this stupid mana thing was, how it could better control it so it would be able to do the amazing things its path vision showed it, like devouring spears with blankets of void. The more it thought, the more questions popped up, and much to its displeasure, it knew that the humans were its best chance of getting answers. Meaning that the wolf would have to know how to ask and understand the given answers, if it wanted to satisfy its curiosity. By the third group it realized that no such things was likely to happen anytime soon. The damn sounds they used were also broken bar varied. It started to cross-reference what the humans agreed on, just to understand if the ground below its feet was a rock or a stone, if it was a ground or a floor. It was leaning towards a stone. 2 out of 3 score on that one. The lessened awe of hunger in its stomach and soul was a light balm upon its frustration, but it was enough to make the wolf realize that it had stocked up on enough maintenance for about a week. Thus, it decided to hurry out of this metal plate's innards, focusing on vibrations, periodically activating blood rush to extend its range. As easy as prowling these rather desolate tunnels was, despite the slowly increasing number of rodents, it could actually feel itself getting more impatient and irritable, hour by hour as it descended. There was no reason for it. It really could not understand why it felt this way. No amount of silent introspection helped. Maybe that odd sense of inner panic, of needing to change, was not something derived from its subconscious dissatisfaction, but its frustration at something it couldn't locate. It really didn't know. As it descended deeper, the humans lessened more and more, until it could only feel 2 groups of 6, moving through the tunnels with a purpose and determination that let it know it should probably avoid them. They were not patrolling, however, just following a predetermined path through the tunnels. Very quickly, might it add. Very violently too, because the inhabitants of this place did not enjoy their trampling steps. It also began running into more and more bizarre things as it got closer to the middle of the plate's innards, and deeper down, near the underside of the metal plate. It felt said bizarre things lessen, as if all the strangeness was contained within the middle of the tunnel network. Why? How? It was dying to know. One thing it seldom managed to refrain itself from following was its own curiosity. The bizarre things it saw were broken by both locations and creatures. The first thing it had felt was the faint sensation of an elongated, humanoid creature with its legs fused together, made of sludgy flesh and fat, briefly scraping at a wall before vanishing back into the waters, where the wolf lost it. It didn't even want to investigate that one, despite how morbidly fascinated it was by the creature. The second one was some kind of massive, dozens of chitinous legs and spikes and hooks the size of 4 humans, making some kind of nest, or something, covered in squishy bits. The wolf actively avoided that one. Locations were dizzying, and far too many. Control rooms that were for some reason upside down. A small room filled with coffins and rotted skeletons. It even saw something like some crypt, covered in metal, twisted statues. It didn't explore those either. Not much point in it. The only odd location it decided to visit was an inert pump room which was basically already in its general path. Judging from vibrations, it had been turned into a human's living space. This far down, that was a bit bizarre. When it finally got to it, the door was made of something strange like a broken bar paper, painted and covered to camouflage into the surrounding metal wall, and it would have worked if the wolf didn't have vibrations to see through it. Witness of Divinity also just told it the wall was fake, but still. The door didn't really open so much as it just crumbled into a wet, rotten heap at its feet with the lightest shove. The wires holding it in place just snapping from the shift in weight, rusted through completely. It walked in, and swerved its head round. The room was a perfect cube, about 30 feet big, and still felt cramped. There was a point where there was so little light that even night vision was meaningless, and this room definitely reached that point. It spewed a small line of flame onto the floor, next to its foot, and wandered forward. The smell was a broken bar, horrid, even for the sewers. It was rotten flesh and decay mixing with the miasma that it could actually taste, like rotten flesh and dried, ancient paint that never aired out of the room, until now. In the left corner, some massive rotten pillows and feathers and fabrics, almost like a bird's nest. Crates flanked the odd nest's right side, some wooden and crumbling, some metal and dented inwards. Still, enough survived to give the room a very strange feeling, an odd sense of importance and untouchableness, as if it was in a place it shouldn't, an invader of a sanctum with no guardian. It ignored it, because it was curious. In the right corner, it saw and felt the corpse of a human, half machine and half a rotten skeleton, curled up into a ball in the corner as it lay amongst the broken fragments of a mirror, one large, dirty piece clutched in its right hand in a reverse grip, limp on the floor, the other still clutching where its hair might once have been. Rotten pieces of paper lay on the nest and around the body, haphazardly discarded, thin and withered. But it could gleam some kind of mess of human squiggly lines in their yellow-brown bodies if it squinted. To its left, there was just a gigantic pile of broken bar fabric and wooden paint, crushed and melted together as if by acid all the way up to the ceiling. There was even dried paint on the floor, covering almost half of it in a chaotic blotch of colors. To its right, two giant pumps rusted away, taking up about a fifth of the room in total, their pipes burrowing into the middle of the wall. And leaned against them was a bizarre assortment of broken bar metal cans filled with brushes, glass canisters on rotten wooden benches, strange three-legged stands which supported a long line of rotting broken bar fabric, it looked like, stretched over wooden, rectangular frames, so decayed that the wolf feared the entire line would slump down into wet chunks should it breathe too hard in their direction. It breathed another small jet of fire to its right, and the extra light made its eyes widen as they fixed upon the fabric again. Canvas, the ether whispered, and the wolf didn't need to be told what it was used for, staring curiously at the faces painted onto the fabric, each the same but progressively changing with each new picture, 7 of them in total. It trotted up to the first one in line, the left one, recognizable by the simple fact it seemed to be the oldest one. It was an extremely detailed painting of a single man with a receding hairline and tired eyes, his face lit by what seemed to be candlelight. Behind him, the wolf could idly recognize the door it had just pushed through, a lumpy mess of painted cardboard-like material. It assumed that this painting was the human drawing himself. What for? It didn't know nor try to understand. It was a broken bar oddly pleasing to the eye, even if with age, the paint had cracked and splintered and lost most of its color, giving an oddly eerie feel to the picture. The second picture was like the first, except her broken bar sloppier. The shadows were lengthier, the human's features a little lopsided. His smile looked worried. The improved condition told the wolf there was likely something like months or years between each piece, which didn't make much sense either, but it ignored it for the moment. The third was a broken bar, not the same person. The colors were difficult to pass under firelight, but they were a little off. The human's jaw and features were more like a lumpy mask clipped onto a human's deformed head, rather than the carefully rendered strokes of paint it saw in the first one. His smile was too wide, one eye too bright while the other was just splashed over with black paint, like a hole in his face. It was like the human's skill was actively regressing. If it wasn't for the visible improvement on the paint's condition as it moved along, it would have assumed it began its observation on the wrong side, going backwards. The fourth painting looked angry and sort of desperate. It was all reds and straight lines, spikes and angles and no curves, forming a jagged oval shape with the barest suggestion of human features. The mouth was an open pit in this one, the color of his mouth pure black. The picture looked as if a human was being flayed alive and screaming. It was broken bar confused, and mildly intrigued. The easiest and the most logical explanation it could come up with was that some strange human went in here, decided to use it as his new home, and slowly started losing his mind. But why would a human even do that? This place was neither safe nor comfortable to live in. The humidity was grating, even by the human nest's standards. The fifth painting had some faint return to detail, in that half the face was some malformed, vaguely spiral textured mess with an eye and a cheek, while the other half and something of the face was a bunch of parallel lines like pipes and squiggly or broken bar circles. Were those supposed to be gears? Well, the human was half machine from what it could feel, so maybe it was a metaphor for how a broken bar replaced his legs with metal ones. The sixth drawing was a broken bar, just a black and grey mass of vague shapes, a few hard lines indicating the malformed lumps which it assumed were the edge of a jaw and a shoulder. In the middle of all this, a sloppy white circle remained, with a black, textured dot in the middle, a tiny one in comparison to the wide sphere. It assumed that it was supposed to be an eye. If it was, the eye looked quite terrified. The seventh drawing was a shredded mess, torn apart. It tilted its head, going from the first to the last painting again, then to the human form curled up in the corner to its right. It walked to the human corpse in the corner, and extended a humanoid arm out to the side, grabbing onto one of his metal legs and dragging the half-mummified corpse out of the corner, straightening the body in the process. The metal was a broken bar rod. It flared all of its antennae, and tapped the lumpy, dented mess of half-circles with its main arm's knuckles. Its ears straightened in surprise. There was still bone in the metal. It was crushed and seemed to be almost a broken bar assimilated into the iron, with the odd way they were melting into each other. But it was still in there, entrapped and preserved. If that was a gradual process, it looked really painful. It thought back to the human who had fought it with a metal arm, and winced as it thought of how much time and pain he must have gone through just to turn his whole arm into metal. It felt a sense of respect for him. Actually, the iron was not exactly uniform on this human, however. It was like a broken bar shell, almost, still clinging onto bits of decayed brown flesh, almost mummified, or melted into the flesh. Actually, not quite. It looked more like the metal was eating the human alive from the outside, or like the human was growing a shell of metal, except it went from the outside, then inwards. The metal snaked around his hips in a wide, segmented cast, leaving him fully mobile as far as the wolf could tell, but likely in a lot of pain. Was it all on purpose? Did the humans do this to be stronger? They were pretty weak without their mana things. It couldn't figure anything out about this strange scene, not beyond speculation. It just looked like a human decided to live in the tunnels, progressively lost his mind, and killed himself with a piece of a broken mirror in the middle of his changes, for no reason. Curiosity sated, it turned and walked out of the room, continuing on its way down. Over time, the deeper it went, it noticed the rats slowly getting bigger and more twisted. It got a first-hand look at this, as the rats that it ran across steadily became more misshapen and simultaneously more annoying to dispatch without wasting fire or spikes on them. At first, the teeth were crooked more than it thought possible, much too large, occasionally jutting out of their gums like gnarled branches of spiky bone. Almost not an issue, but bizarre. Then, their bodies just started getting weird. Their legs bent wrong. Some of them had skulls shaped more like someone made a rat's skull out of clay before bashing it with a hammer a few times and letting it dry. It vividly remembered one rat that had one eye in its neck and the other almost on its nose, and the thing couldn't even move its head right to keep the wolf in its line of sight. It still let them after messing with them for a bit, snipping off limbs or seeing how long it could hold them down until their bodies just became too exhausted to even move. The answer was that they didn't actually do that. They just struggled until their heart gave out and they died. The sheer tenacity was almost admirable, if the wolf didn't suspect that they had no real choice in how they reacted to living things. Then the tunnels started getting weird. Not quickly, but as the dozens of feet turned to hundreds and the wolf came closer to the center, it was like someone had taken a normal grid of tunnels and bashed them together, mixed them up with surroundings, rooms that didn't belong, sumps covered in wires and control rooms mixed with winding, shredded vents. Instead of there being 20 conventional, natural exits it could feel that led to the outside, there was just this crushed, winding strip of labyrinthian tunnels that led to each other in vast loops, with only 6 big ones that all funneled towards the nest's wall and some kind of facility that awaited their cargo there. 6 exits sounded like a lot, but when they all led to 2 near-identical human facilities, they really weren't. It could feel the dozens of humans prowling about inside both. sitting on rafters and checking every nook and cranny, setting traps. Unfortunately for them, it could feel a fair few more exits they had no idea about, should it decide to leave. But it didn't want to. It had to get to the heart of the tunnel system, where it belonged, back to where it should be. Not yet though. It was just a broken bar too curious to rush. By the time it was getting close to the middle of the tunnel network, the rats started being larger than the canines it saw in the human nest, easily reaching up to a human's knees. Considering the wolf could reach a human's upper thighs, the size difference was slowly shrinking, and the rodents were getting increasingly more a broken bar. Some part of itself wanted to say absurd, inefficient, disgusting, while another felt an odd sense of burning envy. It wanted to be more too, to change more, to be more. Flesh to flesh, flesh to steel, steel to flesh. Some had legs almost as long as their bodies, making them stumble and shuffle like crippled heaps of flesh trying to sprint while on mangled stilts. It was ridiculous and awesome in a morbid way. Some, like the one currently trying to kill it, were so malformed that they were just clumps of fur and flesh that had absolutely no resemblance to an actual rodent anymore, and were just a broken bar, useless. It had no idea how they survived. Maybe they just ate the moss that clung to the walls. It stared down with a sense of annoyed envy and mildly confused amusement at the enraged ball of awkwardly flailing limbs grinding against its right arm, bashing against it. Gurgled whistles coming out of far broken bar somewhere. How did this thing even eat a broken bar? It wanted this. It wanted to change, until it shed its form like a cocoon, unrecognizably broken bar. That a broken bar weight, number. It tilted its head. It still wanted to be and somewhat look like a wolf, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Impulsive thoughts. It didn't really matter. The wolf brought out its humanoid right hand to grab onto what looked like a broken bar. The flailing, furred hand of a human toddler with the elbow joint backwards. If instead of ending at 5 fingers it just ended in 2 pincer-like nubs. It lifted the creature by said hand, and satisfied its morbid curiosity by just a broken bar, holding it up and admiring the thing, almost as big as itself but entirely useless. It could almost puzzle out where the gurgling sound was coming from, but not quite. How did this a broken bar thing even happen? Why did they only get like this deep in the sewers? They'd been normal, if increasingly big, until the past day or so when it decided to just speed down the tunnels as fast as possible. It debated how it would even begin to eat this thing, how it could even play with something that was already so deeply tortured by its own form. A stray drop of liquid went into its eye from the thing's useless jerking, and it felt a surge of boiling fury spear through its nerves like an electric shock, instant and thoughtless. It threw the thing into the wall to its right with a crunchy squelch, making it bounce off and leave a smear of fur and goopy flesh behind, then took half a step forward in preparation, ready to crush it to pulp, to beat it into a formless chunk of meat patty, its lips curling back over its teeth with a low snarl. The faint tug of a skill leveling up in the corner of its mind briefly distracted it, and for a moment, it felt something like the most tiny, imperceptible caress of a string against its mind, shifting just enough for the wolf to feel it, like a weight that it had grown used to and forgotten was even there. It hesitated, feeling its anger waver, something in the back of its head reeling in confusion. Why was it so angry? Why was it even here? It could leave without going anywhere near the center of the sewer system. There were unmapped shafts everywhere. There was absolutely no need for it to be getting so close to some place so obviously dangerous, even if the prey got bigger and bigger. Why was it only questioning what it was doing now, after several hours or days trying to get to the center of the tunnels? A vague sense of disconnection filled its mind and body, and it stumbled in place, taking a step back. It stared at a pair of furry arms, both humanoid, both right. It felt like it was observing something through a pane of glass, like it was using puppet strings to make the limbs move, like they weren't even its own. Why had it been wanting to change itself so much? It made sense, of course. It knew that it had that subconscious block, it knew it needed firepower. It wouldn't revert the changes. They were amazing. But that itching sensation, that frenzied feeling that just told it to change, right now, as much as possible, more, That was not something it had felt before. On one hand, it made sense. It had almost just died multiple times in a single day, just a bit ago. It made sense to want to change, hard and fast. On the other hand, that weird mana symbol it had felt etched into its skull, ages ago, briefly flared, and it felt its thoughts scatter for a moment. Mental resistance, straining, allowing it to realize what was going on. It felt the body's head shake with a growl, and felt that confusion evaporate. It opened the symbols, that tug of a level up still insistent. Mental resistance has leveled up. Level 29A, level 30. It stared for a few moments, brows furrowing, the gaping chasm between mind and body growing wider. It tugged the puppet strings. The arms moved, back and forth. Sluggish. The puppet was weak. The misshapen ball of flesh rolled and scrambled towards it again, and the wolf used the puppet's right arms to drag it to the side, into the waters. It let the thing drown in the current, standing in place. It thought back to how it kept getting increasingly impatient, angry. The first stages of it were normal, they felt fine. It was right to be angry at the humans, it felt nice to toy with them a bit before eating them. But as it thought back, it began to wonder if its normal, usual self would toy as much as it did with the rats it found deeper down. It thought back to one of the larger ones it had caught, one that it had grabbed onto with its human hands and held down while it ate it alive, reveling in its enraged, agonized screeching, and started second-guessing whether that was its own mind or something else influencing it. Of course, it didn't feel bad for the thing. It didn't even feel remorse. But usually, it wouldn't come up with something that bothersome just to satisfy some newly grown sense of sadism, or whatever it was that had guided it to do that. It thought back to what it had felt when it saw the rodent it had just swept off into the waters, a sense of vague, reverent awe and respect, before the thing attacked and more normal feelings slid into place. It focused further. Why had it wanted to get to the center of the sewers so much? Why had it felt a sense that it belonged there, that it should be there? Back to where it should be, it remembered thinking, and it wondered what that even meant. It didn't belong anywhere. Something was wrong. Mental resistance was always on. It was always at full power. It had learned its lesson a long time ago when some human had muttered "control beast" and forced it to obey, that it shouldn't put the skill down. So, it focused on the skill, sightless eyes staring into brick, the puppet's body still. A minute passed, 5. Occasionally, it could feel something brushing against its mind and inflaming certain things, finding its feelings and subconscious desires and just a broken bar gently brushing against them, tugging them forth, digging them out, selectively twisting them to some unseen purpose. Something was trying to influence it, control it, and it was somehow getting through its skill. This was not the same thing as what it had felt from the pitch-black titan that gave it its path. That was like two clawed gauntlets, forcing their tips through the seams at the gates of its mind and forcing them wide open so it could walk in, unashamed and uncaring of its notice. This felt more like imperceptibly thin spider webs, weaving themselves through the gate's seams, something so subtle and ramping that by the time something else might have realized what was happening, it would be too late. Was that what had happened to the human before, that half-metal corpse? Is that why he'd lost his mind? Mental resistance has leveled up. Level 30A, level 31. It had to get out of here. Now. It tugged the body's strings, and the puppet sluggishly turned. A whisper of doubt crept into its mind as the mana construct in its skull briefly came into awareness again. Cold, calculating fury coiled around its lungs, and it turned, pain resistance, all the way down, before extending its right secondary arm in front of it, palm open. Then it spewed a short burst of fire onto its furless paw, and the gaping crack, that widening chasm between its body and its mind, it thinned. Not enough. Even on bare skin, it was too tough to feel real pain from fire. Not quickly. It brought the hand up to its mouth, and with the puppet's teeth slightly blunted, it raked them through its paw, stopping just before the bones, blood hissing and boiling as it began to mix with the burning slime. The pain of its flesh splitting, without even a single level of pain resistance to assist, was enough for the chasm to snap shut. The feeling of looking through its own eyes like a telescope, the feeling of moving its body like tugging at a puppet's strings. They just puffed into smoke, the pieces of itself clicking back together in an instant. It shook its head again with a snarl, its fur bristling across its back as it regarded its surroundings with eyes that had life renewed in them, suspicious of everything and anything as it clenched its fist shut, smothering the fire, reveling in the pain to keep itself present. It could feel exits. Small shafts, tubes melted through iron and stone. They were too distant, too difficult to access. It could make its own entrance to them. It didn't trot nor lightly prance forward. It ran away from the center of the sewers, up. Blood rush, activated, once, twice, 3 times. It rushed to an endless shaft made of stone to its right, nestled behind a tunnel wall. It was a familiar sight and feeling, but one without pipes going through it like the last one it had been in. Instead just metal frames that would occasionally brush against endless metal cables. Digging through 6 feet of stone sounded difficult, and it would have been, had it not had the human arms to shovel the debris out of the makeshift tunnel between its legs as its main arms focused on raking through stone and breaking off chunks of it at a time. It took 3 long, mildly paranoid hours before it judged the stone to be thin enough. It punched through, clumsily, not having all that much space to move its arms in the jagged tube it had clawed, and used its human arms to assist, punching through the stone a second and a third time. Then it squeezed through, growling and snarling in effort as it contorted itself to fit its upper body through, right shoulders and head first, legs scraping at dusty rock to push itself forward. It could still faintly hear the trickle of rushing water from behind it as it breathed in fresh air for the first time in about a week. It took a short moment to breathe it all in, turning its head to look down, its 2 right arms bracing against the stone. The shaft looked like it was more than 1,000 feet tall, which was a rather strange thing, because it felt like the stone and metal plates holding the smaller human nests up were not nearly that thick. And this entire sewer system was held within one such plate. Still, it couldn't exactly complain, as it could see the end of the shaft, a tiny block through which light came in from below. It would take a long time to get down, or it could just. It eyed the thick steel cable a foot or two to its right with 3 critical eyes, squinting in thought. Its fur was starting to get really warm from all the friction. Still, it was having a lot of fun right now. Sliding down the metal cable was just a broken bar fun. A little terrifying too, because it was going down head first when the nearest flat surface was likely more than 1,000 or more feet below, but it had 2 tails, 2 legs, 4 arms, and a tentacle, all tightly wrapped around a 6-inch thick cable made of steel. Short of a fireball exploding in its face, nothing could make the wolf detach. It tried not to ruminate too much on what it had learned in the tunnel system, but it was difficult not to, when the ride was this long. First things first, it had to get rid of that mana symbol in its skull. It hadn't done anything before now, as far as it knew, and Devourer was definitely not connected to it, so it felt more than safe enough in removing it. No, it felt safer to remove it, actually. It had no idea why the thing started acting up in the tunnels, nor why its first action thus was to try and make the wolf go deeper, try to control it. It didn't make sense. It made the wolf not just uneasy, but downright scared. It felt like if it wasn't for a very set amount of coincidences and events, it would have never been able to feel the construct, nor resist it. And where would it be now? What would it be now? It didn't know. It just knew it would have to dig out a large portion of its upper skull completely, and shift it out of its body before replacing it. It was going to be such a chore, and likely dangerous too, so the wolf began mentally preparing itself for another half a day or so of sitting around in some nook and cranny somewhere with half its skull missing until it grew back. How joyous a broken bar! But the alternative was far worse. As its mind wandered, it started developing some kind of abstract theory that maybe the tunnels were just evil. Maybe it was making odd connections and nonsensical theories, but something about it just clicked. It explained a lot. Why were the rats completely insane and psychotic? Well, they lived in the tunnels, didn't they? The wolf had no doubts that if it lived its entire life with those strings winding around its thoughts, it could end up like them itself. Though not the same, but similar. It still had no explanation for most of their behaviors, like rushing at anything alive except each other. But maybe the tunnels treated different things differently? Another question. Why had that human gone insane and killed himself? He stayed too long in the tunnels, most likely. Why were those experienced, dangerous humans almost running through the tunnels in their search for the wolf? They likely felt the strings too, or at least knew about them. They were rushing to stay down there for as little time as possible. The more it thought, the more little strings and theories kept popping up. It remembered the human that had killed itself, covered in metal that in hindsight, looked more like it was consuming him. It remembered the deformed human that it had seen clinging to ceiling pipes shortly before it lost its own human. It remembered that envy it felt towards the malformed abominations, how it too wished to change, that odd broken bar panic, almost when it decided to add all these spikes and flamethrowers on its body. What about that golem made of steel it had fought, back when its human was still on its back? Was that really one of those constructs the humans created down by the burning rivers, but instead of being stone it was iron that they used? Or was that just a human who had been consumed by the metal? It started to feel like the tunnels were some kind of far broken bar alive, sentient thing, a corruptive presence. The more it thought about it, it was all centered around change, forming and deforming, without much cause nor reason. One human turned fleshy and elongated and strange, another was eaten by metal. How and why? It would also explain why the rodent's biology was so much better suited to something smaller. Why they kept getting more twisted and bizarre and bigger the deeper the wolf moved. Logically, their biology shouldn't even work. Many of them shouldn't even be alive. That clump of flesh and limbs could definitely not hunt nor feed itself. Did the tunnels sustain them? How? Mana? Why did the tunnels under the human dwellings want to twist and change things? Even the tunnels themselves at some point looked like they were being affected. The closer it got to the center, it remembered looping spirals and crushed hallways and vents merging into each other. How it had wondered, briefly, if its antennae were acting up, or if what it was feeling was actually real. And why did the symbol in its skull seem to be connected to the tunnels? It had never activated or done anything before then. The wolf had almost forgotten it even existed. It was like it was solely placed there to make it easier for the strings to infiltrate. Why hadn't it activated the last time it was in the tunnels then, with the human? Was it too far from the source of these broken bar presence? Or corruption? Or had it activated and the wolf just hadn't noticed? It did vaguely remember getting delirious and angrier over time back then, but it was so much milder and slower. Considering its circumstances back then, it was just natural. Additionally, most of the time it had spent in those tunnels after killing the roof tumor, it was going upwards. And who or what put that damn symbol there? The wolf knew it hadn't, and it knew Devourer definitely hadn't. Why had they put it there? Was it born in the tunnels and released outside? That didn't make sense. There was nothing like itself down there, not even close. Canines didn't exist in the sewer tunnels. Did the tunnels put the mana symbol there in its skull, to lure it deeper in the future somehow? But that also didn't make sense. It vividly remembered its first memory being one of itself waking up as a pup in a giant, broken box made of wood, somewhere around the burning rivers. It had dreams of sleeping in a pile of kin under yellow light, but those were dreams. It couldn't trust dreams to be memories rather than wistful constructs of its own mind, born out of desire for a pack. Not really. So it considered its first memory to be that box. In hindsight, why did it wake up in a broken box in the middle of nowhere, all alone? It had so many questions about everything. It was frustrating. So frustrating, and its head felt like it was slowly being filled with dry cotton, one word of it being added every time it spiraled back to the same question or formed a new one. After such a tiring day, such an overwhelming week, it just wanted to relax. So it just let its head hang limp and stared at the slowly approaching lights below, feeling oddly content and lazy, consciously emptying its mind for now. It could and would deal with all this later. It would find a little hole to do skull surgery on itself soon. It would ask the humans about the tunnels when it knew how to speak. When it had room and had well and fully escaped the reach of whatever group it was that seemed dead set on hunting it. Now, It just watched the pretty lights, letting the rope-like texture of the metal wire caress the underside of its chin like a mild massage. Gathering their belongings was, predictably, a short affair. Catherine had all her things in some dingy apartment somewhere, and Emriel herself, well, a broken bar. She only had that guard's outfit that she had grown a broken bar oddly attached to, and the little goblin she'd apparently, unknowingly, acquired. The panic about that particular bit could come later, when she would be forced to make a decision of what to do with the little thing. She felt along the cleaned jacket, made for a man 3 times her size, and felt a strange sense of importance hidden within a simple weave. This wasn't just a jacket to her, not really. This was the blanket she'd been swaddled in after her baptism of acid and blood. The sole comfort she had as she stumbled through empty hallways and felt her body slowly fail. A thick, oversized, padded jacket that was still warm, that made her feel like she was being hugged, back when she thought her friend was dead. It was also a reminder, both of what she'd done, and the version of herself she'd had to leave behind. She grabbed it by its nape, and lifted it, before shuffling her left arm into the jackets, then lifting the arm and so-far broken bar, awkwardly shuffling her shoulders into the jacket by shrugging and wriggling around. She examined herself with a small flare of mana. One sleeve hung down, empty. The other was oversized, but not too long. The jacket didn't even need the buttons to close. It was so big compared to her frame that it simply draped over her front like a blanket or a robe. It was a bit difficult to visualize how she might seem to another, but in her opinion a broken bar she looked oddly good in it. It gave off this sense so far broken bar lazy, uncaring authority, almost an imposing jacket that obviously belonged to a guard, that wasn't being worn properly nor fit on her. That thought, of how she looked, brought a bit of insecurity to the surface. Kat was sitting silently on the couch, lost in thought. Emriel felt a pang of embarrassment in her gut for what she was about to ask, a reminder that maybe she hadn't left as much of her old self behind as she would have liked. "You really shouldn't wear that," Catherine said before she could even open her mouth, and she turned slightly to face her. Why? This is the 3rd floor, right? Guards don't wander around here broken bar usually. She trailed off, her brows furrowing as she tilted her head. Why had there been guards in that waste disposal facility? Catherine opened her mouth, then closed it, squinted at empty air, a bit. "How long did you say you were in the sewers for?" Kat asked, and she felt an odd sense of foreboding. What had she missed? "I can't say with any accuracy, but it felt like months. Realistically, at least 1, maybe a bit less." She started, turning to face her friend fully, and felt her knees wobble from the motion, one of her knees suddenly just giving out without any warning, nor sign of actual strain. Catherine was out of her seat before her yelp had even finished, before her outstretched hand could even reach the couch, hands fisted onto the jacket, pulling her up and closer, straight. God damn it. She had to eat again. And not just a broken bar, these little snacks. She straightened with a sigh, and could feel the worried twist to Catherine's features as she used the jacket to hold her up, pull her straight. "I'm fine." "Are you sure, Kat? You're not princess carrying me through the streets?" Catherine's mouth clicked shut with a nod, and after making sure she was stable, stepped back. "Anyways, why did you ask?" "What did I miss?" The deep breath that Catherine took before exhaling it all out in an equally massive sigh, was all the warning she got before those 3 words left her mouth, and she froze in the middle of trying to straighten the jacket one-armed. A civil war. Her sightless glare crawled to meet Catherine's as her slack jaw jerkily closed. "Yeah, broken bar." "Explain." "It's a broken bar a lot of things. I don't know the whole of it, but Lady Anna does, and she likes to rant when she's upset." Long story short, there was an attack on a teleporting station near the Golden Road, by some adventurers group based on the 3rd floor. Second strongest, right after the Scions, and as far as the newspapers say, it was a very small gap. I think their team name was 762. The station a broken bar. Well, it burned down. The Highborn didn't take kindly to all this, flooded the dungeon with the guard to bring the place to heel, but it's only escalating. I'd expect a full war to begin soon. She remembered that station. Thus, That statement didn't make any sense. "What do you mean the station burned down?" "There's nothing flammable there," she uttered quietly. The jacket was starting to weigh on her weak frame. "I mean that it turned into a giant lake of molten metal and glass," Kat said, with an odd tone of having given up on thinking about how insane that was. Emriel tried to picture it. That building, so impossibly gargantuan, 2 floors of epic proportions that made any human that walked within them feel like an ant in a human's palace, enchanted from top to bottom almost, all turned to molten slag. It was genuinely too hard to even imagine that. The scope was too wide, the feat too ridiculous. "There's literally nothing left of it." There were some vivid descriptions in the papers about it. There was a broken bar vortex of almost white fire that could literally be seen from the royal palace across half the country in broad daylight, and by the time the Crimson Guard managed to smother it, the station was melted and vaporized along with 100 feet of the surrounding area being torched black. The latest death report was almost 2,500 dead, and counting. A lot of tradesmen, some minor nobles, adventurers too. Not just civilians. "People call the station's remains the brand now, because from above, that's what it looks like," Catherine finished, her tone with that tiny inflection that suggested she was explaining as much as she was reciting to her what she'd read. Wordlessly, she walked up to the couch Kat was leaning against, and did the same, arms limp by her side on its leathery back. The Crimson Guard. She remembered reading about them as a teenager, not by her own choice, but intently all the same. They were essentially demigods, by most people's standards. The best of the best that Kamara's royal family could afford, the ones who delved 2-3 levels down into the factory just to keep leveling. The ones who would get sent overseas in place of an actual army, to deal with whatever a petty kingdom decided to send ships over the Black Ocean to reach Kamara. They were never enough to hold the territory, but that wasn't their role. They were a walking team of weapons. Declare war on Kamara, the country with the most profitable, largest, and most brutal dungeon in the entire world, and you could expect these 6 to drop out of the sky, raise a couple of your port cities to the ground, annihilate your navy, then disappear again. Kamara hadn't been at war in over 90 years, and part of it was attributable to the Crimson Guard. Of course, the giant, dark ocean covered in unspeakable horrors and leviathans also contributed heavily to making Kamara unable to expand or be invaded by sea. The lightning cannons covering the mountains and walls made aerial assault impossible as well, at least by any large force. But the Crimson Guard were a big part of this untouchable nature of Kamara, at least from the outside. All of a sudden, she was rather glad she'd read up on the basics of military history. The added context was immensely helpful to help her frame these events in her head. To hear that even with the Crimson Guard at the scene, 2,000 people ended up dead, was difficult to even comprehend. They were a team built for war, but still, they had to have barriers, some kind of damage control capabilities, right? And what Kat had mentioned about a full-blown civil war erupting a broken bar. Kamara had a standing army, yes, but it was tiny in comparison to the actual population. How would this even work? Would they just conscript literal tides of mercenaries from overseas with the next metal shipment? Or would they just conscript from the various factions that inevitably would form from the kingdom trying to expand into the dungeon properly? Then, it might not be the kingdom versus the uppity undersiders, it would just be common man versus common man, fighting for who would hold their leash. Like slaves, like dogs. The whole situation was only just unraveling itself to her, and she already hated everything about it. She wanted nothing to do with this. So with a heavy heart, she sighed, and shrugged off the red jacket, which Catherine quickly noticed her struggling with and helped by tugging the sleeve off her hand. "Thanks," she muttered, and flexed her shoulder blades a little, leaning back. Catherine nodded, gathering the jacket and folding it on her lap, likely out of habit. A minute passed in silence, both of them lost in their thoughts. She was just trying not to think too much about the civil war. Eventually, Catherine tapped her forearm, and she focused back on the present. "Did you run into a Gillen, by any chance?" Catherine asked, and nodded her head towards the goblin girl, who was sitting cross-legged, holding the bundle made of her own shirt shut against her stomach. Emriel startled as she realized how Catherine knew that. Yeah, wait, is that what she's been holding on to this entire time? She asked, voice rising in hope. Catherine nodded. She groaned in pure, unadulterated relief, slumping slightly, feeling oddly reinvigorated. She pushed off the couch and quickly walked to the goblin, who watched her like a wary owl chick, eyes wide and body curling down like a wary animal trying to mold its body to the wall. She tried to crouch down, but with how weak her legs felt, she only just managed not to fall on her ass, fumbling down to sit cross-legged next to the goblin with jerky, clumsy movements. For a moment, they just stared at each other. Emriel found that the goblin was a broken bar. It was adorable. And something about that was so broken bar disconcerting on an emotional level. Her entire life, she'd been told goblins were thirsty broken bar horrid, malformed creatures with gigantic triangles for noses, beady red eyes, mismatched teeth and a permanent sneer of hatred. Subhuman wretches that were too lowly to ever enter their walls, neither as servants nor slaves nor pets. In the dungeon, she'd seen a decent amount of them, which clued her into the descriptions being rather exaggerated. But seeing something in crappy lighting through a crowd, usually from a fair distance away, was not nearly enough to realize how exaggerated. Her eyes were huge. Her hair was short and scruffy, not reaching past her shoulders, and her nose was like a little button. She almost wanted to press it. She couldn't see her eyes beyond feeling the surrounding eyelids and tension in her features, but she assumed they were not beady red holes of hatred. And her ears were not thirsty broken bar leathery, scrunched flaps or skin she'd been expecting. They felt more like Emriel's ears before she lost most of them, just upsized by 20 times, being longer than the goblin's head from chin to hair, and subtly moving with muscles hidden behind the ear's base. It was cute. She wanted to touch them. The goblin uncurled the shirt dress, hesitantly, and fished out the objects Emriel had been inwardly stressing about, and suppressing. A compass and a golem core. She sort of held them in her open palms together, making an odd, questioning croak. Emriel couldn't help but feel her lips twitch into a small smile. She sounded like a squeaky little frog. For a thoughtless moment, she moved her arms to take them, before remembering her right arm was no longer there and awkwardly abandoning the motion. She licked her lips. "Cat, could you grab and hold on to these?" she asked, and gestured to her stump as if to answer a question not yet spoken. Catherine simply nodded, and marched over like a soldier, making the goblin tense a little bit, before extending her hands to Catherine. Her friend shoved the things into her coat pockets with genuine care, as deep as they could go, and the goblin shifted, pulling up the stretched shirt until it was on her knees, which had the very unfortunate side effect of making Emriel momentarily feel her broken bar private bits with mana, and she froze, immediately halting the small pulses she'd been sending in her direction. God damn it, it was already awkward enough trying to regulate the mana pulses enough to not go through Catherine's clothes and accidentally feel her up. Now she felt like some disgusting creep. She dropped her face into her open palm, and groaned. Why is she not wearing any clothes besides the shirt? She miserably whined, and after a moment of silence, Catherine inhaled sharply, before clearing her throat awkwardly. Oh, we didn't a broken bar I mean. She didn't really grab enough attention for someone to notice. I didn't think about your broken bar skill. I'll go ask Lady Anna for some garments her size. The things I requested from her should be ready as well. Sorry, I'll be back. Catherine fumbled before fleeing, and Emriel couldn't help but snicker a little at how easily flustered her friend got by the insinuation. Then she remembered her previous request she hadn't gotten to ask, and jerked her head up. Wait, could you grab some bandages or a veil too? It's just a broken bar. She waited until Catherine turned around, and vaguely gestured at the disfigured mess that was her head. Catherine nodded, expression not shifting in the slightest from the mildly embarrassed purse of her lips, then turned away again and fled. With nothing else to do, she sent another pulse of mana, a small one, roughly where the goblin's head was, taking great care to direct and weaken it. It was staring at her, its head tilted, blinking lazily. She wanted to pet it. Wait, number her. The girl wasn't an animal. She was told they were like one, and it certainly didn't seem much more intelligent than a human child, but it felt wrong to call her an it. Thoughts freshly organized, she doubled back on the initial impulse. She wanted to pet her. She shuffled forward, a little bit, before slowly extending her hand towards her. The goblin's auto-far broken bar scrunched her shoulders up, eyes widening as she tried to curl her neck down to hide her head between her tiny shoulders, likely staring at Emriel's hand, judging by the angle of her head. The same hand that had turned a man's head into charred paste a mere foot or two away from her, back in the factory. With that thought in mind, Emriel was fully expecting the goblin to flee or just lean away in fear at least, but proving her previous bravery in both helping her initially and not fleeing when Emriel walked away, she just progressively tensed, but stayed put. Her fingers brushed against scruffy hair, and it was exactly what she was expecting. Greasy, dirty, and likely stiff with errant chemicals that had glued onto the strands and made them feel more like coarse hay. It oddly reminded her of the wolf's fur. She didn't feel much revulsion, truth be told. She'd licked blood and spider slime off her body. She was beyond such things by now. She didn't feel much beyond an odd sense of gratitude. Had this little thing not given her that health potion, wasted it according to the guard, could she have even been coherent enough to realize what she had to do? Would she have been able to even coordinate her body and mind enough to kill the guards? Was this yet another person or something close to one, that she owed her life to? She didn't know how she could fit the goblin into her makeshift little team, nor what she would do when she'd find her friend again. Hell, she didn't even know how she would go with him, if she could even keep up with him and help him or just be a burden. She wasn't even sure if he'd want her to come with him. And if she did go, what about Catherine? What about this nameless goblin that she was now apparently in charge of? Part of her, a guilty, whispering, feral part of her, wished to leave all this behind, completely and utterly, and stalk back into the bowels of this hell pit, as long as her friend was by her side. To leave civilization and connections behind, to kill her old self completely and utterly, disconnect. But she couldn't do that to Catherine. She couldn't do that to herself after all that struggle to find her again. When the time came, maybe she could work on some sort of compromise. A halfway, some way she could keep her pie and eat it too. Her fingers inched forward into the strands, an inch, two, and tension melted off the goblin's shoulders, lowering. Her palm came to cover her head, and she awkwardly brushed her fingers through the dirty locks, back, in a way she was unfamiliar with, a way she barely remembered Catherine doing to her, ages ago when she'd be at her lowest and needed someone to care. A sniffle made her pause, her brows rising in surprise, and she drew her hand back as she felt with phantom fingers, the shy crawl of tears moving down the goblin's cheeks. Before her fingertips could extract themselves fully, an odd garbled whimper left the goblin's lips, and small fingers clasped around her wrist for the second time since they first met, tugging her hand back. Confused, she just let the goblin drag her hand back onto her head, and then let it sit there for a moment, as she wondered what she was doing. The goblin poked her fingers, nuzzled her head into her hand, pushed against it, and Emriel experimentally moved her fingers, brushing through her hair. The goblin's hands retreated to sit on her lap, and she leaned her head up into Emriel's touch like some kind of needy puppy, sniffling again. Her expression slackened in understanding, and without needing more prompting, she continued her ministrations, pressing firmly down and through her hair. She could easily picture herself in the goblin's position, years ago, when her father had pet her head as a child. If she just removed some inhibition, if she added a dash of naivety, and removed the first few years of her life spent in happiness, she could very easily put her old self right where the goblin was, needy for a caring touch. God damn it, for fuck's sake. She didn't need more emotional connections. She really didn't want more. It was both a weakness waiting to be taken away, and a rope around her waist that held her back from letting go completely, going with her wolfen friend the moment she could. But the girl was just too adorable. She'd saved her life, and even held onto her belongings for what according to Catherine, must have been close to a week. Never letting go of the rumpled shirt, stalking around corners, holding onto her things for her until she asked to have them. She let out a sob sigh of frustrated resignation, giving herself over to the mercurial things known as feelings, and hung her head as she used her thumb to rub around the goblin's temple, before thumbing at the base of her ear when she moved her hand forward. The soft little sounds of contentment were not enough to mute the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps, and the moment the door opened, the goblin turned her face away, using one hand to rub at her eyes with a sniffle, but did not lean away from her touch. Catherine paused at the door, staring, the bags in her hand swaying from her abandoned momentum. Emriel wet her lips, before looking in her direction and shrugging helplessly. Catherine let out a soft, bemused ha sound. She took a moment to feel the odd contraption in her hands. Just big enough to fill up one of her hands, a sphere made up of 1,000 tiny metal segments. It was embedded into a big, heavy necklace that needed a thin steel chain to even stay on her neck, the frame rectangular enough to prevent it from rolling across her collarbones with every movement. It looked heavy and was even heavier than it looked. Okay, so Broken Bar just put mana into it. Catherine provided, rather unhelpfully, and after a moment of struggling to push energy through the circuit in her throat, she just decided to touch the frame with her hand and push mana into it. The necklace I activated. A world of black and white, crisp and sharp and moving, burst into existence within her mind, and she gasped, loud and sharp. It was odd. The point of view was centered on just under the base of her neck, and she couldn't exactly turn her head to shift her view, just the eye itself within its giant, heavy metal frame. Her hand slowly waved in front of the necklace, and she felt the shifting, moving parts of the necklace twist to move the lens's focus point to her fingers. Her throat constricted, something like a wide grin of joy forming on her face, a pressure building up in the base of her throat. She stumbled back, and collapsed into the couch, letting the eye observe the glittering light crystals of the chandelier above, colorless but wondrous. "I assume it works?" a soft voice asked from above and behind her, and a shuddering breath preceded by a nod was her reply. The eye flit upwards, and tears prickled at her eye sockets. Catherine looked almost exactly like she remembered. She felt a little hand poke her own, and she sniffled, feeling her cheeks start to cramp and strain from the unfamiliar tension of a grin. She lifted her hand and ran it through the goblin's soft silky hair as Catherine's lips curled into a barely the smile before turning away to continue packing. Whatever Catherine had done to the goblin's hair when she dragged her away for a bath, it felt like a soft cloud of silk now. Brushing it was extremely calming. Her pleased grumbles as she laid her upper body on the cushion, her knees on the floor, were also soothing. She felt energized. She felt ready, even if she wasn't sure what exactly it was that she was ready for, a mixture of having her sight back and being well fed doing wonders for her spirits. Catherine knew of a place where she could get a decent food supply out of without draining her, and their first sample had made her satisfied. Comparing it to the wolf's blood was like trying to compare the taste of cardboard to a chocolate cherry strawberry cake, so there was no point. There wouldn't ever be anything superior. As if a signal born from fate, summoned by her thoughts, she felt it again. That tug, that directional pull. Her friend was fighting something again. Already? A mere 10 seconds later, the sensation vanished again. She hoped that meant he'd just gotten into a fight with our broken bar rat, or something equally non-threatening. With any notion of calming down gone, she hissed out a sigh through her teeth, and turned to the goblin. She took her hand off, and poked her in the side of the head. A confused gibber came out of the goblin as it turned its face to look at her, and she pointed at its nose. "Your name is Scruffy now. Is that okay?" A moment of either confusion or contemplation, and the goblin nodded. She nodded back and got up to walk to where Catherine was organizing the giant bundle of clothes and her broken bar stuff, into something that could fit into a single large backpack. A single outfit was laid on the table to her left, separate from the rest, and she walked up to it, blasting the outfit with mana. It looked like a broken bar. Honestly, it looked like Catherine just decided to take her own pitch-black wardrobe, and replace the leather trench coat with a black cloak and hoodie. Long shirt, long pants, boots. Next to it was a wide, long, thin black scarf they'd used to cover her face until they could get their hands on a pair of masks of some sort. The next hour was a blur of silent preparations and packing and changing, during which the only notable thing that happened was Scruffy dragging a chair to the desk that Catherine was organizing on and learning how to fold clothes that were about as big as herself. She even looked like she was having fun. That was something nice the goblin could do. Beef era broken bar sort of servant. It was slow and hard, but it was a cute sight, and Catherine was more patient with Scruffy than before, so Emriel simply watched in silence, appreciating the fact that she could see black and white. But still, the grin seemed to be permanently etched onto her face. She couldn't wait to find him again. She couldn't wait to see him. She wondered if he'd be as horrific as his voice and species. Hopefully not. Meanwhile, Catherine gave Scruffy some of Lady Anna's old childhood clothes, which were broken bar high quality and criminally adorable and very unfitting with their own color scheme, but it was all they dared ask for, and Cat quickly shooed her away to dress up. A green-skinned goblin in a white silky skirt and kids' shoes with a vaguely brown button shirt was such an absurd sight that Catherine even started snickering to herself when Scruffy trotted back to them, pulling and glowering at the clothes that were likely so comfortable they were uncomfortable to her. Soon, they had nothing else left to do, and so, unescorted and without much ritual, they walked out of the side gate they'd been told to go, waved through by heavily armored guards, and walked out into the dungeon. Since when were the streets so damn loud? It wasn't even the sounds she'd been expecting, like a broken bar, actual violence, fighting, a civil war, or explosions or something like that. She'd never heard anything like this when walking through the third floor's streets. People were too downtrodden and depressed to do things like what she was hearing, at least not on such a scale. Even as she walked beside Catherine, the goblin pulling and tugging at her new clothes like they were something magical and strange as she jogged behind them, she could identify at least 3 different, very distant chants from different directions, echoing and melding together into this humbuzz of noise. There were posters on every main street wall. Bright paint was used to write slogans on a genuinely mind-boggling amount of walls and alleys, lifts and cantanks, walkway supports and storefronts. They couldn't go more than 5 minutes without seeing some catchy or cheesy phrase like "the higher they're born, the harder they'll fall" scrawled across any vaguely flat surface, including the floor. After an hour which left Emriel mentally and physically exhausted from the sudden overstimulation of both senses and thoughts, they took another lift down. To be able to see that sprawling vista of ominous wires and lights and fading bridges and walkways intersecting and haphazardly going through each other was so comforting. She could almost add color with her imagination. The commotion and general buzz of activity somehow kept getting more intense when they arrived at their destination. The station had so many people out and about that for a moment, she froze, feeling oddly disconnected, like a wrench within a pile of nails. Just something that didn't fit. It felt so odd to be around people again, so many of them. It felt odd to see even a passing glance directed her way. She felt strange. It felt wrong to be amongst a crowd. She adjusted the black bandage-like fabric that Cat had wrapped around her head, just to be sure nobody could see her face or really anything at all under her hood. Another note of insecurity rang as she realized her mangled fingers were on full display despite the long-sleeved shirt, and she stomped down the desire to grab a glove from somewhere just to hide them too, instead shoving the hand under the cloak. As they went down, further and further away from her furry friend, even if temporarily, she couldn't help but wince and grimace every time his existence would flare out into the back of her mind. A subtle thing that rarely lasted more than 10 to 30 seconds, repeating every 10 to 30 minutes. The surroundings got a lot more intense as they continued. Not hostile, but just a broken bar riled up, ready and energetic. Shouldn't it be the other way around? The higher up, the more intense it will be. Why was it like this? She tried to focus on shifting the eye necklace around, staring at the odd sight of metal barricades suspended sideways several feet off the floor in every major street by amateur pulley systems and chains welded onto random buildings everywhere, all facing outwards. The fact there were no irate shopkeepers or enforcers tearing the things down for defacing their businesses or cluttering the air and forcing the passing wires aside was even more odd. Someone was playing a broken bar very energetic jazz music through a loudspeaker, somewhere below, echoing up the vast edifices of weaving metal and glass, the distorted sound sounding oddly disturbing from up here, like someone scraping at a machine's coiling innards. The people were the biggest difference. They were loud, some smiled, some just talked, all things that people didn't really tend to do from her experience, not down here. Another couple lifts down, with her energy flagging and her body feeling like a sack of rocks, not at all helped by Scruffy holding onto her trench coat. More rough, vaguely melodic sounds gripped her attention. She turned the eye necklace to the side as they walked through a crowd in a vast overhang, seeing a big group of seeming strangers all huddled around a statue of some dungeon baron or another, while on a metal table right next to it, some guy with a guitar was giving a performance of a lifetime, nodding his head and swaying to his own beat. Even with the way the fighting lyrics were barely audible and the way the sound carried terribly through the commotion, she felt like his song and raspy smoker's voice was revitalizing her, filling her blood with adrenaline, scratching at her eardrums in a way that made her want to move. It had been so long since she'd last seen any kind of bard, or music-related per just a broken bar giving a performance outside. No shop, no barn or special occasion at a guild, no kind of payment she could see, just a broken bar, a guy with a guitar singing fight songs while the crowd cheered or tried to sing along, like some bizarre impromptu concert. Almost. Is there really a civil war going on at Broken Bar? She muttered in disbelief as they turned the corner, flitting into one of a dozen alleys on the outskirts of the marketplace. It's certainly a strange thing. I guess having something to unite over, a common purpose, or at least common disdain towards something, is making people a lot more energetic and communicative. At least that's Lady Anna's theory. I will never understand how a civil war made the third floor better, Catherine commented. And Emriel couldn't help but find that comment ceaselessly hilarious because it was true. How are people thieves a broken bar changed, I suppose. I haven't even seen someone shake a guy down for his money yet. Where are the gangs? What are they doing? She asked, and Catherine sighed. I don't think it really matters, Em. They're pretending to be turning a leaf, one with the people or some such drivel. But in truth they're just letting up on their usual activities a bit to raise morale further and steer people towards fighting the kingdom instead of inviting it in. As far as Lady Anna knows, it's not working the way they wanted it to. It's like people are seeing that life can be more than what it was, better without gangs or the kingdom involved, and the tension's gone three ways now. Someone came near them, and Catherine briefly paused as the man walked past them. The gangs are trying to play nice but keep a hold of their authority and are barely managing to do either. The people seem to be forming up with the Crow's Church and the Strugglers Manful as their chosen representatives, and it's gone from a possible two-way civil war to a four-way civil war, with a dozen small factions forming each side. In short, I don't really think it matters. It's an absurd, gigantic mess with millions involved. Lady Anna is following the developments closely and even she can barely make sense of it. Best to stay out of it as much as possible, I think. Catherine finished as they turned another corner, and a simple question ate away at her. But what if the kingdom wins? She asked quietly, and Catherine's shoulders drooped. I don't know. Whatever happens, I'm with you. Worst case scenario, we leave. There are worse places than this, but also much better ones. We could figure something out. Could they? Her mood dropped, but she said nothing more as they shouldered past a crowd cheering and hollering at a pair of men fist-fighting in a makeshift ring of pallets and wire fence, smack down into the middle of a wide commercial road under an arched bridge of steel, surrounded by shops like bakeries and tailors and blade sellers, lit by crystal lights. The shops were sending people out to try and sell stuff to the people making a mess outside, instead of trying to tell them to pack up and leave. The gang enforcers were nowhere to be seen. The scent of cigarette smoke, booze, fresh bread and sweets and oil, was a strangely addicting mix of smells, she noted, as the crowd thinned around them before cutting off. leaving them with a long road covered in people that weren't glaring at everyone in sight suspiciously or trying to disappear into the walls around them. She felt like she went into one dungeon and came out into another, a copy, one too improved over the original to make sense. She idly remembered reading about how in the days before magic became so widespread, before the system even existed, tens of thousands of years ago, a kingdom would cheer when a war began, and celebrations would commence, and thinking it the most absurd, nonsensical thing she'd ever heard in her life. Maybe back then, wars did not mean that two groups of a couple high-leveled people would glass half the respective cities of each other until both sides gave up. Maybe back then, wars were not held back due to the mutually assured destruction of having high-leveled pillars in their employ that could level a city within an hour, but some other factors like genuine diplomacy. It was still absurd to think about people cheering for a war, even back then. Now, she felt much the same, but she could at least see some kind of thought pattern that made things turn out like this. That sense of a common enemy, as Catherine, or Lady Anna, rather, had put it. Her roaming eye landed on a newspaper held up by what looked like a teenager, half-heartedly moving it around for people to see, while a stack of them rested on his other hand, while behind him, a barzy shop gave out hot beverages from an open counter. She would have glanced away had the first words she'd seen not been "awakened hound slaughters dozens, escaped experiment, demon, or highborn puppet." Printed out in gigantic black letters on the front, taking up almost half the page. She paused, causing a confused croak from Scruffy as she almost ran into her legs. "Wait," she said, and felt Catherine slow, turn around, and stop, before wordlessly following the necklace-eye's gaze. She should go up to the kid and buy it herself, but it felt like her body had turned into half-set cement. "Cat, could you a broken bar buy that?" "A copy?" she whispered, feeling some hissing, squirming, vile little thing in the back of her mind scratch at her pulse, taunting her with a far-stretched possibility. It was a coincidence, surely. Catherine quickly did as she asked, turning the newspaper around in her hands with a blank look, reading as she came back towards them. Emriel stood in place, silent and unmoving as a statue. When Catherine glanced up at her face, before flicking down to the metallic eye on her sternum, she knew Kat had already connected the dots of why she was so interested in this paper in particular, that concerned, knowing glint in her eyes as apparent as ever despite the lack of color. She took the newspaper with stiff fingers, and began to read. Last night, on the upper ends of the second floor, commotion broke out. It was an ordinary, standard day for the goers to have stationed the 2nd of March 1936. That was, until, according to people who have come to us with more information as well as folks interviewed on scene shortly after the incident, a giant black dog with glowing golden eyes crashed through an apartment building's window near the station, landed in a worksite, before charging straight through the metal gate and onto the outer edge of the platform. It immediately began running. Some reported it weaved between them. Some said they only caught a glimpse of it before being bowled over and thrown onto the floor. But almost all of them reported that a mysterious group of men were very vigorously hunting the creature. She felt her meager confidence crumbling already, caution and a fearful sense of determination settling in. Glowing golden eyes. She'd only caught a glimpse of them back at the staircase before the world collapsed out from under her, but that bit of description ruined any chance of this being a coincidence. It didn't even go outside for more than 2 weeks before something went horrendously wrong. Any plan she had of concealing its existence just evaporated, at least to those who mattered. If it was already being hunted by professionals, the Barons likely knew what was up, or maybe if she was lucky it would only be some independent group that was trying to catch a dog with glowing eyes for a quick buck and ended up in deeper shit than they thought. Optimism was nice, but often led to disappointment. She'd bet on the former. Someone knew. For a few hundred feet, this group hunted the creature, and it evaded them. That is, until a gigantic explosion of unknown origin bent the outer walkway, and unfortunately, that is as far as anyone we'd approached had seen. Most fled, the rest were herded away by men dressed in black. Normally, this would be the end of our story. A monster appears in the dungeon, it is caught, and its fate is decided by its captors then. As you can guess by the title adorning this very paper, such a happy conclusion did not come to pass. As the fight with the creature moved towards the center of the station, it would appear some lifts had been stalled or attempted to be halted, pointing to the suspicion that this was all either premeditated, or very, very well organized. Another massive explosion rocked the dungeon soon after, a fireball seen from all the way down Brightman's Alley. We do not know precisely what happened after, only the tragic ending. One of the lifts leaving the station seemed to have been burdened by the creature's presence, likely using the lift as an escape from its pursuers. All 31 passengers and a man presumed to be one of the hunters, arrived mutilated and torn to shreds beyond any hope of recognition. Her metallic eye moved up to the start of the paragraph. Down again. She read it 3, 4 times, before taking a deep, deep breath. Her throat felt dry. One of the people we've reached through much risk and expense, who was at the scene and wishes to remain anonymous, has described the monster. They have said its color to be darker than the most absolute, deepest black, a featureless, roiling void into reality, hazy as if covered by writhing fog, and mounted atop its back. 3 mangled heads dangled down from writhing tentacles that held onto them with black veins of nothingness. The darkness of its form dripped blood endlessly, but neither its steps nor its breaths made any sound whatsoever. And so, armed with all this loose, vaguely connected info, we are left to make our own conclusions, our own speculations. Was this another case of a madman losing his experiment and trying to reclaim it? Was this a real, genuine demon, as it appears? And does that mean the Church of the Six-Winged Dove will descend into the dungeon for its head? Or perhaps, the Highborn decided to let their monsters out to play within our home, hoping to kill our morale. She stopped reading, lowering the newspaper. The eye on her neck ran out of mana, and she didn't bother turning it back on, finding the darkness helpful in just a broken bar processing all that. 32. It was hard to visualize, to digest. Past a dozen faces, it started shifting, turning into a number rather than a group of people. She turned, feeling like a blocky machine glued onto stilts, wavering in place a little as the newspaper fell from limp fingers. She lifted her hand to touch the necklace, charging it. The fighting ring, the people within, without. She began to count them. By the time she'd reached 30, almost 2/3 of the people around her were a victim in her eyes. It was a lot easier to drink in and understand the impact of her friend's actions when she could see the people around her and imagine them turning into shredded piles of meat. Is it a broken bar? You know a broken bar? Catherine asked from behind, a steady, firm hand landing on her shoulder, keeping her stable in more ways than one. Emriel took a deep, deep breath that made her lungs burn, and nodded. She felt a broken bar stiff, from the fact that despite the guilt churning in her gut, despite the resigned sadness for the lives lost and the acceptance of what exactly her friend seemed to be fighting every time his presence would flare out into the back of her head, she still could not bring herself to even consider changing her answer. The line she'd drawn in her mind was carved into unyielding stone, and she could only wish her emotions would reflect that, in time. What do we do? Catherine asked, tightening the hand on her shoulder. Scruffy bent down to pick up the newspaper, and then hesitantly planted her knuckles on Emriel's leg in some strange gesture of solidarity. She felt unstable, and for once, it felt so nice to have people there to keep her upright. She took a deep breath. Nothing different, Cat. I knew it was going to kill people. I'm not sure I'll be able to even stop it. And I'm not sure I'd turn away, even if I couldn't. It's a broken bar. You don't have to be here, you know. You can still back out of this, she said, her voice oddly firm and quiet even to her own ears, despite feeling like a stone had settled into the base of her throat. Cat had said she couldn't and wouldn't ever hate her, but this was the first time that promise was brought to bear between them since it was made. The hand on her shoulder squeezed with a deep, tired inhale, laced with uncertainty. It's a broken bar. I'm disappointed, even if I'm not sure about what. And I can't say I understand whatever bond you have with it. Cat continued, and like a sentenced man accepting the strikes of the whip, she stood there, stiff, tanking the blows in silence, waiting for the final strike of the guillotine. But I already said I'm not leaving you. I've told you 3 times already. If you're sure we don't do anything different, then let's just go to the apartment and regroup, plan. You still have a lot to tell me, and we could use a date to process, think. So let's just keep going. Okay, Catherine said, squeezing her shoulder, and she nodded, the lens of the eye unfocusing, relief releasing her tongue, snipping away the invisible ropes keeping her glued in place. But it quickly faded, even as her legs stiffly turned, and began walking. Thank you, she mumbled, and Catherine's steps slowed, until she was walking by her right side, their pace matching. An arm tossed itself over her shoulders, rather awkwardly, as Catherine was half a head shorter than her. No need. Come on. Scruffy swapped her grip to hold onto Catherine's trench coat. The apartment, if it could even be called that, was placed in one of the most unwelcoming spots she'd ever seen, at least from first impressions. The visual of this squat, large metal dome, being entombed in place by the dreary towering skeletons of buildings once full of life, was very striking. Surrounded on all 4 sides, and with multiple fenced paths that led to it, she theorized that this could have been something like a central command point of some sorts, long ago. The uncomfortably tall factory complex around the structure smothered all light from outside, hiding it through monstrous containers, machines and pipeworks, all half-nestled within its concrete floors. Only bare hints of bleed-over light peeked through the blurry expanse above, most of it serving to make the fog along the top floors seem like it was softly glowing. Opposite the entrance to the dome was a thin alley they were currently walking through that led into the large complex. And behind them, across the street from the alley's entrance, an open tavern restaurant stood, well lit with warm light, the lower floor an open sprawl of activity, and the upper one a cozy, curving vista of glass and likely much higher prices. Baron Simeon's enforcers prowled about to make sure nobody started any trouble. The sheer contrast between these 2 environments, despite being mere feet apart, was a strange feeling. It was like she'd just walked into an alleyway and entered a different world, the clamor and chatting from behind them turning muted unnaturally quick, as if they were transitioning through limbo as the alley's walls retreated behind them. She took the opportunity to just gaze upon this bizarre, haunting scenery. The grandiosity of it, mixed with the cloying darkness not allowing her to see much more than vague shapes and impressions, the eerie silence broken only by distorted whispers of activity from some place that sounded incredibly distant but was a mere 100 feet away, the fog accenting corners and pillars and gears and dizzying stretches of exposed machinery grafted into stone and steel buildings, blurring and fading. It didn't even look real. It felt like she was gazing at the frozen memory of a dream. Nothing moved. Nothing talked. Just the grey impressions of dusty, hollow windows surrounding them like a cage of glass, stretching towards the white fog above, hinting at light they wouldn't be seeing anytime soon. Something moved out of the corner of her gaze, and the golem's eye whirred to the side so suddenly she worried she might accidentally break its inner mechanisms. A fleeting shadow. Maybe a trick of the eye? Whatever it was, she couldn't find it again. Even stiffer than before, she did naught but keep walking. She was sure someone lived in those ruins around them. She couldn't find a reason for them not to. Buying or renting a place was a luxury for many down here, no matter how small or pathetic. Finding an abandoned little spot to live in was a good idea, if one was willing to deal with the very real possibility of being suddenly murdered or worse, away from people and any notion of safety. The fact that behind each and every window, a desperate soul might be staring down at them, only made the place more uncomfortable to her. How the hell did Cat live in this place? The metal floor abruptly turned to a mix of cobble and concrete, uneven, seemingly ancient, slick with chemicals and half-melted moss. To the right, the faint roar of rushing liquid drew her attention, and she turned the eye to catch a peek of a geyser of superheated water spraying out of a gigantic pipe towards the sky, turning into warm fog before it could even properly pressurize back into water. That revealed where the absurd humidity was coming from. With the scarf in the way too, it felt like she was trying to inhale slime. Before she could consider whether or not she should adjust or remove the scarf, she felt the arm around her tighten, Catherine's steps slowing. A surge of mana revealed why, crawling all over a massive pair of curved metal doors as the eye on her sternum kept roaming the haunting, towering emptiness above. Catherine's arm swung off, and without much preamble, she stepped forward, opened an inconspicuous metal plate to the side, just 6 inches long, revealing a pad of buttons, unmarked. Practiced and likely by rote, Catherine tapped at the buttons in a pattern, and the doors hissed open. She stood there, staring at the pitch-black hallway of metal that apparently led to Kat's apartment. Catherine gently placed the metal plate over the button pad, hiding it once more, then stepped into the hallway, absent-mindedly stretching her hand to press another button without looking, with familiarity that was oddly effective in settling Emriel's unease. Kat knew this place well. Undue surprises were unlikely. Weak sputtering light bulbs lit up the hallway, hanging from the ceiling on exposed wires, and she mutely followed, Scruffy nervously sticking to her side. She curiously split her attention between sight and feel as they moved through the hallway, surprisingly cramped and short considering the dome's size. It was full of locked metal doors of surprising variety, some double doors with faded glass windows, some single, some made of heavy, enchanted metal, and the weirdest one being a door that had a massive glass wall to its left. She couldn't see what was behind it, as the entire glass was covered up from the inside with glued paper and random trash, smeared paint and dried sludge. She could only assume someone lived in there and didn't want people peeking at him. Up a flight of stairs that rattled in place, cutting the dome in half, and they were on the upper floor, in the middle of a cross-shaped hallway that cut the upper floor in 4 equal parts. Catherine turned to a door on the left, walked up to it, and repeated the same process of digging out a number pad and inputting a password to open the door before putting the plate back and reaching in to open the light. Then Kat turned towards her, and awkwardly extended a hand into the room in invitation. She hesitantly walked in, pulsing mana and letting the glimmer or perhaps her eye, now, room. It was rather nice, surprisingly, and much smaller than she'd expected. It was shaped like the top left quadrant of a circle cut in 4 equal parts, the left's wall flush with the door once opened. In the middle of the large, curving wall opposite the entrance was a small skylight of curved glass, though the view was rather dreadful. It hung over a giant metal storage cabinet with a mattress thrown atop it, and to the right wall was a single heating cell with a metal heating plate on top. A couple cooking implements hung across the wall on hooks and the like around it, while above and below it rested more metal cabinets. In the left corner was a small open shower with a small depression in the floor and series of small grates for the water, with a single curving curtain to hide the outside world, and just next to it was a singly broken bar nightstand, of sorts. It was obviously some kind of storage closet of some sorts, before whoever owned this building turned it into a small but functional room. Her eyes landed on a pristine-looking necklace sitting on a metal nightstand, and she paused as she observed it, surprised to see something like that amongst Catherine's near non-existent belongings. It was a rather intricate little piece of silver, not much bigger than a coin, and from its surface jutted out the portrait of a youthful smiling woman with pointed ears. Was that a broken bar? Catherine and Scruffy's steps followed her in, and before she could think of a way to ask, the door had closed. Catherine took 3 steps before noticing her gaze, and pausing mid-stride. I got that from an old man in the corner of a square. Did portraits on silver pieces with some tiny tools. A silver for 2. He said. Yeah, broken bar didn't know if I'd ever see you again, so I asked him to sculpt you. Just as a broken bar, a sentimental reminder, I suppose. Haven't gotten to wear it much. People will do a lot of stupid, rash things if you look like you can afford to be carrying jewelry around. Her lips curled into an exhausted smile. That's a broken bar really sweet, she murmured, and felt Catherine relax a little behind her, before snapping her gaze to Scruffy, who was poking around the heating box. After working in a processing facility, the goblin probably knew a couple things about machinery. Still, Catherine didn't seem to appreciate its clumsy poking, and quickly dragged her away by the scruff of her shirt to deposit her at the foot of the makeshift bed. With 3 people in a vaguely triangular room that couldn't have been bigger than 12 feet across in any direction, With a low ceiling and cluttered with sparse furnishings, they barely had room to walk around each other. Catherine seemed to realize this too when she turned around and almost stumbled into her shoulder before peering around her feet to see where she could move without stomping on anyone's toes. Em herself just kept looking at the necklace. It was nice to think that someone had been thinking about her even back then, even if only occasionally. Catherine cleared her throat as Scruffy stuffed herself into the corner next to the heating box, trying to find a comfortable way to sit in a skirt. "You get the bed, Scruffy gets a large pillow I have, and I'll sleep on the floor if you want," she snorted, amused and nostalgic both, her shoulders shaking a little as tension fled from her frame. "No, we'll sleep in the same bed. We can fit." Buta Broken Bar. "Remember when we did that back at the manor, back when that royal event was happening and my parents were gone, and we overslept, so Amelia came in because she thought you were out of bed, and then spent the next day panicking cause she thought I'd bedded you. By the time I caught her and asked her to keep quiet, she thought we were having some affair of sorts, and was wondering how to cover for us." "She was a good girl," Catherine murmured, a wide, amused smile on her face, a reminiscing look in her eyes. "I didn't know her name was Amelia," she simply replied, and went to sit on the bed, letting her thoughts focus on something nicer and less complicated than her current predicament. "I think you just forgot. Anyways, let's go to bed. We plan tomorrow." She hesitated for a moment before nodding, and beginning to shrug off the jacket. The scarf around her head remained. The hands of a non-existent clock spun until the metal wore away, hours spent thinking, jumping from one spiraling pit to another, until she had some vague notion of cohesion left in the tangled yarn that was her mind. And finally, sleep came. Hours later, she dreamt of herself, wearing blood-slick fur, surrounded by the horror-filled screams of dying men and women. Tomorrow began with an odd experience, waking up in a bed, relatively comfortable and warm, to the scent of food. It was nice, domestic, unusual. They all sat on the bed side by side with mushroom paste bread slices Catherine had bought for them, a taste like bread mixed with mushroom sauce, strong and savory. She liked it. Even if she could only lick the small slice she had for the flavor, unable to actually eat it, it was still nice. Her actual meal came in the form of a thick paper bag, tightly sealed and full of blood, sitting on a heating unit with a small preservation charm on it. Catherine didn't tell her how much it cost, but she could guess it cost far more than anything her companions needed combined. The guilt of that was another drop added to the lake. After opening the bag and carefully gulping down the whole thing to not spill any on the floor, she felt ready to face the world, or its diseased underbelly, at the very least. "So, what do we do?" "If you have a plan, I'd like to know." Catherine asked the vital question, and Demreel set the paper bag, now empty, down by her feet. She cleared her throat, feeling well for the first time in a while. "I've been thinking about this for our broken bar while. It's why I slept so late last night. First, we do that errand I mentioned. It's on our way upwards anyways. It'll put some padding to our pockets too, if that man is to be believed. If, from what you told me, he did not sound reliable nor trustworthy." She nodded. "Still, nothing to lose from doing that. We do that, then we find it. That's where things get a little messy. For starters, he's already being hunted. He's already somewhat known. The newspaper was a local one, and it releases daily drivel. I recognize it. That means it was only a front-page story for a day or two, with some luck. 30 people dying can't be that big of a story with a literal war slowly breaking out, not for long. Also, this is the 3rd floor. Not that many people can read down here. Maybe something like 1 in 3? So Broken Bar people might have heard or read about him, but I doubt it's made him infamous. He's not like what is described at all either, so it's not like anyone will recognize him on sight. Regardless of Broken Bar, the general plan of action is to go do that errand, find him, figure out some way to properly communicate, likely while tagging along with him. Then I could explain things to him, teach him who to hurt, to not have the entire dungeon screaming for his head. There's a difference between killing 30 innocents in a lift and killing 30 gangster scumbags spread out over half a floor. Another thing I want to do is finish this vampiric trait. I want to turn," she said, and briefly paused to check Catherine's reaction. She looked a little cautious, in a way, but interested. Not disapproving. So far, good. I'm not sure turning into a vampire is a good idea, or even possible, but if you're sure, Catherine mumbled, almost to herself. 1,000-yard stare focus on the closed door. Then Catherine's expression shifted into incredulity, and she turned to her with wide eyes. Wait, teach it him how to speak. How? Catherine asked, obviously disbelieving. She grimaced. She hadn't had time to mention that in much detail. He can do it already. I told you it's a smart beast. I wasn't kidding. It kept trying to get me to talk so it could mimic me. I think it was trying to learn how to speak, she said, idly flicking the eye on and off, trying to get used to the sudden snap of stimuli that happened each time she did so. You do realize how that sounds incredibly disturbing, right? Catherine asked. Just wait until you hear its voice. Here broken bar, she mumbled back with a shudder, before deciding to get back on topic. Okay, after I teach him who to hunt without getting half the country on his tail. A broken bar, well, I don't know. That's quite far in the future already. A more immediate problem will be money. You need actual gear. I need spells. The reason is rather obvious. If you had any notion of having a peaceful life, I'd suggest you either throw it away, or leave before you're too deep and have that choice made for you, she said, and felt Catherine's features twist into an annoyed frown. Yes, she'd said it like 3 times. She knew that. But she wanted to make sure Catherine knew what she was getting into. Emriel had accepted that she'd leave any notion of a normal life behind by doing this. Maybe Catherine hadn't quite realized that yet. I'm not leaving, Catherine coldly said, and she nodded. Okay, thank you, she mumbled, and extended her hand to the left to give Catherine's hand a brief, grateful squeeze. So broken bar money. I'm not sure how we're going to get a whole lot of that. We might need to buy certain things for him too, she vaguely said, wondering if it would be better to raid auction and trade houses for exotic, dangerous animals, or just outright buy them. After all, there were only so many things in the dungeon it could steal body parts and organs from. It would hit a wall eventually, a wall she could help him overcome. Conversely, that same ability of his might be able to make them all the money they could possibly need. She could convince him to grow a bunch of rare, excessively overpriced organs that belong to exotic animals and make a gigantic fortune from slicing them off him and selling them. But she couldn't exactly say that to Kat. That'd give away the broken bar big secret. She would, eventually, have to tell her. But just a broken bar? Not yet. Not before Catherine had seen him. Seen that he wasn't what his species or the stupid newspaper said he was. Or maybe that he was, but that it wasn't all he was. That plan seems deceptively simple, Catherine summarized, and she could only shrug in reply, because it was. If we get too caught up in the details, we'll never get anything done. So, yeah, we need money and connections. I have some ideas for the first bit, some good, some not that great. The latter is unlikely, she admitted. Money and connections formed the best and biggest shield one could have. She knew that, she'd seen that, she'd been behind that shield. And while the second part was highly unlikely, the first was not as unobtainable. Do you have any ideas for making a few crowns? She asked, going through possibilities in her head. Catherine hummed. Some, but I doubt they'd make nearly enough. Nor be the kind of work you're thinking of? I worked in a club for a bit, for example. The pay was a broken bar enough to eat, so that's likely not going to cut it. What did you have in mind? She sighed, putting her elbow on her knee and supporting her head with her palm. The first idea I had was one you're not going to like. I could make a new adventurer team. The guild doesn't share information, and furthermore, any beastly pets or companions do not have to be registered, meaning that if I could convince him, and with some luck, we could almost have a legitimate career as an adventurer team. You, me, him and Scruffy, just taking up some jobs while we do whatever we decide to do on the side. Nothing too attention-grabbing or dangerous, and we'll keep a low profile. Alternatively, we could make a team in the Mercenaries Guild, but it's all rather a broken bar risky. I don't know if we want to get involved in that crowd. The Mercenary Guild was essentially a third arm of the Dungeon Barons, as far as I know. I doubt that's changed. We could also just loot whoever he decides to eat, which would be decent a broken bar pocket money. She mumbled out the last part, feeling a vague sense of moral alarm at how her words sounded. She cleared her throat, and turned to Catherine, who looked contemplative for a few silent moments, the hum of the vent fan and Scruffy's shuffling being the only sounds in the room. Catherine nodded. That sounds acceptable. Makes sense. We do have some money though. I kept the vast majority of the crowns you gave me back then. It's in the central bank on the second floor. So we could buy another spell with that, and buy some half-decent armor for us both. She thought about it, and bit what remained of her lip. Are you sure you don't want to keep it? Is what she wanted to ask, but she already knew what Catherine would say. Okay, let's go, she said instead, and reached for the hooded cloak on the nightstand, her eyes briefly lingering on the necklace. Catherine nodded, and grabbed the backpack she had prepared, stuffed full of medical supplies, some money, and clothes. Mostly clothes. The Great Tower was the central piece of transportation for the entire dungeon. If one unfocused their eyes, it was a gigantic cylinder with a clock as its crown at the first floor, a mega structure 1,000 feet across and several dozen times as tall, further than anyone could see up or down. If one focused, they'd see a dizzying network of moving parts within and without, framed by a great shell of stations and pulley systems. The outer rim was covered in square metal cages, thousands of them, arrayed in tight formations, stopping wherever the platforms around it allowed, to pick up individuals and small cargo like simple luggage. The inner ring was a latticework of countless metal beams framing moving platforms, for larger cargo-like supplies, or simply large crowds. The center ring of platforms was the biggest and hardest to get access to, used for moving gigantic shipments of steel, stone, and machinery, right in the center of the tower. Even now, all around them, she could see small bridges of metal extend from the metal plates around the great tower, inching towards it, locking to platforms, lifts and cages, before attracting with well-oiled mechanisms once they were clear. It was just as jaw-dropping and terrifying to behold now, as it was the first time. A touch on her elbow startled her, and she spewed mana around herself by reflex with an involuntary jerk, only to relax when she realized it was just Cat holding their tickets, gesturing towards their lift. As they moved forward, she lingered on the ticket that Cat shoved into her hand, crumpling it a little as she reached up to tuck her hood down. It was so fucking loud. There were so many people here. It made her intensely uncomfortable. She shoved the ticket into her pants pocket. 20 coppers per person, 10 for pets and animals smaller than a person. 1 silver for them in total, because Scruffy was considered more of a pet than a person, at least generally, a week's worth of labor for a factory worker, if she remembered right. A long trip with the lifts was expensive, but it was worth it. Hopefully, she couldn't help but feel some frustration at paying for what was once built to be a public commodity. The kingdom had built the tower without expectation of pay. But of course, gangs existed, so like the leeches they were, they grabbed on and refused to let go. The cage, or lift, stayed open for another 10 minutes after they had settled into their corner. Some people came in after them, a small group. They gazed at her in particular with an air of caution that made her stiffen, tensing. Not even 1/5 full, the lights above the lift's doors began flashing in warning. A minute later, they closed, and she let the eye on her neck gaze out into the passing world from beneath the murk of her cloak, drawing comfort from Catherine's hand occasionally grasping the wrist, as if she could feel her tense discomfort but couldn't quite help her with it beyond a bit of token affection. She still appreciated it. She whispered the instructions to herself occasionally, mildly paranoid she would forget them, and before long, they were in front of the church in question, legs aching and chest tight. She had been expecting a little chapel, maybe a place of prayer. This was more of a cathedral, a Gothic structure made of metal, painted pitch black in anti-corrosive paint, nary a single nail nor welding mark upon its complex surface. Towering within its shadowed crypt of buildings, its black, aggressive spires just mere feet below walkways and weaves of wire. For such a majestic building to be nestled within such tight confines was a strange thing to see. This looked like something that should be towering over a square, a marketplace flanking it on either side. Despite the tight alleys around it however, There were still people here. Outside the gates were two men wearing feathered cloaks, standing at ease on their posts beside the massive double doors, the crow-shaped masks upon their faces leering eerily at passers-by, the giant round goggles glinting in the sparse light. Or maybe it was her imagination. As they walked forward, she caught glimpses of more feather-headed men patrolling around the building and alleys, likely to ease the worries of the worshippers, or simply to declare their presence. As they neared, she noted what kind of people would attend a gathering of the Six-Eyed Crow's church. It was rather surprising to see that it was mostly groups. Few people walked alone in the dungeon if they could afford not to, of course. But it was such an unbroken bar ordinary sight, to see a family going to a church, no matter how weary their eyes as they passed them. Or a young girl flanked by two tall, hard-eyed men that resembled her, likely her brothers. Something normal outside, but scarce below. This was a place where a sense of community existed, at least enough for people to trust bringing their relatives. She could have sworn she heard cawing as they neared, and her brows furrowed a little. They walked up the steps, and just as they were about to pass, a guard extended a gloved, armored hand to indicate they should stop. His beady-eyed mask trained right on her. Of course, the doors were far too wide to be blocked by one man's arm, but it was the spirit of the gesture. They both paused, but she stayed calm. The man didn't seem aggressive, even his gesture was rather slow, almost reluctant. "Greetings, Brother Forgotten. I'm afraid that Gillam parts are rather frowned upon within these halls. The taint of the dungeon has no place within a holy place. Can you remove it?" She opened her mouth, closed it, licked her lips. Should she be offended he thought she was a man? "She is blind. It is the only way she has to see." Catherine spoke out for her, and both guards eyed her own eye with a sense of hesitant or broken bar stiffness. Disgust or wariness, she couldn't tell from under their layers. "All right, but do use it as little as possible. Have your friend assist you if you must. We have no reason to give its eyes more than they already see." The guard finished, his voice thrice muffled by his mask, giving it a rather intimidating, distorted trill, and with that cryptic wording, he lowered his hand and nodded to them. She shut off the eye for a bit as they climbed up the stairs just to appease them, sending out small pulses of mana, just enough for her to feel vague shapes within a 6-foot radius. It was enough to not embarrass herself. Then they were inside, and Catherine gasped, her steps pausing beside her. She flicked the eye open, and her brows raised high, her jaws slackening. Broken bar. They sat in the middle of a long, 20-foot wide walkway that separated the pews on either side. The floor looked oddly twisted, glittering like an expanse of glass shards melted back together. Maybe it was, she couldn't tell. Above them, a solid 100 feet tall, stood the half-cylindrical ceiling, supported by spiraling metal pillars twisting like metallic ropes, 4 feet wide each, pierced through by jagged metal spears, dozens of them for each pillar, uneven and seemingly randomly placed. Their spear tips were capped with powerful light crystals, lighting up the whole church. And upon every spear sat a murder of crows, cawing and croaking and preening, swooping down to observe the worshippers, some of them even landing on people's heads and shoulders, pecking at their hair or hats. The half-cylindrical ceiling ended at a dome, highlighting the altar at the forefront of the church and the massive church organ that loomed over it. She could see various spots where the ceiling just opened up to the dungeon above whenever a crow would get near it, an automatic enchantment that baffled her. From the center of the dome extended a massive chain that held a chandelier, except instead of crystals, from its chains hung 2 semicircles of gleaming silver bowls, where hundreds and hundreds of crows sat and ate. 2 diligent servants scooping up any falling feed or feathers that drifted down to the altar. Her gaze wandered back up to the pillars. From some spears hung strange dream catchers, woven spider webs of rope and glittering glass, while from some others hung nets full of gleaming silver coins, shiny bottle caps, burnished bronze, small skulls, fragments of broken mirrors. On either side of the altar, just before the pews, were 2 long tables, where she could see people go up to and offer up whatever they wished to part with. There were not many people in the church right now, little less than a dozen, spread out healthily over the massive cathedral. But she could see some of them up front. She saw a man go to said tables and give the broken bottom of a bottle, a girl a few copper coins, another giving a furry coat. The only thing that was rejected by one of the altar servants was from a man who tried to give a bag of something to the table and was turned away with it held in his hands. The lights from the spears and the chandelier covered in feeding bowls glittered off the floor, the metal surfaces, the black painted pews, the dream catchers, giving off a bizarre effect like the fragmented insides of the colorless kaleidoscope, or light reflecting into a flat surface through shifting water. It was nowhere near strong enough to be blinding, but the inside was bright, brighter than she was used to or was expecting from the half-lit windows of the cathedral. "What on earth goes a broken bar?" Catherine mumbled, taking a hesitant step forward, and Emeril let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "This is incredible," she murmured, and then startled when a black form rushed down from above to noisily flap above her head, and land on Catherine's, who jerked and hunched her shoulders in surprise, a half-aborted motion leaving her hands half-raised as she tried to look up at the broken bar. No, that wasn't a crow, that was a raven. It was way too big to be a crow. It croaked oddly as it shifted on Catherine's head, trying to find its balance, wings spread out in case it fell. She just turned her torso towards the spectacle to stare. Catherine's hands lowered, giving her a wide-eyed look that screamed help me, which she ignored because what was she supposed to do? Shoo away the holy bird that had chosen Catherine as its perch? That would likely get them kicked out. Just leave it, she suggested with a small shrug. Then the bird cawed, a very, very strange caw mixing with a trill. Catherine didn't seem to notice anything wrong with it, but she did. She was the one who had to mentally translate unintelligible animal noises into words enough times to be able to connect the cultural sound into something that sounded like hey hello. Still, she wasn't sure if she'd heard right. It felt like she was just hearing something and giving it meaning in translation. "What?" she asked, somewhat dumbly, and the raven turned to her. It let out the same noise, slightly altered, a croaking trill this time, and it was unmistakable. It was literally saying hello, quite cheerily as well, if she could ascribe human aspects to its behavior. Catherine's brows furrowed as her eyes moved up to the raven, then down to her and back, mouth open in confusion. "Are you intelligent?" she asked, bluntly, and she got her answer when the bird's eyes seemed to sharpen even further, its gaze shifting down to stare very pointedly at her broken bar hips. "No, her pockets, where the Gillam core and compass were." She sucked a breath through her teeth, suddenly nervous. What the fuck was this place? The raven jerked its head towards the altar, and she turned to see a man emerge from behind the metal statue of shifting fabric and feathers, the only one she'd seen with their face uncovered. Then he began walking towards them. Thankfully, the walkway was long, so she had time to glance back at the bird, curious and disturbed. Unfortunately, whatever hint of higher intelligence she'd seen in its eyes seemed to have left. It just kept repeating a hello over and over again, pecking at Catherine's hair occasionally as her friend stiffly stood there, unsure of what to do or if she was even supposed to move. It took 2 minutes for the old man to reach them, a kind-faced, gray-haired individual with a mild smile on his face, feathered cloak swaying with his steps. "Greetings, sisters forgotten. I saw you sitting here, lost. Is there something that troubles you? Any troubling dreams, any odd objects you'd like to part with?" he asked, and she realized what he was doing. Still, shouldn't they at least get some privacy? This felt a bit strange to just her broken bar do in the open. She nodded. "Yes." "Are you the bishop of this church?" she asked with confidence she wasn't quite feeling, and the man's smile widened as he nodded. She squared her shoulders. "There are some things that trouble me a broken bar, father, and some things I'd like off my hands." She started haltingly, unsure of church speak. She had seen the Dove Church's naming conventions. Did the Crow's Church use the same? Judging by his demeanor, she didn't offend. "I saw a broken bar dream. I saw a ghoul on a conveyor belt, and it turned around to smile at me," she said, and the man's brows straightened, his smile shifting a little. "I see. What would you like to be rid of?" he asked, quietly, and she briefly glanced around them. Strangely, nobody seemed to be paying attention to them. But she couldn't feel any magic around. Coincidence? Hopefully. "I'd like to part with these, if you understand," she added, and with stretching fingers, managed to squeeze both the Gillam core and the compass into her hand without dropping either as she presented them, blindly hoping that she wasn't about to give away something as precious as an untouched Gillam core. That thing was usually worth at least 50 silvers, half of a gold coin, enough to buy a half-decent, detachable prosthetic. The bishop's eyes glanced around, the motion so quick and violent that it was disturbing considering how still the rest of him looked, smile included. His hands came up from beneath his cloak, and gingerly took the offerings, a crystal-looking ball covered in runic scratches, and the plain-looking compass. With sleight of hand she wasn't expecting, a single ring was dumped onto her hand, more felt than seen, as if just materializing above her palm. "Compensation," he clearly whispered without his lips moving whatsoever, and she could only wonder how he did that. Her attention turned to the jewel for a moment, a rather plain thing with a simple crystal at its top and silver body. A faint sensation registered a moment later, the prickly feel of mana compressed into the silver touching her hand. She stiffened in surprise, her fingers slamming shut around it. An enchanted ring for a Gillam's core? That was a broken bar, a good deal. An amazing deal, even, depending on what exactly the ring did. As inconspicuously as she could, she snuck the ring into her left pocket. "Is there perhaps some wish you might make of the crow, in light of your generous donation?" he asked as he openly cradled her donation, and it took her a moment to realize what he was asking. The man in the sewer mentioned a minor favor, and she was going to cash in. "I'd wish a broken bar very fervently, that the crow might let me meet a vampire who could turn me. I've already your broken bar set on the path, so to speak." She breathed out, just loud enough for him to hear. He simply nodded, not a twit of surprise on his face. "We shall ask," he whispered again through closed lips, and they all stood there awkwardly for a moment, unsure of if there was more to say. The man extended his arm to the raven on Catherine's head and the bird took the offer, hopping off to perch on his wrist. "Farewell, sisters forgotten. Come back whenever, should you wish to know more about the crow, or perhaps simply to bring the little one to play with the other little troublemakers. And remember a broken bar should you find an unwanted soul, a scavenger, or something cursed and spurned by fate. Do direct them to us. The crow protects the unwanted," he said, glancing at Scruffy with a slight smile, whose eyes widened, half hidden behind Cat's leg. She was surprised by his demeanor towards Scruffy. Most public establishments, and even some places of worship as far as she knew, didn't even allow goblins in them. Or maybe that was just the dove. The odd duo simply walked away, the raven mindlessly cawing its greetings to the bishop as he laughed heartily and stroked its head. She turned her torso to face Catherine, and noticed her blank, empty stare, tainted with a hint of confusion. She swallowed. "Well, that was a broken bar a lot faster and less troublesome than I thought it would be," she said, and her words seemed to shake Cat back into awareness. They didn't really have anything to say, so they just turned and walked away, out of the cathedral, back out into the open square. That whole place was really creepy. It screamed witchcraft enough to make my skin crawl. "What did he give you?" Catherine whispered as they wove through the thinning crowds. "I'm not sure. It's an enchanted ring, but I can't really test what it does out in public. I'll wait until we find some place to sleep." Catherine nodded, straightening the backpack on her back. The inn they found after several hours of walking was about as low in quality as it was in its pricing, but it wasn't like they needed luxury. Just one night to sleep and keep going. Still, if Kat's apartment was the size of a storage room, this room was the size of a bathroom. They barely fit. She didn't quite sit on the bed as much as she fell on it, her weak knees crumpling the second a hint of tension bled out of her. She groaned in pleasure as her protesting muscles finally got to rest, feeling Catherine lethargically shrug the backpack off and flex her shoulders and back with a worryingly loud series of cracks. As her body rested, her mind began to pick up the slack. Most importantly, whatever the hell we shall ask meant. She hadn't thought to ask at the time, But what the fuck did that even mean? Was she supposed to come back every once in a while and ask how the search was going? Or would they find her first? Both options weren't great, but the latter was both disquieting and downright creepy. She'd go back there in a week or two and ask. It seemed reasonable, even if it made her oddly embarrassed. Sorry for using you as a pack mule, by the way. One side turn, I'm carrying everything for a month, she grumbled, rubbing her burning thigh with her hand in the hopes it would relieve the incoming soreness. It's a good workout, Catherine replied, lightly shrugging, then fell onto the bed beside her, half twisting so that she'd land with her head on the pillow diagonally, legs hanging off the side. As the mattress's springs creaked and groaned from their combined weight, she fished the ring out of her pocket, and paused. Hey, could you a broken bar? She trailed off, holding the ring up, and Kat raised her head to look at it for a moment before nodding, groaning as she raised her torso. After grabbing the ring and hilting it onto her middle finger, Kat collapsed back into the bed. She sent a slight prod of mana into her finger, and felt a small bundle of objects form in her mind. She gasped so sharp and fast that she almost choked, jerking upright to gape at the ring. What's wrong? Catherine spoke hurriedly, and her jaw clicked shut. Dimensional ring. She breathed out, in complete disbelief. Catherine went silent for a moment, before hissing what? And scooting closer. It's a dimensional storage ring. She breathed out, dazed. This was worth what? 10 gold coins? This wasn't a fair deal. They basically robbed that man. Did he give us the wrong ring? Catherine asked, brows high, and she briefly considered that possibility. She focused on the items inside, and paused. A bloodied knife, on a broken bar in a tiny jar, and a folded piece of paper. She focused on the paper alone, and it came to the forefront of her mind, a three-dimensional object she could move around and position. She turned it, mentally placed it so it would drop onto her open palm, and yanked it out. With a tiny puff of displaced air, a blood-speckled paper dropped into her hand. She shook it open, and just like she thought, it was a letter, a dreadfully short and concise one. I caught a mouse sniffing around. It didn't say much, but the clean air in its lungs and the state of its fur said enough. A nest grown fat is looking for the fledgling leech. It wants its blood back. What is this gibberish? Catherine scoffed. It's not gibberish. Give me a second, she murmured, scowling at the letter. She ran the words over and over again in her head for a solid minute, until she realized what it meant. A deep breath rushed into her lungs, before leaving them, her shoulders drooping. Fuck, she hissed, dropping the letter to bury her face in her hand. I think Kurthiele's looking for me. Your mother a broken bar? Why now? How did you reach that conclusion? Catherine carefully asked, picking the letter up off the floor and reading it with a confused frown. It's not exactly complicated. Mice sniffing around, like an assassin or a kidnapper, sneaking around, trying to find something. Someone caught him, likely tortured him. It says the clean air in its lungs and the state of its fur said enough. That means this was someone from outside the dungeon, well-clothed, or at least well-equipped. A nest grown fat could also mean a rich nest, or rather, a wealthy family, if you think in terms of rodents who don't have coin or land. A grown fat also implies inaction. Until now. Looking for the fledgling leech means they're looking for you, and it wants its blood back could be taken several ways with the other things said in the letter, but with context to broken bar. Catherine trailed off, realization settling on her face. Great. Another thing to be paranoid about, she growled, feeling a low, boiling fury coil in the bottom of her gut like a snake getting ready to strike. If her family wanted her back all of a sudden, she wouldn't be terribly surprised. Elves bred incredibly slowly. With the sudden unrest and uncertainty happening, it was obvious that her family would want her back to wipe her mind and start anew. They'd tie her to a chair, empty her head of everything, pay some psychic a fortune to scrape out every inkling of personality or meaningful memory, and raise her up again, like a mentally disabled adult who just had to be a reset. It wasn't unlikely that they'd force her father on her as well. Combine the elven kind's low birth rates with their incredibly stupid purer blood mentality they adopted from the old human ruling class, and the lack of defects due to incest, and there was a recipe for some very disturbing scenarios. She wouldn't put it above earthy eel to stoop that low. Maybe a long time ago they hadn't thought any such actions necessary. Maybe until now they hadn't been able to find her, or maybe they just thought they'd make another child, only for this Civil War business to make them realize they did not have such time on their hands. This time, she doubted they'd take the risk. Not after her defection and the general chaos around. The mere thought of what would happen should she be caught made her sick. Her breaths deepened, her nails digging into her palms. Okay, adding to the list of potential future actions, killing my parents goes to the top of the list. We're also going to have to be even more paranoid and quiet, it seems. Agreed. Do you think the man from the sewer wrote this? Catherine asked, and she nodded. Who else would do this? She focused on the knife and let it out, dropping it onto her palm with another puff of displaced hair. It was rather strange, with a thin handle, a very small guard, and a vaguely triangular, 4-inch-long blade. It also exhumed mana, just a little bit of it. She couldn't figure out what that enchantment did, but as she brought it right next to the gillums at her neck, she could take a guess. Its blade was speckled with still present blood and still looked sharp enough to cut glass. Trying to shove mana into the blade did nothing, unfortunately, so it seemed to be a passive enchantment. Then she paused, and brought the knife to her face, tugging the scarf up to run her tongue along its bloodied blade. She sighed in satisfaction at the taste and snack, before realizing that Catherine looked vaguely disturbed, and stopping. Right. What was she doing? A broken bar, knife, ring, testing. She focused on the knife as she pulled it away from her face, and mentally tried to broken bar sort of shove it back into the ring, more of a test than anything. It obeyed effortlessly, popping back in instantaneously. She turned to the letter still loosely held in Kat's hand, and tried to do the same. Nothing happened. She reached for it, brushing her fingers on its surface, and mentally shoved. It went into the ring as well, half-folded and still lightly crumpled from where Kat's thumb was pressing into its side, seemingly frozen in time. Trying to manipulate the paper and fold it with her mind did nothing. Finally, she popped out the tiny jar with the ice still in it, and brought it closer to her sternum. Eye to eye, so to speak, a broken bar. She was still too upset and worried to snicker, but her lips did twitch up in amusement, for a sparse moment. It was quite grotesque. Its pupil shrunken to a pinprick of terror, little veins crawling over the few white parts that were still visible. Some of the nerves were still attached. It even looked wet, the blood at the bottom still fresh. As she was struck with a sudden urge to take the eye out and lick it like a lollipop, she decided instead to just shove it back into the ring, mindful of Catherine's presence. She didn't want to gross her out even further. Some background voice of alarm in the back of her head asked her why she herself wasn't grossed out by the thought, and she firmly ignored it. As far as she could tell, this eye was just proof of his claims, or maybe a warning too, of what he was capable of. We need to go buy you a dagger tomorrow too, and find another mortician to buy some blood from. A couple healing potions too, she mumbled, mind somewhat distracted with trying to figure out what this was all for. This wasn't something someone gave to an errand runner, nor a goon, nor an employee. A warning, a dimensional ring, an enchanted knife, a severed eye. She could recognize that something about all this was off, and it wasn't too difficult to guess what. The man in the sewer was either trying to recruit her and her friends, or was trying to build some kind of favor with her, for some reason or another. He was trying to use her for something, she just couldn't quite figure out what. Was he hoping she had tamed the wolf and could order it around for him? If so, he would be very disappointed. Her body was quite proud from what she remembered, as well as being a fucking wolf. She was sure that trying to control him in any way would only end up with her being ignored at best, torn to pieces at worst. Men and women and legends, all far greater than her, have tried to tame wolves, and none succeeded. Listening? Catherine asked, and she suddenly realized that the background noise she had been ignoring was her friend talking. With a mild pang of guilt, she turned a little, slouching in shame. Sorry. Was just thinking about something. Could you repeat? Catherine put her hand on her shoulder, and suddenly began pushing her back with strength she couldn't fight against. As she flopped back onto the bed, Catherine began yanking her up so her head wouldn't be smushed against the wall, and with some squirming and help from her weak legs, mostly to not tear her new shirt, they were lying parallel to each other. "Is there something else we need to think or talk about, or can we go to sleep?" Catherine asked, and her tone made it quite clear which option she preferred. "Let's sleep," she murmured. Then she felt something move under the mattress, and stiffened, before sighing in exasperation. "Scruffy's under the bed." "Ignore her." Ignore her." "Okay." Catherine was saying something, and she knew she should be paying attention. If nothing else, simply to know exactly what their finances were like. They were in a chop shop, as the common folk called it. It was a strange mishmash of standard medical equipment, alchemical potions, anything that could be used in necromancy or witchcraft, alchemical ingredients, basically just a shop geared towards the less violence-inclined paths but also not the crafting-oriented ones. But there was a box with 2 rats right there, and they were squeaking and her blood was boiling because of them. Their container was more like a small engine with half of it being observational one-way glass and various little chutes meant for feeding and watering them built in. It was only the small ventilation device glued onto the side of the box that kept them alive and breathing. Her eyes itched and rolled, despite no longer being there, and her fingers twitched incessantly. How could she break that? Was there a way to do it without the shop owner noticing? The Gulamai followed her commands, shifting to the side as much as it was able to on its holding device, just a couple inches, going from the top of the box to the bottom. She couldn't find one. "How much?" someone said, their voice colder than the barren north, and the conversation behind her abruptly paused. It was only the click of her jaw closing that made her realize those were her own words, and a small pulse of mana revealed both the woman behind the counter and Catherine staring at her. "How much for these?" she asked again. "Well, if you buy 2 bags of blood, I'll toss that in for you for just 3 coppers." The crone behind the counter coolly said, fiddling with her rings. At the edge of her mana pulse, she felt Scruffy gently poking at a broken clock, open wonder in her expression. "Scruffy?" she asked, and after a moment of no reaction, as if unused to responding to that name, the goblin's head jerked towards her, hurriedly backing away from the clock, hiding her hands behind her back like a little kid caught with their fingers in the honey jar. If she was slow to respond to Scruffy, what did her Eldona call her? It certainly wasn't a name. Nobody named goblins, as far as she knew, and nobody understood their gibbering either, so she wasn't sure if they named themselves. "Do you want the clock?" she asked, voice a little harder than she'd intended it to be, something she blamed on being amped up by the rodent's presence. Instead of wincing at her tone, Scruffy's big eyes widened even further, confused. Then she nodded once, slowly, uncertainly, almost looking suspicious. "Give us that clock too and it's a deal," she said, turning her head enough to make sure the shopkeeper knew that it was directed at her. Scruffy's surprised, gleeful look made the cold fury in her heart a little less biting. He was fighting something. Again. He just didn't stop. It had stopped being worrying by now, just making her wonder what the hell he was doing. If he fought this often, they were likely not large fights. Maybe he was just busy stealing body parts from rats and insects or something. That was the optimistic perspective she'd decided to go with. Besides the mild anxiety, however, it was also immeasurably reassuring to know and feel that they were getting closer to him. "Are you sure we're heading the right way?" Catherine asked, and she paused, trying to reorient herself with the rough position she last felt him at. It took some mental remapping and a few seconds of silence before she continued walking. "Yeah, I'm sure." Catherine nodded. "So, why did you buy rats?" She didn't answer, walking on autopilot as she considered the question. "The main reason she bought them was to kill them. Some kind of far-broken bar mindless catharsis, maybe. Revenge, as childish and meaningless as this particular flavor of it was. That wasn't the sole reason though. She wanted to just a broken bar wash away that lingering fear. She hated that even though they were encased in some glass-like material in an insulated box, 6 feet away in another person's grip, her gut was still a tightly clenched knot of unease and dread. "It's a broken bar, embarrassing," she mumbled out, and kept walking. Embarrassing wasn't quite the right word. She was just scared Catherine would think less of her for it. She just needed some place that was a little abandoned, some spot she could just. To her left, between two rumbling smoke chutes, she spied a small rectangular area nestled into the backside of some storage houses, little more than a back alley for the workers to get a smoke break or eat whatever lunch they could get. Grey, sludgy mud covered the ground, a mixture of coal and dirt and overflowing sewage waters. It smelled as horrid as she'd expect it to. Perfect. She turned on her heel, walking faster. A barrel remained next to a pile of iron bars, fire still licking away at its insides, presumably from when the warehouse workers had cooked something up here. She sped up further, almost jogging, until she was standing right in front of it, Scruffy and Cat catching up as she stood there. Her mind was blank for a moment, unsure of what she was intending to even do. An idea quickly came. Could a broken bar put them over the barrel? She asked, throat dry. She knew what she was doing was needlessly cruel and unethical. But as she turned to Catherine, her eyes flit to their squirming forms, the disgusting vermin squeaking and sniffing in their tight enclosure, and venomous hatred boiled in her veins. She wanted them to boil, to burn and squeal. Catherine paused, giving her a searching look. "Don't a broken bar, don't ask, please." "Could you just a broken bar?" She vaguely gestured to the barrel, and Catherine sighed before walking past her and depositing the large, rectangular box over the licking flames. It couldn't fit in the barrel, but half of it almost did, while the other half jutted outwards, which would leave the rats to scramble up a steep slope to escape the heated bottom, tiring them out. The fire would continue, their ventilation box sending in nothing but burning air, cooking them alive in their box. A mixture between a sneer and a smile curled her lips beneath the scarf. A cruel, vindictive pleasure bloomed inside her chest, feeling like a slight weight had been lifted, like a never-present niggle had finally been soothed. Catherine walked to stand by her side, and she basked in the moment. She felt satisfied, vindicated, warm in a way. Scruffy glanced at the barrel curiously, before losing interest and going back to poking at the clock in her hands with a little needle. Catherine mutely watched the rodents panic alongside her. It wouldn't be a fast demise. That was fine. They could use a moment to rest and a broken bar enjoy themselves. As the minutes ticked by, the rodents began to try and bite and scratch through the glass and metal, the little cup of water in their enclosure having pooled at the bottom and steadily starting to boil, scalding their bleeding feet whenever they slid down. Scruffy went to sit on the pile of metal bars to their right, tongue sticking out the side of her mouth in concentration as she wiggled the needle between the tiny gears. Cute. Her lips curled further, into something resembling a smile. Another minute passed, and the rats were starting to hyperventilate, their whole bodies inflating and deflating rapidly from their deep breaths. They were too exhausted to keep trying to dig through the glass. Good. She imagined their panic, their hopeless despair, knowing she was the cause. It felt like pure victory. "Why?" Catherine eventually asked, as the rodents finally began to die, one collapsed and occasionally convulsing, and the other weakly scraping at the metal wall, blood pouring out of its nose. "Why what?" she murmured, feeling pleasurable shivers race up and down her chest up to her neck, to the back of her head. She struggled not to visibly shake from how good it felt. Revenge was a never-present allure, even before she'd come down into the dungeon. She hated her parents with enough vitriol to fantasize about various painful ways of killing them, even if she never thought herself capable of committing to a single one of them. But never had she thought revenge would feel so good, so easily. It was the most twisted kind of happiness she had ever felt. She cussed and hissed and snarled and giggled at them with a voice that sounded like her own, all in the safety of her head, where nobody but her could see or hear. She pretended they could hear or understand her and her taunting, in her mind, and it only got sweeter, the fantasy all too perfect. Something touched her left shoulder, and she jerked away so quickly she felt a nerve pinch in her back. The I word to see a surprised Catherine, arm half raised, and they both stood there, half turned, staring at each other. Sorry I just. They spoke at the same time, and stopped. She spoke first, this time. "Sorry, just very a broken bar jittery right now," she explained, and allowed a shiver to pass through her, the eye on her sternum twisting to the side a little to stare at the rats. One down, one to go. Good, good, fucking die. Catherine pursed her lips, eyes flicking to the box. Can I hug you? The eye didn't move from where its attention was focused, but she didn't need it to feel the uncertainty in Catherine's stance as she asked. Instead of replying, she lifted her hand to shift the eye to the side as much as she could, and took 2 steps forward, throwing an arm around her friend's shoulder, tugging her forward. 2 steely arms locked around her, and she rested her cheek onto Catherine's shoulder. What I was going to ask is, why are we doing this with the rats? Why do you want to turn into a vampire? I won't dissuade you. I'm just a broken bar curious. A trait can be undone. This one seems a little more frustrating than most to get rid of, but I'm sure you could do it. Catherine softly spoke, and she thought about it for a minute, a long, comfortable minute, with a wonderful view of the last rodent starting to convulse on top of its brother. As its dying throes played for an audience of one, she began to speak, deciding to ignore the first question. I don't want to get rid of the trait. I like it. I really like it. Every meal is like our broken bar, a potion that strengthens everything, and turning a broken bar would give me power. Personal power, not financial nor social power, just a broken bar me, which I will need, all of it I could possibly get. A broken bar, it sounded too simple, too easy, too empty without context. A broken bar. Before I came into the dungeon, you know, I had a broken bar strange worldview. I thought the powerful were evil, and the weak were virtuous. A result of faulty pattern recognition caused by earthy eel, I'd say. I thought if one was poor or weak, they were nothing but a victim, and that if someone was powerful or wealthy, they were the abuser. Of course, I learned quickly that that was not how things worked at all. She murmured, and Catherine made a noise of encouragement, nodding slightly into her neck. Power is a broken bar, a tool. I thought it corrupted people back then, but I realize now that it simply brings out what is already there. Can someone who is weak really be a virtuous man because he hasn't hurt someone, when the only reason he hasn't done so is his inherent weakness? Power, just a broken bar, brings out the real person under all the inhibitions and restraints inherent to being weak. And I want that power to be broken bar unrestrained, to find out who I really am under all these broken bar layers, to be able to run with the monster I call a friend, to be able to protect you and myself, if the need arises. The price of my humanity, a broken bar. Well, I'm not human. So elven. Elvenhood? She fumbled, struggling to find a way to say what she meant in Cameron. There were some things she could only say in Elvish without having them sound like funny gibberish, and this was one of them. Catherine chuckled. She huffed, amused by both the convulsing rodent and the turn the conversation had taken. Yeah, the price of my elvenhood seems like an alright price to pay for that, she said, and after a moment of silence, Catherine nodded. All right. Thank you for telling me. If Kat noticed how she dodged the question about the rats, she didn't say anything about it. The second rodent died, eventually. A few more minutes passed, calm and comfortable as they stood, not bothering to dissolve the embrace, the fading crackle of flame mixing with the clicking of clockwork and hum of smog shoots into a pleasant background tune. We should go, she eventually said, feeling like their break had gone on long enough. You're okay, right? Catherine asked as they separated. The eye turned to the side a little, glancing at the silent box. Yeah. Their funds were running out. She had put the coin bag they had into the ring, and though that lightened the load on Catherine's back, somewhat, it was soon to be the end of the second day of constantly walking and taking lift after lift. Pack Hunter's utterly ludicrous range was starting to sink in. Having to walk and pass through most of the third floor, it was a little easier to put the sheer distance into perspective. 2 days of taking lifts, free and not, of walking several hours a day until she couldn't even feel her legs, and they were only just now getting to the top parts of the third floor. It was somehow much worse than down below. Their path used to be relatively straight until now. Walk to a station, ask people for landmarks and directions or consult some shoddy maps, go there, take a lift or walk up the winding, endless staircases around the spires, come out onto another plate, and repeat. Now, to make their way to a station or a landmark, they had to dodge roving bands of gangsters, citizen and adventurer militia prowling the streets and looking for a fight with the uppersiders, or genuine conflict. Judging by the incessant clanging of steel on steel, the shouting, the sounds of explosions and roaring fire, getting anywhere close to the actual fights was a bad idea. So they had very meticulously avoided them. The path there was a broken bar rough. The dungeon was full of deteriorating buildings, some crumbling, some rusting, some were just improvised boxes of sheet metal stuck onto I-beams, forming strange makeshift neighborhoods in the lowest tens of the third floor. So she was used to seeing abandoned, shoddy, and crumbling buildings. She wasn't used to smelling smoke in the air as they walked through the remnants of what once might have been a two-story storage building, half collapsed onto its side, its brick walls scorched black and crumpled into piles around them as glass crunched under their feet, the wood little more than charcoal now, anything not nailed down already looted. She certainly wasn't used to seeing guards' corpses swinging from light posts, their entrails hanging down like ribbons, the miasma of rot and death so present in such blatant open space. In the distance, she could see a makeshift clinic operating in the middle of the street, 3 people with white shirts darting between people laid out on the floor. She saw a stocky man bring another, put them on the floor, then run back out of sight. Another guarded them and the medical supplies, occasionally helping where needed. There was a battle somewhere to their left. It looked like the 3rd floor was slowly being reclaimed. They stalked through the tight underpass of a metal bridge, overlooking a cracked concrete slope that led into a gutter, and her eye lingered on the crumpled corpse half slumped over the side of their path, just about ready to slide off. Catherine stepped around it. She would have too, had she not noticed the gang tattoo on his exposed forearm. Instead, she hooked the tip of her boot under his ribs, and kicked him off the path, letting his decomposing body melt into the river or be feed for the rats below. There was noise ahead, but then again, she'd gotten used to it by now. Shouting was nothing all that alarming, not anymore. But maybe that corpse should have warned her that there were gang members around, even if their presence was less tolerated than ever. It didn't quite cross her mind, it seemed, because as they turned the corner, they saw a group of 4 men lounging around the street smoking and laughing, while a 5th pounded on a metal door. Their steps paused simultaneously, Scruffy peeking between them to watch what stopped them. 4 men, 1 woman. They all wore the same clothes, some mixture between dark gray cloth coats and brown pants, and if that wasn't enough to surmise some kind of uniform, she could see their gang symbol boldly and shoddily embroidered on the breast of their coat. A green, twin-headed snake forming a heart with its heads. She had seen it before, but she couldn't quite remember which gang they were. She just knew it wasn't a small one. Weapons both concealed and obvious swayed from sheaths and bulged their clothes from within, yet they didn't seem terribly concerned with harassing passers-by. Maybe they could walk past a broken bar. Open the fuck up, old man, before we bust the door down and fuck up everything you have. You didn't pay up. The man pounding on the door boomed, and her eye flicked to the side, watching for the people's reactions. There was a bakery across the street, where a single young, stocky man snuck glances at the gangsters with open hatred and contempt in his eyes. 2 customers who were awkwardly sitting inside, unsure if it would be safer to stay or leave. And there was a single unconcerned old man just casually walking down the street, a cigarette in his mouth. He stumbled into an alley, and disappeared. They could just turn around and try to find another way to the station. But it would take ages, it would slow them down even further. Assuming they didn't get lost. And a smaller, less rational part of her simply decided it did not want to continue dodging conflict. She'd been doing that her whole life, and it never worked. They run into another gang, or another blockade, and lose even more time, more energy, more money. They were bleeding resources they couldn't afford to be. Better to slam her horns forward than try to keep her head away and simply reveal her neck for the knife. Act confident. Walk behind me. If they talk to us, treat me as a bodyguard. Act diplomatic. Scruffy, just hide behind Catherine. We're not fighting if we don't have to, she ordered quietly, and fished the ring out of her pocket, before popping it into her mouth. Catherine did nothing but nod with a displeased, worried expression, despite being behind her, correctly guessing she would be flaring mana the entire walk through, which would drain on her mana a bit more than she'd like, but she couldn't take chances. As she began walking forward, she maneuvered the ring around using her tongue, until the thinner part was clenched between her teeth, and the small gemstone was pressed into the inside of her cheek. She had tested the summoning range. Not one single part of what she was trying to take out of the ring could be further than about 17 inches, not even the tip, or else it wouldn't come out. More than enough range. Muffled shouting and voices came from within the house, one rough and one high-pitched. The guy at the door sighed, straightening his coat, glancing at his fellows. The group's leader seemed to be a particularly large man with a scimitar at his waist, and he just scoffed, picking at his ear. As they got closer, the voices became more intense, legible. "No, no, mother, please stop." "No!" a girl shrieked through the door, the metal distorting the sound into a wail, and her steps stuttered for a moment. Something in her mind slid apart, a platform without supports, tilting. Metal and glass walls turned to marble, pipes melting into trimmed bushes, the ground turning to chalk white brick, color and light bleeding into the scene. The hanging wires above them turned into whips, dripping red. Catherine's vague figure, crumpled onto the ground, bleeding, teased at the edge of her mind, somewhere to the left. She turned the eye off, frozen, the sight grumbling into the void. Someone moved through her mana, behind her, and she snapped back to the real world, resuming her steps just as Catherine's brow began to furrow in confusion. It smoothed over quickly. She kept walking, not turning her head nor eye towards the approaching gangsters. "Please!" The door slammed open, and a small figure was thrown outside with a girlish shriek. Her eye snapped to the left, her steps stuttering once more. She recovered faster this time, barely noticeable. The gangsters certainly didn't notice, all turning towards the girl and her mother. A furious-looking woman, barely dressed, with a botchy, twisted nose, stains covering her nightgown, staggered in place in the doorframe, a sneer on her face. "She enough?" the woman rasped, her patchy, greasy hair and wrinkled skin making her look ghoulish in the dim light. "No no no no, please mum, I'll be good, please." The girl screamed as she scrambled up off the floor, terrified, lunging with open arms towards the woman, who reared her leg back as if to kick her. A gangster's hand darted out to grab the girl by the arm, yanking her back with enough force to nearly dislocate her shoulder. She struggled for a moment, yelling, before he punched her in the stomach and she collapsed like a broken doll with a strangled gag, her knee-length skirt tangling her legs. Emriel's teeth grit, pain shooting through her gums as her movements grew stiffer, anger and the creeping tingles of something horribly unpleasant pooling low in her gut. The bastards weren't paying any attention to them, however. They would pass through without even being looked at. The leader yanked the girl up by the arm with one hand, the other grabbing the girl by the chin and tilting her head back as she heaved, swaying and trembling as he appraised her. They were just across the street now, a mere 15 feet away. The distance made it so hard to detach, to mentally back away from the interaction. One of the gangsters was staring at them quite blatantly, leaning on the wall, unconcerned but not stupid enough to ignore them either. She ain't a beauty but she ain't bad. She'll do. You know where to go if you want your next dust hit, hag. Pleasure doing business with ya, the leader said, and the girl let out a strangled, heartbreaking sound, trying to twist out of the man's grip. Stonegbhlgh, his knee slammed into the girl's stomach, and with a guttural sound, her legs went limp as she vomited, the gangster sneering in disgust as he let go, letting her convulse on the floor. "You bitch, grab her, I ain't dirtying my new coat." Barbed wire scraped against her spine, her teeth grinding and gnashing and shivering, her fingers twitching. Her body rebelled against her mind. She ordered it forward, to keep walking. They had enough fucking problems. They couldn't act like they had any measure of power when they didn't. They couldn't afford to care for others as well as themselves. What was special about this girl? Her wolven friend could have killed 30 of her, and even if her heart would clench and her stomach would heave, she wouldn't do anything to stop it. They couldn't afford to draw attention. Earthy Eel was prodding around for them. According to Catherine, she was already known to a small neighborhood for being the first to kill a guard down there. There was a trail one could follow, and adding another footprint on that track would only bite her in the ass later. But no matter how many sound, perfectly valid arguments she made, no matter how much she pointed out the moral dissonance of objecting to this girl's fate because it wasn't her friend's fangs around her neck but a gangster's fingers, her body kept getting stiffer, slower, tenser. Her walk was now a struggling shuffle. She was barely moving. The gangster woman was staring, eyes narrowing, her long, curly hair shifting on her shoulders as she tilted her head in open curiosity. Emriel wasn't looking at them, so maybe the bitch just thought she was weird. She could still walk away just fine. Weren't these the thoughts of everyone else who passively watched her suffer in Gar's clutches for almost 2 years? Wasn't she the naive girl on the floor a while ago, wishing someone would spare her more than a glance, offer a helping hand? A choked sob came from her left. "Shut up and stop squirming or I'll make you shit blood and cum, you worthless cunt." Got it? Her jaw cramped, and the pain anchored her to the real world. The eye flicked to the side briefly, staring at the crumpled lump on the ground. "Cat." She breathed out, the sound a little awkward with the slowly deforming piece of silver in her mouth. She wasn't walking anymore. Catherine's expression was tight and twitching in suppressed discomfort, but at the tone of her voice, it all washed away, something like fearful determination replacing it. Maybe they could negotiate. Maybe the bastards would trade the girl for her knife, even if its enchantment was minor. Or maybe she'd reveal they had such things on them and the heartless scumbags would immediately try to kill them so they could take it all for themselves. She knew better than to expect the best, especially out of people. "We're killing all of them." She breathed out. "Tell Scruffy to hide." Catherine turned and dropped to her knees, appearing like she was talking to a child from the gangster's view as she quickly whispered instructions to Scruffy. The gangster woman raised a hand to tap at one of the men's shoulder with the back of her knuckles, and when he turned, she muttered something and jerked her chin towards them. Scruffy walked to the bakery, opening the metal door and scurrying to the side to hide. 2 people were looking at them now, the other 3 bickering and trying to haul the girl up without getting any vomit on their hands or cloaks. "What are you looking at? Move along." A man gruffed, despite neither of them staring at them, squaring his shoulders and puffing his chest out as he walked towards them, arms tense, his coat tight on the muscles below. Combined with the scar on his chin that raced up his cheek, he would be quite intimidating, if she hadn't cuddled with things far worse than he. Through the bile in her throat, she spoke. "Why, a potential customer," she said loudly as she turned, her voice rough and sharp without meaning to, mixing with the involuntary snarl in her throat. Those who hadn't been looking glanced over, 3 considering, the seeming leader unimpressed, and the woman suspicious. The girl's mother slammed the door shut and retreated into her derelict home. She knew the ways of the court, how a noble spoke and emoted, how a merchant did. The mask slid into place easily, hiding the serpent coiling beneath. "If you wish for some good meat, I've got my own toy with me. She's much better than chattel trash like her." She fake sneered, the golem's eye being exceedingly obvious in where its gaze was directed, straight at the girl. Catherine froze beside her, unable to hide the widening of her eyes, confused as to her angle here. Just speaking like this made her want to bash someone's brains out. She hated it so much. "She's a beauty, she's capable, and I've already trained her well enough. She's eager to please, if you catch my meaning. Been looking to get rid of her for a while now, and this is as good an opportunity as any. You fine gentlemen seem to be looking for meat. I have meat," she explained, spreading her hand in a magnanimous manner from underneath her cloak as she squared her shoulders, the odd lisp from her trying to keep the ring in place and only being able to use half of her jaw only furthering what she was going for. A mysterious, strange man who drew attention, and most importantly, directed it. She moved her shoulder subtly to draw their eye to the motion, then swept her arm behind her at chest height, and tucked it into the small of her back, the motion and the accompanying swish of her cloak flaring in front of Catherine before falling, not unlike the drama of pulling the cover off an item at an auction. A sense of flair that people fell so easily for. She lowered her shoulders, shrinking, and opened her cloak to the nearest light source, turning the Gillam eye off. Darkness drew the eye, but so did the contrast of light against it. By revealing what was beneath her cloak, she made herself lighter, and without the glowing yellow eye of the Gillam, she faded into the background even better. She moved a foot backwards just to add to it, making sure her footing was like her dance lessons, a sliding foot, minimal movement, a graceful backwards slide. She tilted her shoulders so that she was facing Catherine, because people paid more attention to someone who was turned straight towards them. And her little performance worked perfectly, all 5 eyes landing on Catherine, who looked stiffer than she'd ever seen her. Gods, she would lick her boots clean for this later as an apology, and she'd still feel like she owed her. The man who seemed to be their leader walked forward, his leering eyes roving up and down Catherine like she was a drug he was appraising the quality of. At his hip was a sword, and at his wrist she could see a folded dart launcher. 2 darts. The gangsters spread out, leaning to the side to catch a glimpse of Catherine, curious, all but one who was half-heartedly holding the gasping girl's arm. It was like they'd forgotten she was there completely, despite being only a foot away. She reached behind her head, cracking her neck as she massaged her nape. The woman's eyes moved back to her. 4 people not paying attention was still more than enough. Her muscles felt like steel threads, stretched to their utter limit. One twitch, just a little closer. The man reached his hand forward, grasping Catherine by her chin roughly, tilting her head up. She felt spikes and needles dig into her synapses, a pure, boiling hatred finally finding an outlet. She let her hand begin to drop. Mana gathered, her attention split into 4 equal parts, her mind straining and slipping. One made shapes of force, brute and not, one focused on an object, another on a spell, another on her targets and the space between them. This close to her mouth, the ring could reach. With a tiny pop, the dagger flashed under her lowering hand in a reverse grip, and her fingers slammed shut around the hilt. Haste, activated, taking a healthy fistful of her mana with it. Half of the mana stored in her body over several days went into telemantic construct, coiled around the neck and chin of the woman, watching her like a hawk, snapping into existence for a mere millisecond with the faint crack whistle of air. Her neck didn't quite snap so much as her head twisted backwards a full 180 degrees in an instant with a sickening, fleshy noise, the muscles and skin in her neck splitting apart and spraying blood in a wide ring as she was almost decapitated, her body trying to spin and failing as her shoulder slammed into the iron with a deafening bang and bounced off. Her hand flashed forward as the leader tried to jerk back and away. The dagger slammed into the side of his neck, burying 3 inches deep before she could go no deeper, his ungodly endurance making his flesh feel more like tightly wound layers of linen. Kat jerked back and low, away from him, her hand flashing into her trench coat. The leader tried to backhand her with his left hand as he launched himself away, his fist heading towards her armpit, and she managed to twist the knife a bit before pulling it out with a squirt of blood, managing to dodge by leaning her whole torso back and sideways, extending her arm up. Her veins sang in ecstasy. Her skull filled with rabid butterflies, every flap of their wings oh so tingly, scattering her thoughts and leaving mindless adrenaline behind. He was still in the middle of his strike. It felt like he was moving in slow motion, some separate time. The moment his arm flew past her, she bent low and slammed the knife into the side of his knee, through the cartilage and into the joint, and didn't bother wasting time to dig it out, instead using the knife like a handle to launch herself forward to the next thug, who had only just begun moving his hands to his sword, and popping it into the ring right as it approached the edge of its range. For him, this was likely all a slip's worth of time, no doubt a blur he could barely see or even process. For her, it was more like 5 seconds. His eyes lagged behind her, as if he couldn't keep up with her form, and he had only begun to abort grabbing his sword to try and raise his arms to shield his head. Her open hand slammed into his face, her palm over his left eye. Spark burst, took a third of the mana remaining in her body. The left half of his head exploded in a wild mixture of disintegrated blood and minuscule fragments of his head mixing into the flashing mass of sparks, and she felt his eye socket explode around her hand, allowing it to push through the missing chunk of his head. Blood and viscera peppered her scarf, and for a moment, she lamented having it, wishing she could have felt it on her skin, on her face. Then she realized her hasty error when she realized she couldn't change direction. She tried to bring her left foot forward and halt her momentum, or at least redirect it, and half managed it with a tiny step that had her knee crashing into the gangsters. Momentum wasn't kind to her. Her left shoulder bashed into the corpse's chest, unable to fully stop or redirect herself, and felt her cloak's ties snap apart as she tried to move her arm to shield herself. She spun 180 degrees from the impact, hastily throwing her left leg out behind her to grind her to a halt, and cursed her weakness when said leg buckled from the sudden strain, followed by her other leg. Her back slammed into the iron wall at stomach height, followed by the back of her head, and her attention scattered with her cloak as she felt its hood detach, the sensation of things moving through her mana turning into a vague impression that slipped through her fingers. Something was rushing at her, fast enough to almost feel like normal speed despite haste's boost. She curled her stomach, threw her whole torso and head down. Something slammed into the wall above her with a slow, deep boom, and she bucked off to the side, scrambling up and away, the world swaying under her feet as she tried to swivel around and face her opponent. Mass whipped towards her head from the right, another from her left, going for her ribs. No time nor leverages to dash out of range. She could only afford to take a strike in one of those spots, so she threw a hasty repulsion field towards what she could only think were fists, hoping to take some power out of the strikes, and moved her arm to the left, popping the dagger back into her hand mid-swing. She did it too fast, too panicked, too disoriented. The handle hit her thumb and her fingers didn't quite manage to close around the guard, leaving it to uselessly tumble to the floor, out of range. She just barely managed to redirect the fist, aiming for her head to the side with her palm, glancing off the side of her head as she leaned away, a bruising scrape. The fist to her left slammed into her side, below her ribs, and she felt pure agony burst out over her insides, the impact rushing through her organs as a shockwave that had her breath knocked out of her and her body lock up like a stone, her body going utterly limp in shock with a sharp wheeze, her left leg kicking like a reflex. Someone was roaring, the sound as slow and distorted as every other. Something was screeching in her ear, a deafening, endless whine. A high-pitched voice screamed, sounding like the wail of a great bell being shredded. The scent of cooked meat and blood rushed up her nostrils straight to her brain as she inhaled the moment she was able to. She knew that the speed attribute inherently broke reality, to a small extent. Everything from the system did. Still, as she was left to fall without an anchor point to speed it up, to drag herself down, she felt like she was sinking through water more than falling. It was just slow enough to give her body and mind time to restart, to regain control of her limbs. Too little too late. Her back met the cobblestones, and something in her neck strained as it went rigid, her head only narrowly avoiding another impact with the floor. A fist covered in spiked metal rushed towards her head, 200 pounds of mass behind it as the gangster put all of his weight behind the strike. She jerked her waist and head, managing to narrowly dodge a right-hand punch that was sure to have taken half her teeth with it, and her hand rushed towards his head from underneath his arm. He folded his arm, his elbow stabbing at her wrist and throwing her aim off. Her spark burst, doing nothing but light his coat on fire. The same arm straightened right after, his fingers clamping down around her neck, his palm slamming into her windpipe, and something heavy and sharp slammed into her lower stomach, making her jerk and wheeze in agony as her legs kicked and scrabbled at the ground, her hips trying to buck his immense weight off her to no avail, only managing to tilt her hips into the gap between his legs, the knee on her navel sliding off to hit the cobbles. She tried to grab his elbow, hoping to blow the joint apart, and despite the difference in speed, he managed to just barely twist himself upwards and minimize the damage, making her dig a burning hole into the base of his forearm as a giant spew of sparks erupted between them, his scream feeding the hungry pit in her stomach. His fingers went almost limp around her neck, and she gasped in a raspy breath that almost had her choke on the ring as he let go entirely, twisting his torso. His left arm, previously busy trying to stabilize him, curled in front of his chest as he dropped on her, trying to use his forearm to crush her windpipe, and she tucked her head and neck into her shoulders, moving the ring into the space between her left cheek and gums. Something in her jaw popped and cracked as his forearm slammed into its side, and her hand rushed to his ribs at the same time his right hand moved to deflect it. She couldn't get close enough in time, he wouldn't let her. She detonated early. She felt his coat be blasted to shreds, his flesh be blown apart and scorched to the bones of his ribcage, but it didn't go deeper, and so she tried to detonate a second spark burst, pushing forward recklessly to try and end this fight. Despite his approaching hand, his fingers clamped shut around her wrist and wrenched it away right as she felt his bones crack from the heat, the flesh be scraped off, a mere moment before she could reach his lungs and blow him apart from the inside out. The bastard pressed down, holding her wrist to the ground, his weakened grasp still just barely enough to make escape unfeasible, snarling in her face as they found themselves in a stalemate. She snarled back, mana gathering in her throat as her brain grew fuzzy, and prepared herself for unfamiliar pain. Her mouth opened, her jawbone grinding agonizingly from the motion as the thin, untrained exit point in her throat strained. She twisted her head, allowing his forearm to finally press down on her throat, and just as triumph renewed his strength, familiar runes formed in her mind, her tongue flicking in patterns she'd trained 1,000 times with fingers. She didn't even know if this would work, but it should, in theory. The spell's framework finished after a tense second and a half, which felt like a minute, and she opened her mouth, slamming mana into it. Her tongue went bone dry in an instant, a searing numbness flashing through it as sparks spewed out of her mouth, the insides of her mouth burning and twisting like charred leather, her front teeth cracking from the sudden heat, a couple leaving entirely. The moment he saw the light through the scarf, he tried to lean back, freeing up her throat, allowing her to blow air into the blast as well. The bassy, rumbling thwoom of rushing sparks combined with the sound of something much like a million tiny crackles happening at once. She couldn't feel what it did to him as it met his face, but she could feel the way he instantly jerked his head to the side and rolled off her with choking, hacking coughs. He tried to get up, and she rolled up after him, fingers scrabbling at the floor. For a moment, she felt the charred slate that was his head, nose gone, eyes smushed and leaking from beneath eyelids that were blasted apart, his hair still flaming atop his head. With how much mana she'd put into that blast, she had been expecting his head to be missing, or at least the lower half of it. Fucking endurance. She recognized that the fight was done as her legs curled and snapped straight, lunging at him like a rabid panther. But she wasn't. He swung blindly with his right arm, panicked, with a shout that had his voice crack like a scared little boy's, and it didn't even come close to hitting her as she rushed forward. The scarf slid off, her inhibitions riding on its coattails, too damaged to cling on. His left arm curled in front of his head, and her hand met his wrist on its way to his ear. Spark burst, she snarled in her head, and found her voice rising to vocalize without her consent. The sound mangled through her half-cooked tongue. The blast pushed him a foot backwards, his posture going from leaning forwards to being at a 45-degree angle on the opposite scale, one foot flailing in the air and the other barely on the ground. She felt his joint, torn to shreds as his hand hung on by what little remained of his inner wrist. There was no mana left in her body, but her mana core still had plenty. She drew a fourth of it into a vague repulsive construct that flared briefly against the gangster's chest, just enough to lighten the load. Then she drew her arm back and tilted her right shoulder forwards, slamming it into his sternum right after the construct pushed him, feeling something in her shoulder shift with a pop. She was halted by the impact, but he wasn't. He flew back for a couple feet, up back first, and with how close they were to the walls, he slammed into the bakery's door, his head crashing through the small window at its top as the door's body bent inwards from his weight. Her legs curled as she lowered once more, trembling and feeling far too weak for what she was trying, but she did it anyway, reckless. His hands tried to reach for the doorframe, fingers limp and twitching, his torso heaving as he gasped in a single breath, bringing his head forward through the broken window to shield his neck with his chin. He screamed something, his body shrinking, curling in on itself, and the distorted sound of him screaming a stop, stop, sounded so funny when it was all slow and stretchy and distorted by the flow of time in her ears. His intonations ruined, his rough tone turned to something that sounded so absurd, as if spoken by a chubby fairy tale merchant lamenting a stolen apple by the snappy hero in one of those stuffy plays she was taken to as a child. It sounded almost mocking and sarcastic, as it should be. Why would she stop? Had he? Her dry, burned lips stretched and broke as a grin split her face in half, full of broken teeth and bleeding gums. His fingers tried to curl on the frame, to dig himself out as his legs crumpled, almost managing to bring himself to a half-standing crouch. Despite his strange stance, his presence became more solid all of a sudden, something about him shifting. Some skill, maybe. It likely didn't matter. She slammed into him, shoulder first again, ignoring the lance of dulled pain that arose from it, and felt the door give way underneath them as they went into the shop. Her hand hit the floor, and she moved her upper body away before he could attempt to grapple her with his fumbling arms. Stop, he pleaded, screamed, please. I yield, as fast as he could speak. Without haste, she could guess it would sound pleading, wheezy, desperate, a cry more than a shout, almost one single, continuous word. With haste, it felt like he moved his jaw and what came out was a mangled sound between a deflating balloon and a yawn and a word spoken by a sloth. It sounded so stupid she almost wanted to laugh, had she the breath or levity to do so. Her hand darted down, weaving between his blocking forearms. Under them, the center of her palm came flush with his chin, and he tried to twist and buck, almost managing to throw her off, if it wasn't for the fact one of her knees was on the floor. A blast of sparks melted and tore through his jawbone, and he howled, swinging blindly. The back of one of his hands, she didn't care which, rushed towards her head, and she ducked under it, feeling it just barely clip the back of her head. Without his hands to protect his face, she simply slammed her palm down on his face, fingers digging into melted flesh, and activated, spark burst. She felt his face melt under her palm, shredded and scattering with the sparks in a million little pieces. A limp wrist punched her in the rib as he spasmed, kicking at the trail of glass and broken hinges they left behind as she coughed out a snarl. She leaned forward even more, digging her weight into him. She managed another spark burst, before having to dodge his only half-functioning arm, pushing her hand down into his grumbling skull for leverage to lean back and twist her collarbone out of collision course. Haste, still had time before running out. She still had time. The moment his hand passed in front of her chest, she reared her hand back, and curled her torso down. Her palm met his face once more. For a moment, she let herself feel it. Her fingers dug into cracking bone and charred flesh, flakes of skin and bleeding mincemeat finding refuge beneath her fingernails. As he twisted his waist and began to shriek in agony, moving his arms for another worthless bout of flailing, she let herself feel the intoxicating sensation of victory and superiority crawling up and down her spine. Another blast of sparks, compressed into a mere fraction of a second. She felt the sparks detonate against her palm and the flesh trapped under it, burning both but shredding only one, and the introduction of his shriek turned into a gargled sound like a choking frog as he jerked and convulsed. Her hand sunk down, in, an inch further, and stopped once the last sparks petered out. Still alive. Another spark burst, weaker. She had to save some mana. She could still feel forms shift and twist behind her in the street. Catherine needed help after she was done here. Die, she snarled, feeling her hand melt and become one with his skull, a mess of charred pulp, the ring finally slipping out from between her teeth to bounce off the gangster and mix with the glass shards below. Another spark burst, and he bucked to the side, his right leg kicking and jerking, arms going limp for a second before sluggishly trying to raise again. Just fucking die. She threw whatever mana remained in her core into the next burst. Her hand sunk through what remained of his face, into his brain, the back of his skull, and felt the squishy bits of his skull splatter and scatter on the floor like an overripe fruit that was scorched black and crushed beneath a hydraulic press. He went limp, completely and utterly. She panted for a few seconds, a wheeze grasping at the edges of each breath. Her head lowered to his chest as she felt her limbs begin to shake and quiver. She couldn't even see nor feel anything, and likely wouldn't for a while longer. No mana left. She won, right? The smell should be horrid. Blood and brains and scorched clothes and hair, a gut-wrenching stench. But it really wasn't. She took a deep, deep breath, stuttered. She felt her shoulders shake, her fingers twitch and spasm in the charred sludge filling the man's half-present skull. She threw her right knee back over the corpse's hips, straddling it, before finally leaning back, feeling a layer of burnt skin in her hand stick to the gory mess it was embedded in as she curled it to her chest. Her fingers spasmed and shook incessantly. They had a single healing potion with them. Somewhere in Catherine's pack. Catherine. She froze, straining her ears. Harsh panting, from behind her, far behind her. 12 feet, maybe. Choked, panicking whimpers. 15. And the breaths of at least 4 people all around her. The Broken Bar Bakery. She sent him into the bakery. Customers, owner, Scruffy. It was just the person panting behind her that she had to make sure of. Cat? She croaked out, barely audible even to herself. She grimaced. No way would Catherine hear that. Her rising paranoia faded when a familiar voice rose. Fuck. Catherine asked, out of breath, and Emriel let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Pain was creeping in, the shivering aftershocks of an adrenaline overload rushing through her shivering frame. "Yeah, hey," she murmured on autopilot, a little dazed, and winced as those words sent a stab of pain through her jaw. "Pothen?" she grit out as she stumbled upright, forcing her head to rise a little. Her tongue wasn't working right. The system kept prodding her to check it, and it did nothing to help with the headache she felt rapidly forming. It hurt, a lot. A gasp came from one of the customers somewhere to the left, and she quickly recognized that haste was just about to run out. Of course, just 1 second," Catherine said, her voice funny in that slow way, and her boots thudded on the cobbles as she rushed, presumably, to where she'd dropped their backpack. The smell around her was making her drunk. Fresh breads and pastries, smoke and gamey iron, blood and death. She could taste it, all of it. She was so hungry. Plus, blood would help with a broken bar, whatever injuries she got from that broken bar. The broken bar fight. The fight. She tried to raise her foot over the corpse so she could step to the side, and almost stumbled, stiffening. She felt like if she took another step she'd fall down. "Scruffy?" she mumbled, and a familiar questioning croak came from the girl, her shoes crunching on the glass as she approached, apparently not horrified by the show she accidentally put on. "Ring, ring, ring." She fumbled, and pointed vaguely to where she thought it dropped. Trying to speak with a flesh-charred tongue was hard. And as the adrenaline continued fading, increasing painful, Scruffy moved around the corpse. The gasp from earlier wandered into her mind, the tense silence registering. She tilted her head vaguely to where she could hear the customers and the owner breathing, in the corner of the shop to her left. "If a broken bar speak to anyone, this will a broken bar be you," she carefully enunciated, pointing down at the corpse between her feet, staring right at them with eyeless sockets. The young man audibly gulped before speaking, his voice more akin to a whimper than genuine words. "Yes, sir." She didn't reply, and she did not have the presence of mind to feel bad about the threat, nor about being mistaken for a man for the 5th time. A croak by her side, sounding vaguely cheery. Likely Scruffy finding the ring, a rushed tempo of thudding boots behind her, and just as her knees began to feel like jelly, Catherine wrapped an arm around her shoulders, tilting her a little to the side. "Dear gods, what did you even do?" Catherine gasped, and something prodded her lips. "Come on, drink it all." "I'm fine, just some scrapes and bruises." After a moment of standing there, she got another idea. "No, just a broken bar, save it." "Yeah, broken bar, drink from outside." "Guys," she slurred out, and turned. "Give knife." "Can't she see?" It felt like someone had stuffed her skull full of prickly hay. A burnt mouth didn't help with her speech either. Fuck, she was concussed, wasn't she? "Drink at least enough so you won't deteriorate faster than you'll heal," Catherine ordered, and after thinking about it for a moment, she considered the slowly encroaching agony that followed every pump of her heart. Her scorched fingers gently cradled the potion as she took a big gulp, less than a fourth of the vial most likely, and she almost moaned in relief as numbness crept over her weary frame. Her skin stretched and pulled oddly, lightly growing new skin beneath the burnt remnants. Whatever. Her fingers were already mangled sticks. She gulped as she pulled back, some of the haze clearing. Catherine briefly parted from her, leaving her to sway in place. Scruffy tried to help her by putting her hands on one of her legs, as if trying to stabilize a ladder, or a tilting support beam, and she couldn't help but let out a snorting chortle at her actions. Cat came back, announcing herself with a whispered hey. The handle of a knife was put in her hand, and no matter how much it hurt to do so, she tightened her grip on it. Her tongue felt a little better. Her head didn't. Cat, take Scruffy and a broken bar. Loot the broken bar fuckers. Take all you broken bar useful stuff. I'll come help in a bit. I'll just a broken bar eat first. Take me to a corpse. Outside, she mumbled, hoping her stop-start way of speaking was legible. She just felt so lightheaded. Okay, Catherine whispered, and gently tugged her outside, their boots crunching on glass. After a few dozen steps, Catherine paused and grabbed her forearm, raising it a little. Person there. Dead one. We'll loot the other ones. One got away. I'm sorry. Their leader drank a healing potion before I could finish him off, and then he started fighting me with one of his lackeys. And when I finally knocked him out, the lackey ran. Catherine rushed out, likely just as high on adrenaline as she was. She paused. Are you a broken bar okay? She asked, remembering the giant scimitar hanging off the leader's hip. Yes, just some mild cuts and a sprained wrist. I'll be fine. You do your thing, we'll loot them. I'll hold onto the ring until your hand heals. And I'll direct the girl to the Crow's Church. She's obviously a broken bar unwanted. But we should get going, fast. The one who ran will likely tell people about us. She stood in place for a moment, realizing the implications and the consequences of what they'd done here. They'd likely made a mortal enemy of a large gang. Earthy Eel's mice might hear about this. But a broken bar, she'd still do it again. She nodded. Okay, I'll have a broken bar mana to see in a minute. Go. And a broken bar. Sorry for how ya broken bar talked. Was just baiting them, she mumbled, and shakily tried to squat, only to fall sideways on her legs, one fist touching a broken bar, some part of a corpse. She couldn't tell. Catherine's retreating steps paused momentarily. I know. Don't worry. You just eat. I'll take care of everything else. Her steps resumed. She smiled as she began to prod the corpse with the knuckles, trying to figure out where its neck was. A tug in her mind flared, lasting a mere couple seconds, pulling her above. She leaned back, head tilted towards the sky, considering. He felt her too just now, didn't he? She had been fighting. Hey bud, you're broken bar, she whispered, with a growing grin. Soon, satisfaction and the honey-sweet taste of victory slowly bled into her exhausted frame. How would her little wolf friend see this? Were he here? Would he consider this her first successful hunt? She liked the sound of that. She liked the sound of that a lot, even if it wasn't quite accurate. She turned back to the corpse, and paused once more when she heard a sound like a person taking a wheezing breath, somewhere to her left. Catherine was talking to the girl behind her in muted tones. She felt for her mana, enough to charge the eye for a few seconds, at least. She did so, and as the world blinked back into focus, she quickly looked around, until she saw the leader. A beaten, bruised face, a dark purple neck, likely still internally bleeding to some extent, and an open, breathing mouth, drooling on the cobbles. Didn't cut a broken bar. No, she didn't. She didn't say the leader was dead, she said knocked out. The eye turned off. Cat? Why is he still alive? She asked, and the conversation behind her abruptly stopped. Oh. Fat a broken bar. I've never killed someone before, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. Do you? Take me to him real quick. I'll do it. Okay, Cat said with a sharp sigh of relief. Just 1 second, the girl is still freaking out a little, That was fine. She might have traumatized the girl, but it would be a million times better than whatever the gangsters wanted her for. And killing someone who wasn't fighting back a broken bar, she could do that much for her friend. There was a hint of moral alarm somewhere in the back of her head as she considered what they'd done here, one that hadn't been there the first time she took a life. It was something that told her her actions were wrong and she shouldn't be doing them. But it felt a broken bar comparable to being a kid and trying to steal cookies from the cookie jar. She knew she shouldn't be doing it, but the guilt was so mild and the reward so sweet that it wasn't worth it not to do it, so long as she wasn't caught. Catherine helped her up, arm around her waist, and she couldn't help but gasp and whimper, breaths going hard and fast from the sudden pain. She couldn't even tell what she had hurt because her entire ribcage panged with every step. Her mouth was still a ball of agony, and her right shoulder felt weird and twisty. After a few slow steps, taken with grunts and groans and hisses of pain, Catherine gently lowered her next to the leader, before immediately turning around to rush to the girl's side. She let her breath steady for a moment, reaching for the nameless gangster's body. Fresh blood just didn't compare to preserved, nor the one stilling in the veins of the dead. For a moment, she considered the logistics of how she was going to kill him without wasting too much blood. Then with some fair amount of pain and struggle, she managed to prop his head up on her thigh. Her pointer and middle fingers hooked around the pommel of the dagger as she aimed down, her other fingers clenching shut around its shaft, using her elbow to stabilize him. She carefully felt along his head for the earhole, before putting the tip in. As she heaved and pushed down, she ignored the jerk of the corpse, thinking about how odd it was to feel cartilage and bone and brain tissue be torn apart through the handle of her dagger, how the resistance varied, how it was a sensation that was both addicting and sickening. She dug it in deeper, feeling uneasy, that sense of wrongness and distant guilt flaring. Her hand and fingers shook, and she couldn't tell if it was from some repressed emotion or the nerve damage she'd no doubt incurred from torching her own hand. He convulsed one final time, and went still. She took a deep breath, and quickly reached down and started feeling for a wrist. Once the heart completely stopped beating, sucking out his blood would be a pain. And she didn't want to waste anything. She mentally paused for a moment. Scruffy wouldn't mind eating human meat, right? It wasn't technically cannibalism. Her kind did that in the wild all the time. A question for later, she decided, as she peeled the sleeve back, sliced his wrist open, dropped the knife, and jammed the bleeding wound against her open mouth. She moaned in pleasure as crimson nectar filled her mouth, those niggling bad thoughts and feelings washing away as warmth and numbness and strength entered her shaking limbs. Scruffy, having nothing else to do for the moment, rushed to her side and held the hand in place for her, and after a moment of hesitation, she let go, allowing her hand to drop. Then she reached up to pet her, despite how tender her skin was, and was rewarded with a pleased grumble. How the hell this little goblin wasn't terrified of her, she didn't know, but she didn't have the mental capacity to question it at the moment. As the blood flow slowly lessened, she idly wondered how the wolf would react to her having two companions with her. Would he consider them a broken bar? How did Cat put it? Pack members? Would they be included in that bizarre skill that let them find each other? Or would he consider them dead weight, a threat, too much hassle? Would she be forced to pick one or the other? The thought soured her mood, so she banished it. She'd cross that bridge when she came to it. Removing the odd mana symbol in its skull made a lot of realizations occur. And as it stared at the bowl-shaped cup of bone innocently sitting in front of its snout, the upper half of its skull just about done regenerating, it wondered if it was even worth it. The first effect of removing it was immediate. It felt dumber, not in the sense of when it made a very questionable decision, and wondered what its own thought process was when making said decision, but more in the sense that its thoughts felt sluggish. Complexity mentally exhausted the wolf faster than before, and everything about using Devourer became a little slower, a little more a broken bar foggy. It wasn't a large effect, thankfully. It didn't feel like it had lost a broken bar 5 points in intelligence, for example. More like 3 or so, which were broken bar a lot. But it was a manageable loss. Still, It was unpleasant. The second realization it had came when it stared at a piece of glowing tube for more than 10 minutes, focusing, and not a single word formed out of the ether to tell it what it was and roughly what it did. Which answered the question of what it was exactly that kept feeding knowledge of various things to do with the world around it. It also formed another 1,000 questions it doubted it would ever get answers for, so it didn't bother sticking to them too much. Its eyes slid to the right, down, staring at a window that flashed a dozen colors a second within a light. This building was weird. So much flashing light, so much noise, and the way the humans inside were acting was utterly ridiculous. Just a giant mass so far broken bar wriggling and jumping. Was it some kind of mating dance? Humans were strange. Whatever this building was, it was a convenient spot to rest and do some minor surgery on itself as it slowly descended down into the human nest. Some parts of the nest had the unfortunate structure of not being able to be supported by those colossal metal and stone plates that usually held them up, and the end result was something like this, something accessible, but isolated and most importantly, cornered against the walls of the nest. It wasn't like any lucky humans could surround it when the building it was resting on was hanging over the edge of a gaping chasm. The cliff that led down the abyss was just sloped enough for the wolf to feel like it could just scrape its way down should anything unfortunate happen, and a cursory feel with its antennae confirmed that there was only one pipe going through the stone below, and it was clogged. It stretched with a groan of satisfaction, and lamented how big it had gotten. The metal crawl space between two welded-together buildings wasn't designed for comfort, it knew that, but it was so very unused to having trouble shoving itself into every little crack it could see. It had lost that sense of security that came from knowing it could hide behind every small box and fit into every little gap, in exchange for raw power. It glanced down at its forearm, thick enough to be compared to a human's knee, wiggling the spikes a little bit for its own amusement. Worth it. It yawned, and clicked its jaws shut. After it had finished sliding down that metal cable and wiggling its body through a bunch of whirring mechanisms, the first thing it had done was simple. Observe everything. And it learned a lot of things. Firstly, Echoes of Oblivion was far more useful in making itself soundless than sightless. Turns out, being a black hole in space was a lot darker and easier to pick out than just another shadow clinging to the unlit underside of a walkway. The skill's stealth capabilities had mostly been relegated to hiding the glow of its eyes and coating its hands and legs and claws whenever it scraped about or scaled a building. Considering its newfound ability to use Echoes of Oblivion to make itself a giant sphere of fog and obscure its movements, the skill was more combat useful now. Thankfully, sneaking came to the wolf naturally. That didn't mean it was easy. There was so much light up here. It was used to flickering light bulbs, dark alleys and broken networks of wires rendering entire stretches of the nest into complete darkness, vast expanses of foggy windows trapping the lights of the residents inside their little nests, smog and fog everywhere. Up here, the air was a broken bar, not clean. It still stank of chemicals a little bit, but it was far cleaner than below. There was no smog, no choking humidity making giant banks of fog it could stalk through. No humans came to tear down and pocket the light crystals either, so there were a lot of them. And even when the humans were supposed to be sleeping, towards the end of the light cycle they followed, there were people patrolling. It wasn't sure what they were patrolling for, but it could take a guess that they were looking for it. The most useful bit of information it gathered was that humans had the odd tendency to never look up. Stalking prey became trivially easy when it noticed this. The second most useful thing it learned was that humans liked to walk into strange communal nests, then poison themselves until they were stumbling wrecks that could barely tell up from down, much like the building it was currently wedged into. All it had to do was wait for the inevitable suicidal two-legger that would stumble outside and try to go home to his personal nest. It was quite boring. Its eyes flicked to the bony cap still sitting innocently on the dusty metal to its left. It was strange to think this was the top half of its skull just a few hours ago. There was no mana in it anymore, nor anything useful. Its human arm extended out of its side to grab it, and it blunted its remaining devourer enhanced teeth as it popped it into its mouth and began chewing on the bone. It wasn't sure why, but it was so very satisfying to just be gnawing at something and meeting actual resistance. It took another 2 hours, but finally, it found a good target, a lone self-poisoning human who had no companions with him nor stuck to the main, big, well-lit paths. Just when it was starting to feel that gnawing hunger again, it could always dip into the underground tunnels for some rat snacks, but after that recent experience, it was very hesitant to do so. It just made it feel uneasy, second-guessing every thought and action, whether they were its own or if the tunnels were doing it, or whether it was just being overly paranoid. It was annoying, so it wouldn't go there if it could help it. The human continued moving, and the wolf prowled above him, claws embedding lightly into a pipe that rimmed some building half built out of glass. Antennae and ears both twitched and spun, little balls of darkness obscuring all 7 of its searching eyes, and impatience warred with caution as the human turned and stumbled down a long flight of stairs, clutching to the railing. 32 humans to the right building flanking the stairs, moving boxes. 3 on the left, 23 above, walking on a metal bridge that connected 2 large gathering spots for humans, packing up their belongings and stalls. It could pounce now, but a broken bar. It wasn't some preset condition or path that it was waiting for. Planning felt meaningless when its instincts had yet to fail it, not once. Every time it thought about jumping down and just snapping his neck, there was a hint of reluctance in the background of its mind, that background pressure that told it was about to make a bad decision. So it waited. The pipe went into the building, so it briefly jumped up to claw at the wall, then leapt up and grabbed one of the metal fixtures that held up the light crystals, its tails hooking into 2 others like them. Another heave, and it was on the building's sloping roof, the thin lip around the smooth metal greatly assisting it in not slipping off as it slithered to the top. It moved forward, waiting just a little more. Then it paused, its head and attention swerving to the right. 2 people were running, and as far as it could tell, the first was running away from the second. It briefly wavered, looking down at the stumbling man. Just from impact alone, it could tell the one pursuing was almost twice as large as its chosen quarry. And it was curious. It turned towards a stout bridge connecting 2 buildings, just 15 feet away, and after briefly coiling and tensing its legs, it leapt. 2 hands burrowed into the metal and 2 thinner ones grasped the lip as its slower body swung forward, and with a light snarl of effort, it swung itself up, grabbing the top of the metal bars and kicking to scramble onto the bridge. It tried to map a route to intercept them, head tilting. It was hard, even harder now without the intelligence increase that weird mana symbol had given it. Humans would one day pay for the ridiculously overcomplicated mess that was their nest, it vowed, as it grumbled and began to jog down the bridge that cut through swathes of buildings like a battering ram. He breathed in harsh pants, feeling his legs nearly buckle with each step, but forcing himself to keep going, to keep running. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Bossman had told him 1,000 times to just poison their supplies and sneak away. But he was hungry, like every other kid he knew, so he tried to leave a little bit unspoiled and carry it away under the guards' noses. He glanced behind him, seeing the giant guards still chasing him, looking much less tired than he was hoping for, and quickly turned back around, starting to feel a mind-hazing sense of desperation. A sense of shame welled up as he wondered how stupid it would be that he might die because he dropped the damn food cube. Oh, that kid died cause he dropped a food cube. We'll mourn, but we're still gonna snicker at him inside our heads. It was humiliating. He wanted to die fighting a dragon or something. Or not at all, preferably. He was barely 12. Drats, rats, 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 rats and rackbats. Where the hell was he? He glanced to the left. The head of a factory peeked out over a giant, downward sloping mess of thankfully well-lit metal stairs, running in a zigzag downwards, tunnel entrances and pathways spewing out onto the path. Could he try to change course? He had no idea what was in the countless holes in the wall and tiny alleys he ran past. What if it was a dead end? He glanced to the right. A steep cliff-like expanse of metal, leading down to some kind of far broken bar open sump. Too far. This stupid path was way too long. A strange whistle crunch preceded the sound of a large, shuffling thud, and when the steady tempo of the guard's booming steps and heavy breath stopped with it, he chanced a glance behind him, to see what stopped the man, if his chances of living had increased. Then he allowed himself to slow down, blinking in confusion as his dead sprint slowed to a jog, then stopped entirely, turning around, breathing in harsh pants. The zigzagging path stretching down to the sump didn't leave much room for curves. He was on a giant stretch of cobbles, a straight line he could see from beginning to end. And the guard had collapsed on the ground just up said stretch of cobbles, completely unmoving. He caught his breath for a moment, wondering if this was some strange feint and if he should just keep running. Then the light caught and reflected off the steady stream of blood slowly coating the guard's head from a wound he was too far to see, and his eyes widened. Paranoia settled in. He whipped his head up to the pipe-covered sky, to the left and right, before turning around, eyes wide and searching as his burning lungs protested. Nothing. What the fuck? He turned back to the guard, and felt his heart stop as his eyes rested on an empty path, nothing but a dragging smear of blood left behind to signify the man ever existed, leading into one of the countless pitch-black alleys weaving between the staircases. He hadn't even heard a whisper, not even the drag of clothes. He felt himself quiver before an involuntary whimper left him, and he stumbled back, turning around and sprinting harder than before, eyes wide in terror, every shadow another gateway for the unknown entity that did that to jump out from. He didn't know if Bossman would even believe him when he told him how he got away, but that was a far distant worry as he wheezed and ran and ran and ran, too terrified to stop or even look behind him. After 2 days of prowling about cables and slithering on the underside of bridges and walkways to dodge the lights and eyes that tried to follow it, getting a taste of proper meat was like a broken bar. Okay, it didn't have a comparison it could think of, but it was good. It felt great. No mangy, sticky fur, no stupid crunchy bones with every bite, just red, squishy, meat, and thin, rubbery skin. Human skin was so smooth and light on fur. It was great. Humans were the best food ever. Maybe it should have waited a little more before snatching the corpse off the street, but the human pup didn't see it. Part of the reason it did that instead of just grabbing the pup too was simply the thrill. Another part was how damn skinny the pup was. It could eat 4 or 5 rats and get the same amount of essence. It just wasn't worth the hassle. Besides, seeing its bewilderment and fear was incredibly amusing. It squinted as it dug its snout out of the human's chest, staring into the distance. It could still see him, just barely, stumbling and looking around as if expecting the wolf to jump at it from every shadow. Its tail wagged in amusement as it snorted, and dug back into the ribs. One of its least favorite parts of a human. On one side, the meat between the ribs was always nice and tender, and crunching and biting the bones was fun and felt nice in our broken bar primal, instinctive kind of way. On the other side, it was one of the most annoying parts of a human to eat. No endless meat or organs, just a bunch of awkward bites with 4 chunks of bone in it each. The body began to slide off the pipe, and both its tails whipped down to nudge it back up, its human arms grabbing onto whatever they could reach to keep it steady. Maybe it should have brought him to a flatter surface to eat, but it was just so hungry it didn't even consider it. Its instincts weren't screaming at it, so it was probably fine. It was gnawing on his upper spine when it felt it. The suddenness of a sensation that was familiar just a little bit of time ago made its whole body jump in surprise, partly because it was used to hearing, smelling, or feeling every surprise possible, at least during the past week and a bit. Its head jerked up and to the side to try and stare incredulously through the floor 20 feet below, its hands all almost clasped together from the involuntary jump. For a moment, it was shocked into stiff silence, and by the time it realized that it wasn't its sight that was tilting but its entire body, it had already begun slipping off the pipe, its legs already off. It yelped, before trying to claw at the pipe, and only managed to bring the half-eaten corpse down with it as it dropped down. Falling 20 feet flat on its back would have probably at least fractured a rib before. Now, it felt like someone slapped its back a little harder than they should. It snarled, and threw the corpse off its body, scrambling to its feet and then just a broken bar staring at the floor, trying to stare through it in vain, 7 eyes all wide and searching, as if any one of them could stare through solid iron somehow. It closed its peripheral eyes, using only the front ones, and fractionally relaxed, blinking rapidly as it digested the broken bar. Incredibly sudden revelation. Its human was alive. Its human was alive and fighting something. Its weak, skinny, crippled nuisance of a human was fighting something. And it couldn't tell what way she was positioned, if she was on top or bottom, if her moments indicated an offense or a beatdown, but it could guess from its memory that unless she was fighting a rodent or something, she was losing. For a moment, it felt its fur turn to furious spikes, a shiver of fury raising them in a bristle that likely made it look half again as big as it truly was, its teeth curling into a soundless snarl. It had already lost its pack once, and it did not want to do again, especially in a more permanent matter. Having its human by its side remained as the sole, genuinely pleasant bundle of memories it had of its life. But no matter how much it wanted to sprint to the nearest ledge and jump off to reach her, it knew it couldn't possibly get to her in time. It had no real weight to measure, but she was just a broken bar so incredibly far away. How the hell did the humans bring it up here so fast? Then it remembered a strange metal cage, attached to a gigantic, mind-bendingly large tower, crawling up its spine on giant cables. It didn't have eyes to the outside world then, stuck in a little cage with a blanket on it, but it remembered feeling the scrape of metal going up and up and up near endlessly. Its tails idly swished as it thought, slowly stalking forward, its meal forgotten. If it could reach the giant tower, a broken bar. No, if it could just use the human's stupid platforms, a broken bar. With a new goal and a clear destination in mind, it decided to wait until the sensation of presence faded. The fight continued, and it stood there, anxious and angry, feeling something but knowing it was impossible to help. Almost 30 seconds later, the feeling faded. It didn't snap away, so it assumed that she won. A squeaking rodent, attracted by the scent of fresh blood, wiggled out of a rusty pipe, and the wolf ignored its screeching as it approached, simply using the bone blade in its back to impale it through the back, before curling the tentacle to bring the weakening rodent in front of its snout. She felt that, right? Did something as weak as a rat even register to Pack Hunter as a fight? It had to get to her. It wasn't sure of the logistics of dragging her with it or how it was going to keep growing and running from its pursuers with her, but it didn't much care about such details either at the moment. It calculated the distance to the sump a couple 100 feet below. With a flick, it tossed the rat away and crouched low, and rushed forwards, leaping over the railing, using it as a springboard to go even further. The sludgy, dirty waters were a perfect cushion for such a drop, thick and gooey and always frothing just enough to be soft on the impact as it crashed shoulder first into the concrete waste boxes insides. The chemicals didn't even hurt anymore, a mixture of its own toughness and its mana cells working with its immune system to quickly identify harmful intruders and eviscerate them. It still tasted horrible though. It had to find some water to get that taste out of its mouth later. As it clawed its way up the stone walls and out onto a small field of gravel and pipeworks, it broke into another sprint and wondered how exactly it was going to go about using the human lifts. It loved its slime tentacles so much. This was so much more fun when it was hanging under the moving lift rather than sitting on top of it. And it didn't even have to put in any effort, beyond sneaking under the station electrical wiring to grab onto a lift as it detached. Getting to just limply hang from the underside and watch the pretty lights below was just so worth it. It was magical and very time efficient. It crossed about a day's worth of distance in about 30 minutes. It hadn't realized quite how slowly it was making progress when it constantly had to be paranoid and check every human's stride and posture. Try to see where their gazes were directed so it could leap across a rooftop without someone seeing and notifying the people hunting it. Because they were still hunting it half-heartedly, like some pathetic predator that had lost its broken bar prey, and just couldn't give up without trying for a little more. But it could still feel them. It was mostly all the darts and vials they carried that betrayed them. A lone human covered in pointy sticks, or arrows as the symbol in its head had called them, was a little suspicious. But a human covered in pointy sticks and 20 clinking needles presumably full of annoying poison, while another very similarly weighed one was always somewhere nearby? That was just insultingly obvious. It also made picking them off one by one all the more satisfying. It let its head hang backwards, tails lazily wagging as they hung down, and opened all its eyes. It really liked the pretty lights. Maybe it should start stealing those light crystals the humans used. Not only would more darkness be good for it down there, it could probably just a broken bar dig a hole somewhere and stash them in there. Then it could nap on a giant pile of light crystals. That sounded like a very nice goal to have. It would unfortunately have to wait for the more pressing goal, which was to make sure its weird, fragile stick of a human didn't die again. Well, not again, but a broken bar. Yeah. The eye on the back of its neck turned leftwards, staring at the approaching station. With a sigh, it gathered all of its limbs, and pressed close to the underside of the lift, trying to remember how the box fit into the platform and what parts had gaps so it wouldn't get crushed on docking. The individual lifts were a lot more frequent, and significantly faster, so it decided to hitch ride on one of them. Additionally, they combined its two favorite things, an isolated prey without escape and an equally desolate destination. The boxes were pretty secure, at least without the wolf clinging to them. If the human noticed the added swaying, he didn't much show it. When it reached down to swipe its claws through the lock mechanism, and a shadow covered the little window that was the only gateway of the man to see the outside world, his reaction was much more fun to feel. Unfortunately, or maybe thankfully, nothing terribly exciting happened from there. The human tried to grab the door handle and keep it shut. The wolf yanked it open the moment his hand was on the knob, and as it yanked the door open, the human came with it, screaming. A tail whipped around his neck before he could fall down into the abyss of lights and wires, and snapped it with a jerky twist. Then it just slid into the metal box, dragging its food in with it. Eating with an open, unobstructed view made it feel surprisingly a broken bar. Content. They knew they were both alive, or so it could guess. Still, it made sure to try and pick off one of its pursuers every once in a while, just to let its human know where it was. Its spikes proved immensely effective when aimed at the head. Only metal partially stopped it, and even then, the one human who had a head covering of metal got knocked out by the force of the thorn slamming into the side of his head and an inch or two into it. So its fights were all very, very short. Maybe if they were harder it would have leveled up more than just a single level in its path, but it couldn't complain much about that when it was leveling up so fast in all other aspects. It briefly flicked the symbols open. Species, wolf. Race, none. Name, none. Path, Hound of the Keeper, level 30. Base attributes, strength, +1, speed, +6, dexterity, +0, endurance, +10, perception, +5, resolve, +1, intelligence, +6, soul, +1. Available, 0. Racial skills, pack hunter, quick learner, devourer. Acquired skills, pain resistance, level 28, infection resistance, level 9, poison resistance, level 29, corrosion resistance, level 8, disease resistance, level 4, magic resistance, level 6, mental resistance, level 32, electricity resistance, level 4, restful awareness, level 34, tough skin, level 18, iron stomach, level 7, mana perception, level 15, mana manipulation, level 17, soul perception, level 4, echoes of oblivion, level 22, blood rush, level 18, logotexnia, level 17, sonic blast, level 8, tremor sense, level 7, maddened frenzy, level 6, mana conversion, level 20, danger sense, level 5. Acquired titles, witness of divinity. You have seen a being of divine nature in their own realm. Your illuminated gaze shatters all illusions, and pierces through any and all falsehoods. Glutton beyond compare. You have eaten multiple times your body weight over a single, uninterrupted period of consumption. You gain +1 to strength and speed while your stomach is adequately filled. Acquired traits, survivor. 3, 5. You have felt the chill of death many times, and survived. You have fought against impossible odds and won. You are significantly tougher than your frame might suggest. Hunter, 1, 2. You hunt living creatures, whether it is for survival, sport or personal gain of one manner or another. You are slightly harder to notice when intending to hunt. All that progress, and it hadn't even been trying too hard. Restful awareness was an incredible skill. Its human didn't return the favor of getting into frequent, if short fights, unfortunately, so it was all it could do to just keep heading down, very roughly in the direction it felt her. Its sense of orientation was impeccable. Thankfully, it wouldn't have survived long in the human nest without it. It had only lived as long as it had because it remembered spots and could just let instinct guide it to them again and again. It still remembered a leaking pipe that dripped water into a nice convenient puddle on the floor, the place it drank most of its water from before the symbols came. And it still remembered some nest full of meat that had a nice human owner that would sometimes toss it some small snacks of intestine and the like. It thought of briefly visiting him, but wasn't sure for what purpose. It wasn't like it could eat him. It felt weird and wrong to do that after he was one of the few that had helped it survive as a pup. Trying to thank him felt equally strange. The point was, it was good at orientation. So even if every lift added another tangled string to the yarn ball that was its path, it still felt pretty confident that it was going the right way. And when it finally found that a broken bar utterly absurd tower that sat in the middle of almost every single miles-long plate in the human nest, it found its descent going from fast to rapid. Climbing under a bridge and waiting for it to extend towards the colossal monstrosity of rumbling metal took a bit of effort, as did quickly scrambling across the underside and into the gigantic mess of interwoven, crisscrossing latticework of metal beams as thick as 30 humans sitting side by side. Its claws were sore by the time it felt secure to take a breather. Getting to the center so it could find a straight metal beam without much chance of interruption was genuinely difficult. Even with its vibration senses, it constantly had to dodge out of the way of a shifting compartment of steel, or an outlining spine of rattling, blocky chains that were dragging some cage of humans up the outer rim, having to constantly be wary of something about to smush it to paste. It was a shifting labyrinth of metal and gears and hissing pipes and iridescent steel and very strangely glowing liquids being sprayed into the moving mechanisms to vaporize the grease and oil buildup. It avoided contact with those nozzles. But when it got to the center and found a straight beam that wasn't ridiculously thick, all it had to do was wrap two tails around it, dig its nails in, and just begin to slide down. Beside a few hiccups where seams and unexpected bolts and shudders almost made its claws slip out and forced it to tighten its tails and stop for a minute or two, it continued sliding down like a plummeting speck of shadow, catching faint glimpses of light and activity through the tiny gaps between the endless machinery spinning all around it. As it stopped to try and find some still place to rest, it idly wondered a broken bar. If humans could build things like this, wouldn't a broken bar everything be a human nest of some sorts? If it went up an unfathomable distance, for example, how clean and orderly would the human nest get? How many humans were there in this nest? Was there a limit, or was the entire world their nest? The idea of angering the entire world felt like a very bad one. But at the same time, running a broken bar. Running was starting to grate its nerves. Cradled in a hammock of wires as thick as its own legs each, between two rumbling blocks of gearwork, it went to sleep. When it finally started getting somewhat close to where it had felt her bar a couple thousand feet, it had to pause and go out for a quick snack, noticing its reserves going low again. Unfortunately, it couldn't find any of its usual playmates. The humans hunting it must have lost whatever trail clued them into its location when it went into the large tower, so it moved to grab someone random off the streets. And it ran into a curious sight. The humans were fighting. Not its own human, unfortunately, or, fortunately, actually, she was pretty weak. Just a broken bar, some giant crowd of humans. One group was dug into some large factory complex, with trenches of gravel and the makeshift barriers everywhere. peeking through the windows and walkways above to toss fire bottles and little rocks that exploded down at their assailants. Glowing stony or broken bar insect-like things were moving with them, like the stone humanoids down by the burning rivers, except these had drills on their front, and constantly moved back and forth in bizarre, start-stop manners, scaring away the red ones and then skulking back into the factory's makeshift defenses. The second group was trying to get into the building complex and was vastly outnumbered. But they also knew how to fight, and were far more organized, so they were somehow not quite being repelled yet. They threw mana stuff at the defenders, fire and glowing spears from a particularly large human that sat at the back of the attackers, while a large detachment of the attacking group was locked in melee on the ground floor and around the wire fences. It was interesting to see how humans fought. Not individually, but as our broken bar pack. On the right corner, it could see another group carrying ladders, likely trying to sneak in through the upper windows. It was such a strange thing to see. It knew humans fought, of course. Pack members did that all the time too, at least from what it had observed. But never like this, never on such a large scale. Pack fights were scuffles, a lot of snarling, posturing, intimidation and domination, establishing a pecking order of sorts, the bigger dog asserting that it would be the one to get most of the meat. So combined with previous things it noticed about them, it had to wonder if humans even worked in such a group. It had thought humans were like our broken bar, massive, cohesive, loosely connected pack. All of them, the nest itself. That notion had been challenged when it realized that humans weren't exactly united in the task of hunting it. Only a tiny group seeming to work towards that goal. Now, such a notion was shattered. Were humans split into many different packs? It certainly looked like that. Even their coverings, their A-shirts and A-pants, they had a kind of color pattern and similarity to distinguish Group 1 to Group 2. That was a broken bar. Convenient, actually. It probably meant humans wouldn't get too upset when a couple of their kin vanished in the alleyways. It had been worrying that it was slowly drawing the ire of the nest in general with its actions. Now it knew it wasn't. Or was a broken bar reasonably certain? Humans were weird. There was always the possibility they considered this some kind of ritual, or maybe they were just play fighting but very roughly. A man in red took one of the flaming bottles to his head, and his screams carried up to the wolf's perch. Maybe not. It had been idly glancing at another set of human packs fighting below. As it jogged across a rooftop, trying to puzzle how to get closer to where it had previously felt its human, and as if mere thought summoned her, it felt her, and its jog froze, almost stumbling over its feet from surprise. She was so close. She zipped around, fast enough to make it mentally blink in confusion, her attention jumping in a circle as she moved back and forth, but not away. She was surrounded. Its fur slowly began to bristle. She turned, slowed, thrashed, fighting someone. Something impacted whoever she was grappling with, and then she began running out of the encirclement. He wasn't sure how she healed so fast, or how she ran so damn fast, but it didn't matter. Someone was hunting her. More than one two-legger. Too far to feel them, but not for long. Maybe complacency from the long stretch of silence had led it to unconsciously slow down again, to try and not attract attention. Now, it immediately gave up on any notion of stealth. Its mind strained to not slip as it punched the metal with a deafening boom, denting it inwards, focusing on the vibrations, mapping a path, some way to get to her, to find her quicker and kill whatever worthless meatbag was interfering. Its lips curled into a soundless snarl as its tails hooked around smoking exhaust pipes, two human arms hooking their nails into the seams of the roof, its own fingers burrowing into steel. It leapt off the roof, sailing in a near straight line for a bit before slamming into the steel floor 50 feet below with a roll and a grunt of pain. It ignored the fighting humans who shouted and leapt away from it, breaking into a dead sprint towards a railing about 200 feet ahead. One of them moved as if to hit it with a lead pipe as it passed, fast and hard. The tentacle in its back whipped out from its sheath to shoot a spike into his forehead and straight through it. It sped past them into the alley before his body hit the floor. Wisps of smoke flickered and clung to its fur in random, agitated bursts, a burning fury rising up in its chest, into the back of its throat, pressing for release, for a howl. A howl it kept down, clamping its jaws shut as its brows furrowed into a glare, venomous thorns rising across its shoulders and forearms. Finally, action. Finally, it was getting its pack back. It leapt onto the railing and off of it, spreading all its arms wide open. A couple seconds of weightlessness and then its limbs clamped shut around the light pole crystals that raced up and down for hundreds of feet, swinging once from momentum before sliding down. It ignored the crack and sparkles of light crystals disconnecting and snapping as its weight barreled through the flimsily upheld lights, and a tide of darkness followed it as it descended. Catherine had led her and Scruffy somewhere, huffing and puffing from the messy load on her back, clanging and banging with every other step. She couldn't really focus. Likely wouldn't be able to until the blood she'd gorged herself upon worked the stupid concussion away. Catherine whispered things at her as she guided her to a corner, the air familiar in the way all places smelled when enclosed for a long time. She wanted to sleep, she really did, but the system kept prodding at the back of her mind, and curiosity won over logic. Because it had been genuine ages since she'd last opened it, so she slumped further into the corner, and opened it. You have progressed on your path. Infuser, level 17A, Augmenter, level 18. Already? She knew paths changed over time, whether because the person had changed enough or because they'd progressed enough in their path to be considered something superior to before or some such drivel, but as far as she knew, paths usually changed when someone had hit a milestone of some kind, an understanding, or just reached a very high level in whatever they were doing. What prompted "fuck" thinking made her head hurt. Still a broken bar, she could not complain. Infuser was more of a catch-all path for people that imbued spells and properties into things and people. It caught craftsmen and rune makers and even most necromancers that were early on in their careers. Just a broken bar. All sorts of things. Augmenter was very specifically oriented towards buffing or imbuing living things. Its bonuses to her, haste, for example, would be much better than Infuser S, which was wider catching but weaker. All this did was ensure that going into some kind of enchanting route would be much harder, and she was not interested in that whatsoever, in line with that supposed theory that the system could tell one's fate. Even if she wished to become some kind of enchanter, she was not stable enough, not secure enough, not connected enough to make something like that work. Her more specific path was much more combat-oriented, and she had a feeling she'd be needing that more than trinkets. Base attributes: strength, +0, speed, +0, dexterity, +0, endurance, +3, perception, +2, resolve, +2, intelligence, +4, soul, +2. Available, 5. The text stalled, and she pushed it to go on, having no clue what to put her attribute points into and vaguely understanding of the fact that allocating them while concussed and dizzy and sleepy and more than a little battle and blood drunk was likely a bad idea. Pain resistance has leveled up. Level 24A. Level 26 Spark Burst has leveled up. Level 19A. 21 Haste has leveled up. Level 20A. Level 21 Mana Perception has leveled up. Level 23A. Level 24 Mana Manipulation has leveled up. Level 25A. 26 Mana Tank has leveled up. Level 8A. Level 9 Mana Conduit has leveled up. Level 8A. Level 13 Mana Touch has leveled up. Level 10A. Level 14 Tough Skin has leveled up. Level 7A. Level 9 Telemantic Construct has leveled up. Level 15A. Level 18. She idly remembered Tough Skin's existence, and quickly realized that that skill had probably helped her hand stay usable almost as much as a mage's natural resistance to her own spells did. Curiosity sated, she flicked it off, flipped the finger mentally, and tried to go to sleep, feeling wired beyond belief. She felt exhausted but not sleepy, like there was some scraping background thought that kept her nailed to the moment. Scruffy eventually cuddled up to her, practically laying on her left leg, her back against the wall and her head on Emriel's lap. She pet her hair as the goblin fell asleep. It helped relax her a bit. When Catherine joined the impromptu pile, leaning her head on her right shoulder and draping her trench coat over all three of them like a crappy blanket. She finally began to feel relaxed enough to slump into the corner rather than curl into it, and began to slowly drift off. And even through the fuzzy space in her head, she understood why. She simply wasn't used to sleeping alone anymore. It felt wrong. She wasn't sure if this sense of safety and comfort began after sleeping on top and cuddled up to the wolf for a couple weeks, or if it only really bloomed during the past few days of sleeping in cramped spaces in a tiny bed, waking up together with Cat and Scruffy, but it was there regardless. She wished her skin could still feel temperature normally beyond the patchy mess of conflicting warmth and chill she felt. She assumed this was warm, fucking chemicals. She fell asleep to the distant sensation of her friend fighting something above. Briefly, he was closer, significantly closer. He had felt her, and he was coming. She fell asleep with a small smile. After waking up and feeling like something a step or two above a walking zombie, Emriel had the chance to observe their surroundings. As far as she could tell, this was someone's abandoned basement. Cracked grate tiles over stiff stone. Across the room from their cuddle pile of sorts, she could see a long stretch of organized objects. Their broken bar loot. Yeah, their loot. It was a lot. Half-processed memories from yesterday rose. As hurried as they were to get away from the scene, preferably far, far away, they had to stop and hide somewhere, to not only arm themselves properly, but to rest and let all the blood do its work. And it was doing it. She could feel it. Her hand almost had new skin. It felt smooth and wax-like, but it was there. Her fingers weren't twitching constantly. So, they'd found themselves here, wherever Ray here was. It was dusty. It smelled like something died in the pipes above their heads weakly, but it was decent enough for them to sleep in. It wasn't like they could just walk into an inn absolutely loaded with spare armors and weapons. They'd get found in a day and gutted the next. Catherine saved them a lot of time, if not their lives outright, by finding this place. Eventually, she drifted off again, and woke up to the sight of Catherine poking and separating the loot. After half an hour of waking up and stretching, she limped over to join her. "Where's Scruffy?" she mumbled, bending down to access something that looked like our broken bar curved cleaver. "Outside." "Sent her on lookout." "She's smaller and sneakier," Catherine replied, distractedly, and she nodded, going back to checking their haul. I'm proud of you," Catherine blurted out before she could start, and she paused, confused. "For helping that girl." "Your broken bar changed less than I thought. I would have walked away, personally. But you've always been a better person. So the entire time I was wishing you wouldn't, but I didn't know if you would stop them, because he broken bar well, like you said. You're different now. You're not quite the broken bar bright-eyed sweetheart I remember. You're tougher now, harder. The same rose, but you've grown thorns, if that makes sense. So I thought you would walk past. I'm a broken bar really glad you didn't." "I'm proud," Catherine breathed out, genuine and oddly awed, her fingers slowing on the sheath she was inspecting. Lost in thought, she took a deep, loaded breath, incredulous. When was the last time she heard someone say they were proud of her? She must have been a toddler. With a shuddering exhale, she stepped to the side, and yanked Cat into a hug, ignoring her tiny yelp of surprise, her hand a tight fist in her friend's trench coat, forehead against her shoulder, arms wrapped around her, engulfing her. "I'd have crumbled to pieces without you. You know that?" "If you weren't there when I woke up," she forced out from her chest tight with warmth, and Catherine didn't reply, simply hugging her tighter. It took a few minutes of her breath breaking and stuttering, but eventually the lump in her throat vanished, and all emotions had been bled out of both of them. They separated, and with a final squeeze on her shoulder and smile, Catherine stepped back to give her some momentary space, picking up the sheath she'd dropped before. After another minute of thought and mental digestion, she joined her in picking through the loot. She was lucky that the sheer surprise and speed of the fight didn't let any of the gangsters dig into their clothes and pull out some of the nastier stuff they had. The inventory was ridiculous, and every passing item they laid out on the floor had her realize how absolutely crucial that element of surprise was. Every other damn thing in this pile could have killed them. They had an impact grenade full of acid the likes of which she could only guess would be found in the deepest ends of the fourth floor, For example, the thing frothed and whined when she brought it to her ear. It felt and looked and sounded so toxic that she was pretty sure this thing would explode if it met her. Or water, or anything that wasn't the enchanted insides of the complicated mess of plates and locks which it was currently housed in, with a tiny slit of glass to look inside on the right side. If it exploded, would it be in gas form or liquid gas bomb or liquid bomb? She couldn't tell, unfortunately, but the idea of an acid gas grenade was horrifying. She'd already felt herself melting alive once. She didn't care to repeat the experience. She missed not having numb skin, to some extent. Then, erythite gauntlets. She wasn't sure how Catherine knew what that metal even was or what it did. Apparently it was some kind of alchemist metal, self-repairing, to a decent extent, a bit less sturdy than steel. How the gangsters had access to not one alchemist-sourced weapon but two, or how they could afford it, she wasn't sure. It was likely that the gang found some alchemist who hadn't gotten his guild's protection yet, and had enslaved him for dirt cheap equipment. The gauntlets were too big for her hand, of which she only had one, so Catherine got both of them, and seemed oddly pleased as she curled and uncurled her fists in them. She had to agree, Catherine and armor went together like milk and cookies. She was short, but that just made her look more a broken bar solid, in a sense, like a small wrecking ball. Even if she wasn't sure what her friend's path and skills were, if any. They should discuss that soon. Then, a small packet of rocks, likely drugs. They threw it away, even if she had to admit to some curiosity. Only 2 healing potions between the 5 of them. Surprisingly, cocky pieces of shit. Then a broken bar, mostly a large assortment of light armor, underarmor, knives, more drugs, cigarettes, a couple coin pouches that Catherine was in the process of emptying into their own, a giant, gleaming scimitar that she had no idea how Catherine managed to beat with the crappy dagger they bought her, and the dart launcher, along with a couple belts for all the stuff to clip onto. Problem number 1 with arming herself was simple. She was still incredibly weak. She felt fine, true, but that was likely because she'd just gotten used to lifting 10 pounds of weight like it was 30. So any of the heavier, more protective options immediately went out of the window, which left Catherine's loot pile absolutely decked compared to hers as she patiently reviewed the loot and kept tossing whatever she couldn't use onto hers, which was most stuff. Iron treads. It sounded good in theory, until she realized that walking with weights on her feet with here a broken bar, a fighting style and current strength was suicidal. Gauntlets. She only had one hand, better to sell them as a pair. Besides, the dart launcher was a much better fit, even if Catherine had to spend an entire hour and a half readjusting everything tighten and around her twig-like arm and hand. The whole thing was a single armor sleeve piece. Unfortunately, it started with a thin sheet metal pauldron over a thick mold of leather, with straps that went around her chest and ribs. The pauldron connected down to a leather vambrace that hugged her forearm, a leather glove on her hand, and some leather protection around the arm. Simple but efficient and fairly light. Only the lower half of her forearm had actual mechanisms, both over and under. The dart launcher was snug with the wrist, and mercifully simple to load. It was just a little rectangular box with a button on the outer side, which she discovered she could bite to pop the box open, which split in half to reveal a groove for the darts and some kind of iridescent spring that would launch them when she performed 2 specific motions. How Catherine knew all of this, she also didn't question. After it swung open, all she had to do was jam 2 pointy but factory-standard darts into the 2 slots and flick it back closed with her wrist. The little dart bandolier slung across her hips was also light and easy to clip on, with a metal clicking a broken bar thing. A buckle. Then she got to testing it while Catherine replaced cloth with chain mail and hold leather, trying to avoid using mana bursts to give her friend some modicum of privacy as she changed. Unfortunately, the launcher was not mercifully simple to reload. That needed a second hand, or very fine telemancy to accomplish. Not rough fields like her constructs, actually grasping something with mana turned into force, which was more of a mana control exercise than a genuine use, broadly speaking. Shooting the damn thing wasn't simple either. It took Catherine around 30 solid minutes of explanations for her to learn what wrist and finger movements she had to perform simply to turn off the safety, turn the safety on, and how to shoot. And after said half hour, she finally got to shoot the damn thing, loaded with one dart. One barrel twanged violently, empty, while the other let out a broken bar meteor noise, sending the dart into the wall and bouncing off with a spray of stone chunks. The little cone of damage looked about an inch deep, more than enough to pierce clothes and flesh, assuming no armor or ridiculous endurance like with that fucker she fought. When she asked how Energos she didn't get nailed by one of these darts, Catherine said he couldn't use the launcher because he was holding his sword with the same hand, and when he tried to twist his wrist to arm it, she just knocked the sword out of his hand. Her evaluation of Catherine's combat capabilities rose even higher. She just sounded so broken bar knowledgeable about it, like she knew properly what a stance and parry and riposte was. Emriel sure didn't. She knew the definitions at best. Before she could accidentally brain someone with a dart, she decided to turn the launcher off. Bring hand straight up and yank to the right to disengage the mechanism, Kat had said, with 2 short movements and twin clicks. The pull on her gloved fingers disappeared. Then she got back to trying to reload the darts on her own. 4th try, she almost got both darts in with the flashy motion, only for both to barely miss and hit the floor. It was possible, but she needed some practice. She liked this dart launcher. Even if she doubted it would do much for her, having options was wonderful. The rest of her choices were similarly light. A thick shirt with a bunch of small, bendy wooden plates sewn into the inside, presumably chemically treated, great for keeping her organs inside her. Then, a scarf woven around chainmail with 2 clips on each end to tie around her neck. Well, that one was kind of heavy combined with the weight of the gulama yanking at her neck with its chain, but she'd rather keep her arteries intact. Then, simple shin guards made of some kind of dark blue wood, extremely light and oddly sturdy. A bandolier belt for her darts with a padded metal pouch for a single healing potion vial, and the enchanted ring around her finger, which was the biggest dilemma they faced as they slowly but steadily armed themselves, watching the loot pile on the floor steadily decrease in size. On one hand, the amount of things they could buy with the 7 or 8 gold coins they might be able to sell this ring for was immense. The most desirable of which was a Gillam arm prosthetic. A good prosthetic. 4 or 5 gold coins likely couldn't get her any of the enchanted or Magi-Tech stuff, not even close, but it would be enough to get something that was sturdy, reliable, and articulate. And strong. Gillams were strong already as far as she knew. But even compared to normal Gillams, that many gold coins got someone the good limbs, the ones that came from the really terrifying bastards down below. And that was before anything from the system's attributes got factored in. If she had one of those, she could have ended the fight yesterday by just reaching forward and crumpling the scumbag's windpipe into mush. And it was tempting, it really was. To have full functionality again. To feel a little more whole again. Even if it would be patchwork and her flesh would never really return, not without a price she couldn't afford in her dreams. But at the same time, the ability to just snap a dagger into her hand whenever she wished. A dagger, a stabby metal object. Like her darts. She let out an annoyed hiss, deflating like a balloon. God, she was so fucking stupid. She brought her hand down to her hip, and with a few quick taps, had stored all the metal darts into the dimensional ring. They barely took any space. She bit onto the thin rectangular wrist launcher, managing to find the button with a fang, and swung it open. The darts blinked into existence perfectly into the little grooves, and she swung her hand inwards to the right to snap the box shut. Just like that. She took aim at the wall, and fired off both darts. Then she let the springs take a short second to reel back, and teleported 2 more darts in without issue. With a flick and click, the dart launcher was disarmed, and she sighed as she bent down to port the darts back into the ring. When combined with her current weakness, the weight of a good Gillam arm would really weigh her down. Pitted against the convenience and the sheer utility of being able to just throw anything she wanted into what was essentially a tiny pocket dimension, as long as it wasn't full, plus the quick reload, she was willing to settle significantly. Maybe she'd buy a cheap little claw arm, enough to grab stuff and hold onto them, nice and cheap and disposable. With her track record, It probably wouldn't last long anyway. Scruffy chose that moment to tumble down the stairs with a squawk, not even bothering to properly regain her feet before gesturing above with frantic gibbers, eyes wide. "Shit," she hissed, feeling dread coil in her stomach. This basement was a dead end. They had to push outside. How the hell did they find them so fast? Blood magic? They'd certainly bled enough in that alley. But witches were expensive and fickle at best. How much did they piss them off? Catherine wasn't one to be sloppy with things like this. There was no way this place wasn't remote and out of the way, wherever the hell they were. Cat wasted no time in grabbing the long curving scimitar and clipping it onto her belt, then snatching up their backpack as Umriel stood there, trying to calm her heart down with deep breaths. Her hand flit down to the acid grenade dangling off her left hip, safe within a little pouch. She wondered what it would look like to see a crowd of human scum melting away into the gutter beneath their blood-soaked boots. What it would feel like to watch it. Hear it. Cat, I know you haven't killed before, but please don't hesitate. It'll be either them or us, she whispered softly, hoping she wasn't inadvertently pushing her friend down some bad path. Cat sighed, all bulky armor under a tight trench coat, her every step clinking softly as she walked to the stairs that led them down here. I won't. Now let the broken bar see how fast I can run like this, Catherine murmured, and glanced back at her. They had to have a chat about their paths soon. She had no idea how much strength or endurance Cat had. She had no idea if she could keep up with her, or the other way around. Not that there was a chance in hell of her leaving Cat behind. Ride together, die together, or our broken bar something. The Gulamai flit down to Scruffy, still panting and very short of stride. She ignored her startled squawk as she hauled her onto her shoulder, feeling her arm weakly shake from the strain. Grab on tight, Scruffy. Bumpy ride, she murmured, and the goblin understood quickly as she followed behind Cat, her hands wrapping around her neck and feet digging into her waist. She paused, and bent down to grab a knife, handing it to Scruffy, who took it after a moment of hesitance. Then she jogged forward, up the stairs. She couldn't run well like this either, she had to admit. It felt heavy to climb upstairs with, never mind sprinting. The door to the basement creaked open, and Cat took a cautious peek. I see a couple of them. They're looking around the other doors and storage buildings. They don't know where we are right now, Catherine whispered. She worked her jaw, trying to figure out a solution beyond just mindlessly legging it. I don't know where we are right now either, she simply said. Abandoned slave camp. These used to be storage rooms. There's a colossal factory to our distant right, and a smaller one to our left. Across from this door a couple 100 feet down are some of the higher sumps, and behind us, if we went around, is a giant stretch of open ground with spires and hanging tower buildings all over. Leads down to a fighting pit a couple 100 feet off the end. Good for losing pursuers. Catherine rushed out in a breath. Shit. The sumps were a bad choice. The factories were even worse. Far too large, far too complex. Workers got lost in factories, never mind random people running into one. Which might help them lose their pursuers, but then they'd be in a labyrinth of machinery and very likely surrounded on the outside. Fighting pit sounds good. Better, at least. How much speed do you have? She offered, and Catherine hissed out a sigh. Tense. I only have 3 points in it. And yes, it sounds good, but open space, at least until the paths narrow towards the fighting pit. We might get nailed and surrounded if they've got people that way. I think it's best if we just assume we're surrounded no matter which direction we go. Besides, I can speed us both up. How did you think I moved so fast yesterday? She asked, leaning forward to peek through the door as well by sending a small surge of mana. No footprints. They hadn't passed through this part yet, and Cat hadn't left any trail to the door. I really don't know here, Cat. All I have is your descriptions. I can make us both really fast for a while, and still have some decent mana left over. You know the terrain better. You brought us here. Which way? She knew Catherine wasn't used to taking initiative and was most definitely uncomfortable with doing so, but it wasn't like that was worth the danger her making a blind choice would put them in. Catherine lowered herself closer to the floor, bracing against it, then glanced back at her head, before flicking down at the Gulamai on her sternum, meeting her gaze. Honestly, I think you're right. Speed boost, then just a broken bar. Get into the tunnels and run towards the fighting pit. It's going to be crowded enough to let us slip away or start a massive brawl. Right. Okay, Catherine said, obviously psyching herself up, uncharacteristically jittery. That contrast between them made her realize how much calmer she was in comparison. She couldn't tell if that was a good thing. On the count of 3, a broken bar? She nodded, crouching, her fingertips brushing against Catherine's back. 2, haste, spells at the ready. A squeaky voice rose from the right of the door, getting closer, exchanging banter. A near broken bar. Her mind checked the ring, the darts, the dagger. To broken bar. The thrum of adrenaline, that sickly sweet thrill, coated her tongue, slathered her spine. Her aching, sore lips panged with tiny pricks of pain as they stretched into a small, tense smile. 3, haste, left her body hollow, and Catherine gasped sharply at the boost she got, a substantially more powerful than the one she gave herself. The door exploded outwards, and their boots kicked up a wave of gravel and dust as they both tilted left and pumped their legs. A slow shout rose from behind them, a deafening whistle starting its trill by the time they'd almost turned the corner. She was still weak and tired. Her head still felt fuzzy and she still hurt all over. She was about half healed. Fighting was not the plan here, not even close. They just had to run. The short, squat building they emerged from quickly retreated behind them, and she saw what Cat meant. A wide expanse stretched forth like a field, peppered with giant piles of gravel and dirt and discarded metal scrap, flanked on either side by tall, skeletal buildings. From above came light, spires and towers cut off 100 or more feet before they met the ground, monstrosities of glass and lights and wire. The abandoned outlines of a giant greenhouse eerily dark and silent around them. Someone shouted from the building up ahead to the left, and she grit her teeth, pushing through the stiffness to pump her legs faster. At the other edge of the vast mess of gravel and metal scrap hills peppering a long stretch of solid stone, she could see the buildings and fences slowly tighten to a small collection of alleys. It was about 400 feet away. The way the Gulamai bounced around was disorientating, so she turned it off, relying entirely on mana touch. Having seen what she needed, she felt something rush through her mana field from where the shout came from, and she threw herself to the right, lowering her center and briefly slapping her palm on the ground to force herself upright again. The air ruffled her cloak as the arrow narrowly missed her waist and Scruffy's leg. They only narrowly avoided tumbling into the ground, taken off balance by Scruffy's weight. That wasn't a warning shot, not a net. It was a killing shot. Santa Mass. Her eyes widened as she felt another arrow, not even a full second later, whistle through the air, from the same direction, towards Catherine. For a moment, she was about to slam into her side to get her out of the way, or try to push the projectile off course with a construct, something which took way too much time and mana to be without risk, not against something like an arrow. Catherine drew the scimitar in one smooth motion, and she aborted that plan, trusting her friend, straightening back into a proper run. Cat batted the projectile away without breaking stride, a motion that was impressive even with a slowed time sort of feeling from the boost, and she again had to reevaluate her friend's combat prowess. She mentally prepared another construct, just in time for another one to come, before the second arrow had even hit the ground. In the brief moment it was blown off course, she realized that that was not an arrow, but a crossbow bolt. A fucking repeater crossbow. Fuck. Another deflection, hasty. She heard and felt the projectile bounce off Catherine's side, striking her on the flat end before spinning off behind them. She heard something ahead, like the slide of a razor against brass, and briefly flicked on the eye. Catherine slid to a halt, head manically swerving around. There was barely any time for her to register the sight of a half-dozen floating motes of ghost light spreading just a dozen feet ahead before masked people replaced them with the sound of crunching glass, forearms clasped together in a wide semicircle. Their masks were more like helmets, black steel and plain with a dozen little holes around the mouth as their only detailed work. In the middle, a giant with a hammer on his back, bandages around his midriff, coat hanging open to reveal a chest and upper abdomen bursting with grotesque muscle. To his left, a wiry figure with gloves, wearing tight rags, covered in glowing runes. To the middleman's far left, a man with a mechanical spear. To his right, a man in a giant suit of chains, brown-black, dozens of bear traps hanging around his lower body thick enough to be forming an ankle-length skirt, his mask adorned with a childish chalk-lined toothy grin, the eye holes large enough to shove a fist through, yet still completely dark. Behind them, some skinny short kid in a black mask and brown leather armor, holding onto their shoulders as they appeared, who quickly leapt away. The man in the chains plucked at his suit and connected two chain ends to a pair of bear traps, quickly beginning to spin them like a flail, picking up speed as something on his back whirred, releasing and lengthening the chain links, his costume tightening up. The man with the spear on his back jerked and twisted, as if his body was made of melting rubber, his right shoulder folding into his chest and hitting his left shoulder. A strange wave-like motion brought the spear into his hand and into forward motion over his shoulder, and he lunged for Catherine with a bizarre stance, shoulder almost to the floor, head turned completely away like a limp-necked doll. An upwards push from below, not much stronger than a shove, right as his foot was about to meet the floor to throw him forward, and he stumbled, tucking himself into a tight ball as he rolled even further to the left, somehow managing to keep the spear vaguely pointed towards Catherine. Catherine simply took the opportunity to back away and slap away another bolt, sending her a wide-eyed, desperate glance. Neither of them had the reach to be fighting a twisting mannequin of a human with a spear that no doubt had a dozen tricks in it. She kicked backwards, mind reeling, the gulami twisting and jerking around as she billowed mana like a smoke chute, looking for a way out that wasn't through them even as she drained herself utterly dry of mana to make a construct that would let them slip through, praying she wouldn't have to use it. Because if she did, after casting two immensely charged, haste, spells, she was essentially out of the fight from then on, excluding her dagger and darts. A gigantic warhammer's head 5 times her own weight scraped chunks off the stone floor in an uppercut as the big man stepped forward in a sharp, but ever so slow motion. The bear trap man brought his left arm forward to whip a black steel trap straight at her head, equally glacial. The skinny man took a boxer's open stance, his gloves flaring as he stepped towards her, deceptively quickly, and the gap appeared as their movements made them lose their center of balance, tore their stability away. Through. She barked, fast enough that she doubted any of their adversaries would even understand the word beyond a strange shout, and the strongest mana construct she'd built yet by far, a flat plane of repulsion, slammed their line open. The big man getting thrown to the side into the bear trap-wielding bastard, the boxer quickly shifting his feet as he was launched to the left, bringing himself to a stumbling pirouette to not fall on his ass, arms flailing. She moved her upper body to the left, away from the flung bear trap, then dashed forwards, momentarily digging her feet in to let another bolt fly past, tucking her stomach in, then resuming to move through the gap, past them. Catherine dashed forward at the same time, deflecting a jab of the spear, moving with her torso almost parallel to the ground. She only had a moment to twist her torso around and meet the boxer's fist as he quick-stepped forward, crossing their distance in 2 short and measured pumps of his legs, despite Cat not only being closer to him but also directly trying to move towards her, almost sandwiching him between them. Why were they all so focused on her? Did the fuckers in the bakery talk? Without any chance of dodging him, she caught his fist and tried to ease it towards her, doubting she could stop it in its tracks. The leather glove sizzled as his knuckles met her palm, but mercifully, it held. She pushed back, barely slowing his fist down, simply wrenching herself away. Scruffy's arm stabbed down with a knife from behind her back, aiming for the man's hand. He twisted his footing and moved his body in a wave from his ankles, forcing himself forward in a quick jerk. His fist barreled into her collarbone, and she spun for a moment as Scruffy squeaked, the knife flying out of her hand scrambling for a grip on her. She was dully aware that he'd broken her collarbone, her boots scraping at stone as she bent her legs to try and not end up on her back. She learned her lesson from last time. What happened when someone hit the floor? She felt him step toward her as she keeled forward, throwing a hand out to catch herself and push off the floor before she could quite meet it, only to promptly lower himself and jump away from her as a scimitar slashed at where his fist was a moment ago. Catherine's gauntlet yanked at her clothes as she passed her, and she grit her teeth through the pain as she was essentially jerked up and forward by the motion, jostling the injury. The mechanism on her wrist quickly armed with a double twist of the wrist, and she blindly fired towards the bastard behind her as she unsteadily resumed running, hearing a grunt of pain but not having the time to feel what or where she hit. Catherine placed herself between her and the sniper, swatting away bolts with gauntlet and sword, barely a second's delay between each shot. In the real world, it might as well have been a steady stream of endless bolts, a barrage. She didn't have the mana to do anything other than see for about another 2 minutes, not after that giant push field, so she glued herself to Catherine's side, matching her pace for pace as they ran, covering hundreds of feet in mere seconds. Then Catherine abruptly began to slow down, looking around frantically in between increasingly wild swats at the bolts. She flicked the glulamine on, and felt her heart drop to her feet as she watched detached groups of 3 sprint into sight from seemingly every single nook and cranny, filling the empty space before them, some of them being teleported in by the kid from before, a kid she just realized had seemingly vanished the moment the fighting began. A mass teleporter? Did they kill gangsters or a dungeon baron? Didn't they have better things to do with all this manpower? Why did they hate them this much? She watched another 4 motes of light appear through a wall, quickly turning into 4 people, before the masked child just disappeared again into a ball of light and sunk into the wall. There were at least 20 people around them, forming a similar perimeter to before, wide and thin. But they didn't have a chance to break through. She didn't have mana after having to toss a 7-foot giant and his hammer out of their way. After everything she'd been through, she didn't want to die like this. Another bear trap on a chain lunged for Scruffy on her back, as if in slow motion, and she easily twisted out of the way, turning around, struggling to figure out some path to escape. The boxer took a wide path away from Catherine's side before seemingly sliding forward with a tiny hop that looked like it broke every law of physics possible, just barely slower than her, then lunging right at her. She only just managed to throw her head out of the crackling fist's path, feeling her clothes spike with residual static, and her hand rose, a sharp metallic thud preceding the 2 darts that blurred forward. They burrowed into something that wasn't flesh, and were stopped. Armor. Another fist, aimed just below her ribs. A memory of what happened last time she took a hit there arose, and she spun with the hit as his fist met her padded shirt, feeling the strike take the wind out of her lungs as she spun, Scruffy losing her already slipping grip and tumbling off of her. Then the bear trap that had missed her caught on her single grounded leg as it returned to its owner, and swept it out from underneath her, the pressure plate mercifully too far to activate and sever her foot. Someone was yelling something, but his voice was too slow to figure out what. She landed chest down, and bit down a shout of pain as her collarbones pieces ground against each other inside her. She felt the boxer zip forwards towards her, rearing his left leg up to stomp onto her waist, and tried to twist out of the way, only to see his right leg twist and kick him forwards, in a flying spinning kick that almost moved at normal pace. His kick slammed into her face, and she only had the vague impression of noise and sound and pain as the eye flicked off, leaving her to swim in air, to hang in limbo, not quite unconscious but just a hair off. She couldn't afford to deflect the arrows anymore. She let one slam into her shoulder and burrow half an inch into the chainmail, driving half a breath out of her, and in one motion, cut the strap of her backpack and dashed forwards, letting it peel off her frame. Then she realized that no matter where she stood around them, she couldn't protect her. They were surrounded. They were finished. Just like that? Why did they send so many? She threw a leg over M's semi-conscious, groaning form, and slashed upwards at another B-trap, knocking it aside with ease, before noticing the swirling chain leading up and up and up, out of her line of sight entirely, but perfectly aligned with her. Her head jerked up just in time to see steel teeth descend towards her like a wide-mouthed shark, so much slower than it should be but a mere inch from the wrist, and she twisted her sword to align the base of its blade, unable to dodge and let it hit M, unwilling. The sharp blade met the pressure plate in the center of the maw. Then she watched the scimitar shatter like a mirror as metal teeth utterly pulverized the thin iron. In one of the falling shards, she saw the reflection of her eye, wide and pinpricked. She looked scared. Something rammed into her knee from the side, only her loose stance preventing it from snapping but rather folding, accidentally kneeing M in the back as she fell. The flat of a spear jammed into her right side, making her jerk with a short cry of pain and pushing her back in the middle of trying to get away from the boxer. Off M. An arrow slammed into her thigh, going an inch through the thin leather armor under her coat, and she lashed out with a wordless cry, like a cornered animal, throwing herself to the right. Her hand almost brushed against the bottom of the spear before it was yanked out of reach. The spear twisted and extended, slamming into her solar plexus, and she let out a short wheeze as her momentum was cut short. Someone slammed into her from behind immediately after, and the world spun. An impact that numbed her face and made her vision swim, half the world covered by a stone wall, and she groaned in pain as a knee dug into her back, her arm wrenched behind her in a classic but efficient hold, before the second followed. Her shoulders burned. She panted in sharp gasps as she realized that she was on the floor. Her eyes flit to M, finding the spear wielder to be circling her, but not killing her. They weren't going to kill them. Not yet. That was not comforting. She could only watch in mute, mounting panic, as the crowd around them thickened, watched between someone's legs as someone snatched up an unresisting scruffy who was staring at them with wide, dread-filled eyes. "Who do you work for?" "Because, Southpaws." "Are you a merc?" the man above her said, barely sounding out of breath, and she grit her teeth as his knee tried to fuse with her spine. "Number," she forced out. "Which of you is the shot caller?" She opened her mouth, and hesitated. Did she lie or tell the truth? Which was more likely to get him out of this alive? Would they kill the one who knew less, or would they kill the leader first and investigate the others? She had no naivety in her to assume they would both live. Neither probably would, but she could at least try. Even if her self-preservation instincts were screaming at her. The leader was always more valuable. The one who had more info. If they were thinking this was some kind of organized attack on them. She had no idea the snake eyes were this strong, this ready to spring to action, this well-equipped. For a moment, she rescinded all previous thoughts, and wished they'd left that girl to her fate. It wasn't worth it. It simply wasn't. She is. She forced out, closing her eyes, gritting her teeth. Its human had stopped. It wasn't bothering with safety anymore, nor any kind of path. It saw a gap, anywhere, that led down, and it jumped down with only the barest hints of caution and self-preservation. It jumped off the building it had been sliding down, onto a moving platform, feeling wood and metal crunch beneath it as the crates tumbled off into the smog below, and it kicked off again, to a horizontal, open conveyor belt, its claws barely keeping grip as they tore through the mechanisms and cylinders below, the belt fraying and spewing everywhere as it tangled the mechanisms to a crawl. To its left, the factory twisted in a half-circle, with a monstrous open gap that led downwards, in the middle of which was a bundle of electric wiring that ran from the top of the building, outwards on a metal rail, all the way to the middle of the half-circle, before it cut off and left the wires to fall down endlessly to whatever it was powering. It twisted and kicked off, onto a ventilation shaft that lined the half-cylinder of metal, one more solid than the rest. The sheet metal crumpled like paper with a deafening bang, and it didn't waste time trying to stabilize on it, instead grabbing onto the metal wall beside it just long enough to swing its lower body forward, and plant its feet on it. Then it leapt again towards the wires, upside down, in a motion that was now as familiar as breathing, arms and tails and tentacles wide open. It grabbed onto the mass of wire, thick and heavy enough to barely be able to grasp on or even move it with its weight, and laxed its grip enough to start free-falling face first. It mercilessly crushed the small, instinctive fear of seeing a bottomless abyss of smog below it into a pulp. She was so close. It felt her jerk and twist in the way someone could only do when being struck, and it choked down the sound in its throat, a pressure building but not releasing, a howl of bloodlust and fury. It was barely putting any pressure on the wires by now, more or less hovering over them to not tumble off uncontrollably, each skin where its fur touched them almost like an impact. Descending, the smog let it see vague outlines as it parted, the wolf's guts and blood pulling at its insides as it sped up more and more. Giant pillars of wire and steel and glass extended out of the bottom rim of this seemingly endless half-tunnel, crawling downwards from the mess of the factory's underside for hundreds of feet like unfinished pillars allergic to the floor. Its human fell on the ground, jerked around, was struck. A human on the ground was as good as dead. From this far, it did the only thing it knew could reach her, could reach whatever bag of meat was trying to kill her and let it know that it was dead. It took a gasping breath, opening its jaws to let the air rushing past it slam into its lungs instead, until they felt like they were about to pop. Mana conversion pulled mana from its body, from the air and space it was rushing through. For a moment, a mere fraction of a second, it hesitated, remembering what happened the last time it decided to make such a racket without a care, telling itself that the humans hunting it would know where it was again. It retracted its teeth into its jaws as much as the tendon system woven through the bones would allow, which was more than enough to not lose any of them, halving their length. The next moment, it poured every hateful feeling and emotion into the sound it was about to make, every promise of a visceral, brutal death, every warning and tiny drop of hatred it could muster. With shadows flickering and bursting violently around it as it descended, like a spike-covered black hole, it let go of the scream, the howl, let go of that ever-building roar in the back of its throat. Its eardrums burst the moment it heard the first screech of sound coming out of its own throat. Her mana weakly pulsed out as she focused back on sensation, on the real world, and her fingers slowly, sneakily, opened the metal pouch, and dug out the acid grenade, hearing Catherine's panting, pained confessions. She pulled the pin, rolled it down to her knee with a flick of her fingers, and shifted her knee to cover the grenade. One strong jerk, one knee to its surface, and the impact plates would activate, and she would take everyone here with her. The shift drew attention, and in a flash, there was a razor-sharp blade pressing down on her nape in warning. The scarf would save her, but he didn't know that. She didn't need to alert him to that either. She simply struggled through another couple pained breaths, going even more limp than before. The boxer looked at her from where he was holding Catherine down. The spear wielder's head moved away from her, an opening. "Kill the bitch." "We don't need to," someone from behind said, their voice slow, and she barely had time to process what they meant and see the giant man with the hammer step towards Kat before something feral and senseless forced her to act, jerking her waist, her left knee rearing up, then down towards the grenade. They'd all melt into sludge together then, a happily screaming puddle of flesh and leather and steel, in one final act of sheer spite. Her world and thought process jumped as agony burst over the side of her head, and her knee met stone as she jerked, feeling her brain bounce around her skull like a pinball. She tried to move it up and to the side to try again. The mannequin bastard leapt over her and snatched the little ball up in the middle of his leap, and in one twisting movement like the unwinding of a demented spring, rolled to his feet, spun on every joint and axis, and pitched it away. She flashed the dagger into her hand, the ring hidden beneath the glove, and tried to stab his ankle. He flipped backwards before landing on his toes and carrying his momentum into the longest winding spin kick imaginable, and his foot slammed into her arm, into her side through it, sending her rolling in hitching, groaning gasps of agony, writhing on the floor, the dagger clattering to the ground. The giant snorted, the goons around them laughed and jeered, setting her blood on fire, acid moving through veins throbbing in fury and fear. The giant began to lift his hammer, still so slow, as if the very world was mocking her, like it knew she couldn't do anything and would stretch the moment out as much as possible just to watch despair crumple her heart into a ball. Catherine bucked and twisted, her eyes wide, screaming as she failed to escape the boxer's hold, and frenzied desperation forced her to keep fighting to the death because that was preferable to standing by while Kat was on the execution block. She kicked towards them, a clumsy throw of her leg with a feral snarling sound, feeling her boot explode as her meager spark burst, did nothing more than irritate their eyes. too far and too weak to do anything else. The spear reared back, either to stab through her foot or cut it off. She wasn't sure. The start of an all-encompassing whine came from above. Catherine watched the hammer rise, heart-locked in terror, hyperventilating, bucking and twisting but achieving nothing. For a moment, she caught the start of a faint whine, a foreign, distant sound. Then the sound slammed into her like a physical force the next moment, exploding into an all-encompassing shriek mixed with a bestial roar. The scream of shredding metal mixed with the crunch of breaking bones, a rumble like a mountain breaking in two mixed with a million gnashing, grinding teeth, a whistle of screaming air mixing with the promise of a mangled carcass and the faint idea of a set of teeth wrapped around her throat. She froze, completely and utterly, in sheer, heart-stopping terror, limbs locked in place, feeling the sound move through the floor, feeling the floor jump and shiver against her chest, feeling her bones crawl and writhe under her muscles, hearing the gravel piles around her click and crack in a million tumbling pebbles, hearing sheet metal rattle all around them like teeth in a shivering jaw, hearing glass crack and shatter above, showering them in fragments big and small as they all stood there, frozen solid, wide-eyed. The sound continued, wavering and shifting, adding more and more, endless, louder and louder until she could feel its echoes moving through her bones, closer and closer, sharpening into a direction, building as she quivered in place. Feeling a terrified, keening whimper press into the back of her throat as tears rushed to her eyes. The sound finally ended, its writhing echoes twisting like a broken fractal into something otherworldly, leaving nothing behind but the frozen quiet of an equally terrified crowd. Then Emriel burst out laughing, a light and genuine laugh, like it was the best thing she'd ever heard. Some fought, some worked, some spent their savings in the markets or on the bottom of a bottle. The dungeon was the same as ever, if one really thought about it, until that ungodly shriek squeezed a million hearts in an icy fist of mortal terror, and in its echoes, left behind a floor eerily silent, battles abandoned, citizens rushing to their homes, adventurers running for their gear, waiting for some unknown monstrous threat that they didn't know wouldn't come for them. Not yet. The large man unfroze first, his head jerking to her left, up and up as he stumbled back. Catherine's teary gaze followed his own. Among the falling spires of wire and glass, she caught a glimpse of a tiny dark shape, one with too many limbs, dropping out of the dark smog above. Golden laser point eyes gleamed through the darkness, nonsensical and far too many, and she could have sworn one of them flicked to her before they all blinked out. The air below it exploded, sending it into one of the pillars. She heard the cocky hammer user snap himself out of it, scream at the goons, bellowing something she couldn't quite hear through the shrieking whine left in her ears, the sound still bouncing around and echoing in her mind. She simply stared, terrified, as the dark shape bounced between pillars in its descent, launching itself down and to the side again and again, leaving behind a wake of sparks and falling glass, tumbling nonsensically, bouncing in ways that were disorientating to look at, much less imagine doing, with limbs fluid like spiked octopus legs and sometimes jointed like a man's, flashing in and out of the formless black hole that was its body. It reached the end of a pillar, and threw itself down, 100 feet. A barely visible shudder of air, like a ball, rushed down, and exploded before it could touch the stone, sending it flying down diagonally. It slammed into the floor, rolled as if it was a ball of limbs, sliding and hitting the ground like an urchin torn out of the void. Another explosion, and the gap of hundreds of feet was suddenly nothing but a mere second away. She watched as in the middle of flying forward, it shot another ball of air into the base of a pile of gravel to their left, the explosion of dust and pebbles momentarily covering its advance with a wall of rocks that rained over them. The man above her scrambled off, but she couldn't find it in herself to even get up. The spear wielder went to stab Em through the throat, likely thinking the scarf around it was an ordinary one, and before she could do so much as twitch and wonder if it could pierce through the chainmail anyways, a black blur slammed into him, half the size of the man himself but with the speed of an arrow, sending him flying, spinning on one leg to stay upright. Even with haste, she could barely keep up with what was going on, seeing little more than a whir of black swing around the man's body, grappling him, and then with a violent jerk, a round object whirled out of the mess. Ahead, the flat metal mask now adorned with 4 gigantic claw marks where the eye holes were. It was followed by a spindly arm, spinning twice before hitting the floor. Another limb burst out of the creature's back, and before the first body had even hit the floor, she watched liquid fire light up the dark underpass, pass over her, in tight streams and wild spews, coming from 4 different directions on its body, covering the pass in screaming, wailing bodies. The hammer wielder went for a side swipe, covering his head with one arm and the other swinging his weapon. The monster grabbed onto the hammerhead as it passed by and went with a swing, adding its own momentum to swing with it, and then twisted the end to slam what she assumed were its feet into the man's head. Then, like an acrobat, it kicked off of him to spin and unveil another 2 limbs out of nowhere, fists pointed at the giant. Fists which spewed fire. The sound was not unlike an explosion, and with a blast of blinding light, the giant cried out in pain, his body engulfed from head to toe in clinging fire as he blindly swung a second time, backpedaling and writhing before dropping to roll on the floor, trying to put out the flames. The monster whipped a tentacle at him, shooting some kind of projectile, before slapping away the pugilist's fist with 3 different limbs. The giant slowed more and more, convulsing on the floor, until eventually, she couldn't see anything moving but the flames eating his carcass, and his panting chest, adorned by a gleaming spike. The martial artist zipped forward again as the monster slapped aside a bear trap with a fuzzy tentacle. Then the monster burst into a giant cloud of pitch-black smoke, and the martial artist froze, trying to backpedal. It pounced on him in a zigzag motion, the cloud momentarily swallowing his form, and barely half a second later, she watched the cloud leap off of him, revealing a shredded torso, the man falling to the ground with his intestines spilling out of him, jerking and heaving in mindless shock. The monster shot another ball of air that flattened everyone still up, sending pebbles everywhere once more, like a hail of buckshot, covering everything in fine gravel dust. But she couldn't close her eyes, so she endured the burning sensation of dust pricking at her eyes as she mutely watched, frozen. Through the cloud of dust that seemed to cover the entire underpass, she watched dozens of silhouettes writhe and run and fall screaming before the fire's light, hazy twisting figures locked in a twisted dance of death with a black shadow that darted in one direction and killed in another, something that moved like a rabid snake with 9 limbs, that moved to one screaming shape and turned it into 4 whirling, bleeding pieces in the blink of an eye. A cacophony of blasts of air and cracks of sound mixing with screams and battle cries cut short, the sound of bodies hitting the floor mixing with Emriel's giggles. She tried to get up, but it felt like her arms were made of paper, her legs shaking and numb. Was she having a bad dream? This couldn't possibly be real. She watched silhouettes of chains flash through the air, cut through the dust, heard the thuds as they missed, until eventually, they didn't. The black cloud suddenly jerked, dragged off a scrambling form by the shape of a chain, and her eyes dumbly followed it to the hulking figure of the gangster from before, clad in chains and traps, the mechanism behind his back reeling the chain back. The monster was dragged out of the dust cloud, and she watched the pitch-black smoke cloud recede into its skin as it twisted and planted its limbs onto the floor like a spider, a scraping, alien noise that made her ears hurt answering the man's grunt of effort, sharp and fast. She watched a black arm as thick as 2 men's be yanked forward as the gangster heaved and dragged the monster forward, watched another clawed arm snap to the trap, watched the sparks fly, the metal pieces clinking off the floor as it tore the trap off with contemptuous ease. The gangster seemed to let his suit of chains snake around him to attach to each bear trap, after which he would just grasp a bundle of chains and spin them once or twice before flinging them forward with simplicity born of expertise. The monster made a sound, some bizarre noise once more, nothing like the first, but enough to make her stomach cramp and ache in fear, kicking up dust, blowing the man's traps back like a strong wind. It turned back into a smoke cloud and rushed at the man again, parting the tide of projectiles with unseen limbs as it slid forward like a jittery arrow. Something popped into existence behind the man, and suddenly, with a small movement and a small mote of light that quickly disappeared. He was gone. The monster paused for only a moment before retracting the cloud, and turning around to hunt the few survivors it had left, back into the slowly settling cloud of dust. She watched the outline of a man be speared through the chest, heard his gargling scream be cut off with a crunch as he was tossed away out of sight like a broken doll. She watched another swing a sword, only for his hand to continue without him as something black cut through it, his weapon and hand tumbling off as he screamed, before that sound too cut off as the shadow crashed into him, like someone hitting the stop button on a gramophone. She watched, too terrified to even move, having to remind herself to breathe, to remind herself that people don't feel pain in nightmares, and thus, this was reality. She heard the screams get more and more distant, more and more out of sight as it hunted down every last person it could reach. She had to get up, to get them out of here. Her eyes moved to Emriel, still laughing and smiling as she shifted onto her stomach, and began to struggle to her feet. Emriel couldn't see him, but she didn't need to. The last man crumpled beneath him, and he immediately sprinted back towards her, before the sensation faded. She staggered upright. Her fingers nearly slipped as she dug the glass vial out of its metal container, but she quickly bit off the cover and downed the whole healing potion in one go, panting in relief as injuries big and small began to heal. Some prissy corner of her mind lamented the loss of a few silvers, and she ignored it. Then she let the vial drop to the ground, spreading her arm and stump wide as she laughed, a light laugh she hadn't felt come out of herself in what must have been ages. His footsteps neared like a horse's gallop, and she delighted in this light feeling in her chest, of relief, of endless gratitude. "What's the score, buddy? How many lives do I owe you?" she wondered once more, and beamed harder. Then he crashed into her, tackling her to the floor, and she let out a grunt puff of surprise and pain, her injuries protesting the rough treatment. And holy fuck, he'd gotten so much larger. Catherine shrieked, and she felt him jerk against her, his head raising from where it was against her. His presence lit up in her mind again. Another fight. She snapped her arm around his neck before he could pounce on Kat, and felt herself be dragged 2 entire feet before he stopped, letting out a strange, questioning wheeze as he shifted to not step on her. No, she's a friend. Ah, shit, fuck, Kat, stand down, get on the ground, get on the ground now. She barked, and heard a hurried shuffle and thump as she assumed her friend did as she said. She sent out a tiny pulse of mana to be sure, what little she had, and groaned in relief, slumping on the floor as the image that returned was her friend's furry, blood-slick head tilted in confusion, glancing between her and Kat, who was on her back, half-raised, staring at them wide-eyed. His presence retreated, no longer in fight mode. "Meet my friend, Kat." She chuckled and tugged him down. He obliged her with his previous enthusiasm, damn near tackling her to the floor again as limbs and twisty things all grabbed at her, and she laughed even more as she grinned and rubbed her forehead against his own frenzied nuzzling, the scent of wet dog and fresh blood not unlike mixing manure and roses, so bizarre was the smell. She let out pained, hitching laughs as he smeared the red tails around her legs and forearms, trapping her to him as he damn near sent them rolling, twisting like a crocodile on her in mindless enthusiasm, his back to her chest, then back again, and then he was nosing at her bald head. Then he licked her face and she sputtered, turning away, squirming as he continued his relentless onslaught. "Blue you stop. Ow, holy shit, you're fucking heavy." Then he got spit in her mouth and she gagged, turning aside to spit and choke on laughter, wiggling her arm between the half-dozen limbs around her to wrap around his neck, dodging his overexcited wriggles by tucking her head under his chin and bucking around to dodge his bloodthirsty assault of spit and blood. "Vile beast." Then she grunted as a leg hit her in the stomach, and she let out a garbled sound that was supposed to mean I'll have my revenge. Then he twisted, pulling her around, and half-heartedly nipped at her hairless scalp, and just like that, they were wrestling like rowdy pups, and she was wheezing with laughter, covered in blood and so happy she felt like a ball of honey and butterflies as she squirmed around the floor with him, ignoring the pain. It was so rare to feel so happy and excited to the point where it felt like its own limbs just weren't listening. Its A-template quickly fixed its ears and vocal cords, and it somehow made the situation a little more real. Despite having her here, doing her strange yipping and feebly struggling away from its efforts to clean her face and lick her wounds, it still took a little bit for it to sink in. It had accepted so fully and completely that she'd died. Then when it learned she was alive, even then, it hadn't gotten its hopes up beyond trying its absolute best to keep her that way. It was like the idea of its human still being alive was in a strange sort of captivity until now, at least subconsciously, because it knew it might not get down here in time. It knew she might die regardless of its efforts. It knew she was alive, but it hadn't accepted it yet, because until she was like this, next to it, doing her weird human yipping and nuzzling back and trying in vain to win their play fight, she might as well not be. And now she was here, alive, and the odd sensation of not being alone was altogether far too pleasant to care about the other humans she'd decided to bring into their pack without its permission or consent. It would toss her around a bit for that later, but now, it was too happy to care. Somewhere along the ride, his voice returned, and his playful growling was so familiar it almost bowled her over with nostalgia, and then he was mockingly repeating her words back at her with grumbling little howls, and she was wheezing from laughing, from fighting, from the fact that he was suddenly one heavy bastard and he didn't seem to realize it yet. But eventually, she stopped wrestling back, only squirming away from any licking, exhausted and breathing in harsh pants. So he stopped too, instead just flopping down on top of her with a sigh. She sighed too, a sigh of contentment. Finally, it felt right again. She felt right again. When lying down like this, he was larger than her, almost twice as wide on the shoulders. When walking he'd probably reach her down thigh, maybe even her hip. Wolves and their stupid cheating bullcrap. It's been like 2, maybe 3 weeks at most since they separated. And he was like twice the size and built like a rock. Where are you gonna squeeze into when you're the size of a dragon, huh? She murmured, flicking his ear, smiling when it flicked her hand back with a bratty grumble. She sent a pulse of mana to Catherine, who still looked shell-shocked, staring at them from the same spot on the ground. Then the wolf's head raised to the left, opposite Cat, and she felt him tense. Another pulse of mana that left her dry, and she felt Scruffy, very cautiously approaching from wherever she'd hid, in tiny steps. She tapped him, and pointed to the goblin. Friend. Then she pointed back from herself to the goblin. The wolf, bless his heart, wasn't stupid, so he quickly realized her meaning and flopped back down. She wheezed, and after a small bout of squirming where she realized he didn't care too much to move off her, she snorted out a laugh and scratched between his ears, ignoring the sticky, congealing blood. His absurdly bushy tails combined into one, and wagged. Then she turned towards Cat, still breathing deep and heavy as she tried to find words. Now that the initial excitement had faded somewhat, Catherine found them first, it seemed. So that's a broken bar, your friend? Cat half stated, half asked, incredulousness and a heavy dose of fear in her voice, very cautiously and slowly starting to shift to get up. Why was she broken bar? She thought for a moment, then inwardly grimaced as she realized that having him slaughter something like 30 gangsters, after that horrific noise, however the hell he made it, was not exactly the best way to introduce him to Cat. Emeril almost pissed her pants from hearing it, and she knew who made it. Catherine did not. Cat was a tough cookie, mentally and physically, but from her own assumptions and snippets of conversations in lifts and inns, she could tell that Cat wasn't used to coming so close to death as to taste it, nor was she used to this much blood and carnage. She'd spent the majority of those 2 years of separation doing training and going around as a bodyguard for Lady Anna. She didn't bathe in blood and guts, she didn't drink blood just to survive, she didn't have to kill to live. She was shaken, in short. She pushed at the wolf's shoulder, insistently, and after a grumble, it got off her, quickly trotting off to snatch someone's head to chew on, with a parting lick that made her laugh. A thought occurred to her, as she noted that she was on the floor, the wolf chewing up meat a little further away as the scent of blood and death licked and danced in the air. just like old times. She damn near started laughing again from the ghostly sense of déjà vu, but she tamped it down for Kat's sake to a small quick of her lips. She heard the crack of bone paws, then paws thud quickly towards her in a steady, quick beat, and ignored it, assuming he was just excited or something. "Kat, you whoa!" she yelled, suddenly finding herself thrown up in an arc, a pair of muscle tentacles digging under her back and around her waist. She grasped at his tails for a moment for a sense of stability, legs kicking and accidentally booting him in the ass, and then she curled her knees in as she realized he was trying to carry her again, for some reason. Barely a moment later, she was moving again towards Kat, and she stiffened, a pulse of mana showing a petrified Scruffy held in his arm, one of the lower pair. He stopped just a few feet away from Kat, who looked stiff as a board, and tilted his back towards her, jerking his head to it with a short growl. She didn't know why he was in such a hurry, but she didn't care. She trusted him far more than she trusted her own senses. "Kat, just get on before he throws you on," she said, wriggling a little because there was something vaguely bony pressing into her rib. "Why?" Catherine whimpered despairingly to herself, rubbing at her face, then turned around, and began to sprint away. "Our supplies!" she yelled back, as if to explain herself, which was a nice gesture because for a moment she thought Kat had just decided to bail on them. Her wolven friend snarled lowly, annoyed, and she quickly patted his tail, pointing insistently to the left, where two objects she very much desired were. He turned to look, then glanced at her. "So broken Bahuud," he hissed, and she grimaced at the sound, before nodding. Well, it was a dagger, but in his eyes, same thing. Then she smiled because where had he learned that word? He quickly bound over, and with another small flash of mana, she found both the items she wanted. A blood-stained mask with 4 claw marks going through the eyes, head not included, and her dagger. She just pointed at them, and felt with fascination as a human arm uncurled from around his ribs to snatch them both up in a giant paw of a damn hand, and then just a broken bar stare at them, before he turned and chuffed a wordless question at her. It took a moment for her to register it because the more she paid attention the more changes she noticed and the more she inwardly goggled at how much of an amazing monster he was. He even had an eye in his neck. That was just impressive and disturbing and perfectly suited to the absolute nightmare he was growing into. She smiled wider. She felt oddly proud of him. Then finally his question registered, and she just made a universal give that to me gesture with her hand, and he twisted his waist a bit to present them to her. 2 taps, and they were thrown into her ring. He stiffened, before tilting his head further, then pausing to shake and twist around, the blood matting into his fur most likely drying and making him feel stiff. Catherine jogged back, something she didn't see but hear. The wolf moved forward, and Kat immediately ground to a halt, stiff and uncomfortable as he came up close and began sniffing her, the low range allowing her a near constant feel of the interaction. Then he snorted, presented his back, and jerked his head there again. Catherine stared at its back, looking equally disturbed by the intelligence on display and the broken bar everything else. She looked down at the wolf's impatient glare, then at her, pleadingly, lost. "Just lie kind of flat, and grab his shoulder." The tentacle in his back whipped out, wrapped around Catherine's waist, and yanked her forward and up, her stomach landing on his back and landing her face to face with Scruffy, who was dangling off his left side by the secondary arm. She'd never thought she'd live to see the day where Kat would squeal like that. She felt her jaw literally drop, and idly noted that she really had to make Kat less scared of him before it became a problem. He only took a moment to maneuver Kat around and force her to grab his shoulders, wiggling the spikes on them and waiting for her to fist her fingers in his fur. Then Emriel was the one who squealed in surprise, because she felt like she was suddenly dangling off the back of a fucking freight train as it bound forward like an arrow. The bouncing irregularity included. Little more than a dozen seconds later, a familiar sense of weightlessness came over her. A flash of mana revealed an edge behind them, retreating, and nothing around her. He was jumping over something, or a gap. Something that was likely as dangerous as everything else he did. Catherine let out a choked sound like a whimpering, high-pitched keen of terror. They hit something, the impact jarring and painful on her myriad little injuries, but she didn't let that distract her. Besides a surprised grunt as she clutched at the bushy tails squeezing her like a paste tube. She took a moment to examine the fear and exhilaration coursing through her heart. She pushed the fear down, and embraced the latter. She went to throw her hand up, stopped immediately when her collarbone stabbed a spike of pain into her chest, then whooped like a mad woman as she idly kicked her legs as if hanging from a swing, too happy to care, finally feeling like she was home, like she was whole again. Maybe the repeated brain damage and the dizziness helped in her ecstatic joy, but that was something to worry about later, so she raised her hand to slap Catherine on the back from where she was glued to the wolf's back. "Come on. They already heard us. Who gives a fuck for some more?" she yelled through the shriek of tearing metal and rumbling machinery. After a moment of hesitation, where they slowly slid down the side of a building, the wolf let out a howl imitating her whoop, a small, hesitant one, and dropped. And she screamed louder, exhilarated, and the wolf howled louder too on the next drop, Catherine letting out muffled screams as if to oblige her, but slowly getting swept into the atmosphere as they continued to tumble and scrape down pipe after pipe, building after building, down spires of wire and lift supports, even Scruffy doing her best to join in, though she was definitely more than a little terrified. And like four nutjobs, they howled, whooped, screamed and croaked their way down into the desolate walls of the dungeon, and she'd never felt happier.